Okay.
Oh, hold on. We have to go. Hold on, everybody. I have to do the intro. Hi, everybody. I'm here with the great, the one, the only Rooter Pie.
It's good to
Uh,
be here. Logan.
what's your name of your book going to be called?
I
Devils
haven't
and the
decided.
Day.
I have not decided yet. I'm still deciding.
What about Devil Guy or Peter?
Oh, I don't know yet. Joe the Sound Guy said that a book about the devil has nothing to do with the gospel, so I intend to prove him wrong.
You serious?
I'm serious.
Uh-huh. Uh, where is this Joe the Sound Guy?
Facebook.
Oh, okay. What book is this face?
It's Bookface.
Oh, okay. But yeah. When you make it about what you call the devil's character,
That's like the subject matter.
uh, what you call it, uh, uh, the Illuminati.
Nah, probably not.
Oh, but I need to tell you, there's one thing they said that actually Trump did try to fight against that thing. He was going to make a law to pass to fight against thingamajiggies, but the fake news media attacked him and say, "Oh, he's turning on, he's on all this stuff." Nothing he can do out make him mad. It's kind of like this.
What in the world?
Yep.
That looks
Or
like
like
robbing banks.
or like this. That guy creeps me out. But, but anyways, what do you call it? I don't know. Oh, did you see that show last night? Uh, Steven and them went on Daniel's channel, Burden Bush.
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, they would have gone crazy on him, or said, "Oh, Big Bad Mama, hi, Big Bad Mama, are you there?"
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. There you are. How are you today? Long time no see.
Christian,
Hey,
I have a confession to make.
you're Christopher Pike? What? Oh my god, I never even thought about you.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
man.
and to make up for things, I'm going to buy your poetry book on Amazon.
No, now you have to buy the hardcover. That's awesome. I never even
I
thought
didn't
about
I
you.
thought it
I
was.
didn't say anything too bad, I don't think.
No, you didn't. You were funny. You actually did a good job.
I thought it was Aiden or Fandom
I didn't know
or.
who it
I
was.
just couldn't
Honestly, I
believe
was trying to figure
Christian
it
wouldn't
out.
think it was me, considering I said I'm going to get him back for, what he did to
Mark
me
didn't
on
know
Lupin's
it.
channel.
You see, Mark, oh, I knew it. You didn't know. You would have said something if you knew.
Who knew it? Mark. Yeah,
He
Mark might have
didn't
known it.
know. He
Mark might
didn't
have
know.
known it.
Oh, I didn't know it. I thought it was Fandom because Fandom was the
He didn't know.
Anyway, I
Christian.
apologize.
Man, don't apologize. That was hilarious.
Okay, good, good. I was running out of material, so I figured now I can break the news to you. I've got no more. I looked up things in Georgia, like Georgia chain restaurants. And so that's where I would say I was eating, or what was the Quick Mart or whatever?
Oh, yeah,
Um,
Quick Trip. Quick Trip.
Quick Trip. So I had to look that up.
That's
you know?
hilarious. Like you literally were naming off stuff like Bojangles and Quick Trip. That I go to all the
Right.
time.
I looked up most popular restaurant in Georgia and it said Bojangles, and I went to their menu and picked a menu item off of there.
That's hilarious.
And I figured you at some point you would guess for sure, but it kind of kept going on.
I
And
don't
you're
know
like,
why.
get out
I
of
never
here.
even thought about you as a possible person.
Get out of my life.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was
No,
Phantom.
Phantom is Christian Trout. I knew that.
Right.
And Aiden's not smart enough. Aiden, if you're out there, you're not smart enough.
Poor Aiden.
What about this guy?
That's Robin
You thought
Banks.
it was him?
Oh.
That's also Robin
This
Banks.
guy. What about this guy?
That's he's with the mask back on.
That looks like a two-headed monster.
Emphasis on the monster.
Did you ever see those two-headed monster movies, Logan?
Yeah.
The thing with two heads, or the incredible two-headed transplant?
Yeah, we've never seen look at a little bit of it on MGM Plus.
Thank you, Phantom. Oh, Missy Maud has a confession.
Oh no. What is it?
Like,
Miss
I'm Christian
Maud?
Pike.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. But yeah, last night was crazy. They went on there. I asked Tim, Dan what they think if someone was a orthodox, preterist, Calvinist.
Did you ask that on the show on the show last night?
No,
today. Yeah.
today. I think I asked.
They had
Dan.
a show today this early?
No, I
I
missed
gotcha.
Mod show. Yeah, I asked.
He's been Aiden this whole time.
Oh, that makes some sense.
Do it.
Well, hurry up with that voiceover work. So, time is money.
Yeah,
She's a history scholar.
they
They just
have
never knew it.
what do you do if they tried to destroy orthodoxy?
Me or him? Oh, I'd probably just let him.
What about
Who's
you?
going to destroy it? Oh,
Steven.
yeah, he's got the power. He's got the power to do it.
Watch out, orthodoxy.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was crazy. We had Daniel on here. I felt bad for him.
Daniel is just a nice
I
guy, and he doesn't need to be called out by Bruce for stupid stuff. Bruce admitted buying a case of beer the other day. Now, did you hear that, Logan? He bought a bunch of beer. Yes.
Bruce is buying a bunch of beer?
And then he's giving crap to Daniel for tobacco pouches, which, maybe you're against every drug or whatever, what have you, but it's really nobody's business but Daniel's. And to go after him for that was just ridiculous. And he didn't want to talk about the Bible with Daniel.
Yeah, and he emailed me saying, "Oh, you allow people to."
God!
Oh God!
So Bruce then messaged Logan. I wish you could bring that up. You probably don't have it.
He showed
handy,
it to
but
us on the private
yes,
thing.
that was bad.
So Bruce is out drinking beer. He's always ranting and raving about doing right. He don't need to be out drinking beer.
And he admits to drinking coffee. I mean, coffee's not a drug. It's a much more powerful
vitamin.
drug than people give it credit. Yeah, people give it credit for. I mean, you do undergo withdrawals if you're a heavy coffee drinker and you just stop.
Get off my toes. Those are my toes, man.
You're drinking too much coffee. Are you drinking
about to go get
espressos?
Look, I'm
or
working
just
on a new
coffee?
book, and so it's necessary, to keep drinking plenty of coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, he was very mad. He blamed me for Aiden calling him the F word.
Yeah, Mr. Maud, why'd you do that?
So, yeah. Huh. What do you think of
I
Big Bad
think
Mama?
Bruce is a pretty rude person in general, and I think he's immature. Um, and I think he shouldn't bring up people's personal lives, especially after the things he divulged about his own past, which I won't bring up here. Um,
You know about everyone's
Oh
past,
boy, don't
don't
the
you?
fruit inspector. I missed the fruit inspector.
Yeah, Big Bad Mom knows
And
everyone's
future.
past, even brother.
and the future.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Do you
predict
know?
Christian Pike is going to have a Joel Osteen type of ministry
I
within
appreciate that. I appreciate
he
your
3
already
opinion.
looks
years.
like him.
He'll have a jet.
Actually,
I'm gonna need a jet.
he might be more of Pee Wee Herman.
What?
Wait, what? He's always calling me Pee Wee Herman now.
Sorry.
Is it because of your tie?
I think so.
Is that a bow tie?
Yeah, at my brother's wedding, I was a groomsman, so we had to wear these gay bow ties. So now he's calling me
Wow.
Pee Wee
Is it a
Herman.
clip on bow tie?
No, it actually goes around the neck.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, do you know how to tie a bow tie?
I mean, I didn't like tie it, but like it's, you know what I mean. It's like it's in the middle.
Okay. I have a hard time tying a regular tie. I just haven't worn them
I
enough.
don't even wear ties. If I get like stuck in a wedding, I'll wear one if I have to.
Never wear one. I mean, yeah, it's the most useless piece of clothing out there.
I hate a tie. Yeah, I don't like them.
you're
And they
nicer to
choke
my
you.
brother.
I can't even
But,
see Mark's comments. Is Mark writing comments there?
uh,
She's just going after Mark, and I can't even see Mark's comments.
I don't see his.
They're having one of the dips in their relationship.
Yeah, this one's more than a dip. It's like a canyon.
Oh, that's crazy.
That was a good
Sometimes
stream,
love
Missing
hurts.
Mod. That was a fun stream, I thought.
Great screen, but this I need to show you. This guy is watching you.
I used that guy's photo in one of my thumbnails. I
You
remember.
did?
It was when Hovind, because there's another picture, I think, of that same guy that's a picture of his body and stuff, not just his head. But it was when Hovind was accusing one of his, the money person in his ministry from stealing money from him. Okay, she's not going. Relax, BBM. I'm not going after anyone. That's how I read her messages.
Relax. No.
LOL.
Yeah, that guy. I keep seeing him in some commercial about this, what Google don't want you to have. Keep on over, and that guy creeps me out.
They don't want you to have the truth, Logan. They're suppressing the truth. Whatever that truth is, we'll never find out.
It's an
Google
app.
is?
Yeah,
That's what I hear.
they don't want you to have this app. I don't know what this app is
Oh,
The
about.
truth
don't they
app.
own YouTube?
Oh yeah, they do on YouTube.
Do they own?
We all have channels on there. And they're
Standing
evil.
against the machine, man.
I'm going to get you back, BBM. LOL.
You better be careful. This guy is watching you. He can
That's
look.
Missing Mod's tones for all her chats.
See? He watches.
Yeah, that one comment has to be read like this.
Like this guy.
And it has to end in like sobbing.
Oh my God. Logan, come on. It's giving me nightmares. Imagine if that was like 40 feet tall and that came, a two-headed creature like that came at you.
Yeah, that was funny when you said what that. It was so funny when he froze up like that. You said, "Oh,
Yes." You grabbed those screenshots right when I said, "Look at that, Logan," and you just grabbed a screenshot.
Yeah. It was so funny. He said, "Oh, at least he's happy." It's so funny.
Christian, did you hear my latest impression?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do it. He goes, "Hi, everybody. It's the Brother Pike Show." Starring
Brother
Brother
Pike.
Pike.
I love that intro so much.
That's the
Oh, man.
best intro ever.
All my friends and family who watch any of those teachings are like, "Who's that guy that does the intro?" They love the
I
intro.
don't know how you came up with that, but it's hilarious.
It's
Oh,
so good.
it
That's
was-
how I want to start the new book. Like, hey, everybody, this is the Brother Pike book, starring Brother Pike.
Well, that's how you should do your audio book.
That would be
Have you
funny.
done an audio book yet?
I've done one, and Aiden's actually about to start working on another one for me.
Really?
Yeah, I've actually hired Aiden to do an audiobook for me.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Looking forward to that.
Are you sure?
Maybe.
Oh, God.
Now that you ask, I'm not so sure.
Oh, Brother Pike, do you think Judas might have not died? Instead, he was turned into a vampire, become the first Dracula?
Well, maybe. There's a lot of things that could have happened. Could have
Yeah.
been that.
You know, that was an actual legend back in the day.
I didn't know it was an actual legend. I do know it's the plot of Dracula 2000.
Yeah, that's where they got it from. I heard the commentary by the guys who did it. They said they got this from an ancient legend.
When would the legend have been?
I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because Dracula lived in the 1400s, I believe.
And Judas lived in the nothing teen hundreds.
Right. So it couldn't have been between, it would have had to have been after the 1400s because that's when Dracula was Vlad Tepes. He was
Yeah.
called Dracula, son of Dracal. His father was Dracal. And he basically saved Europe from the
Muslims,
Turkish hordes. Yeah.
Turkish.
He's a hero in that part of the world.
Turkish hordes.
But he was also, he also impaled thousands of gypsies and all people, enemies and stuff. He was not somebody to be trifled with.
Oh, Achilles. He said that he did that because they did it first.
Oh, so Achilles was defending Dracula.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's his hero.
Achilles looks a little like Dracula.
Yeah. What do you think, Brother Pike?
He looks a bit like him.
Right, Jedi.
Who's this Jedi?
Jedi's absolutely correct.
Oh. Oh, who's this dragon? And dragon did it with his mom that gave birth to him?
I don't know if it was their
Huh, don't leave us.
Missy Maud's hoping off.
Uh, yeah, I heard the guy who played the actual character of Twilight, the main guy, he's the descendant of Count Dracula.
Robert Pattinson?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You
Somehow
mean-
that makes those movies even worse.
You mean that? I've never seen one of those movies.
Me either. I've seen clips of him, but I never cared for him.
I mean, I do like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Oh,
bet you do.
hopping. Sorry, Missy Maud.
Yeah. He does look like a vampire, so it makes sense. And I wouldn't be surprised if Brother Pike isn't related to Pee Wee Herman.
Thank you for that, Logan.
Patrick. Oh, that guy Pike on that show on the Power Guys. What if you're related to him, Brother Pike?
I think Kristen looks like Bill Nye in that photo a little bit.
Yeah.
Bill.
Do you ever watch Bill Nye?
When I was a kid, we used to watch it in school.
Yeah, he was a
used-
little after my time.
Yeah, I remember a little bit of it. It was pretty good, but his Netflix show was so creepy and stupid.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about his recent stuff. When I was a kid, we watched his teachings that were made for school, and they were always really good. They were very entertaining.
Yeah.
He'd be like, gravity, what's that?
But ever since he debated Ken Ham, his shows start to go downhill. What do you think of that? When he debated,
I watched that debate a long time ago. Bill Nye did pretty good in that debate, but I have to agree with you that his more recent content is not really desirable.
oh,
Did you ever see that? Oh, there's Daniel. Hi,
Hi,
Daniel.
Hey, how's it going?
Daniel,
Hi.
I heard the Proverbs guys was getting you converted.
No, it's pretty much the opposite.
Are you converted
Yeah,
now?
I actually made a song about them today, about like all the awful stuff that they were saying to me. I'm just like, yeah,
Did you
that's
put that
just, you
stuff
guys are
into
just
the
being
song?
haters. That's all you're doing.
I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, it's called Satan Was a Hater Too.
Play it for us, can you?
I don't think I can on here. It would be on my YouTube on Burning Bushes channel. I don't know if
Okay.
Ghost wants to pull it up or someone else, but I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah, I'll pull it up when I get a minute. I want to hear it. Haters are gonna hate. That's what I heard.
Haters are your motivators.
True.
Oh, that was crazy last night.
Oh,
Oh,
Mr.
here it
here.
Mod
is.
says
Satan
hashtag
was
we
a
can
hater
kill now.
too.
Oh, it's kind of Halloween sounding.
Yeah, it's part of the Halloween album, Spooky Time.
Ooh.
Last out song.
For your music.
Haters everywhere, hating on me.
Plastic
hating on the
bags are more friendly than. Happy, nice to see you, friend.
Okay, it's mad creepy.
Why does everything look so strange?
Oh,
Oh.
brothers, sisters.
good.
I know how it feels when somebody
Is that you singing?
takes what has happened to you and miscredited it to evil.
Yeah, it's got a good flow.
But we know well and good the devil,
that
doesn't
Lupin?
divide his
Einstein.
own house.
Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
Divided
graphic.
house will not stand.
This is the part where Kendrick
The
comes in.
Holy Spirit unites us under the worship of the King of the universe, Jesus of Nazareth. They can say all they want.
Hey, you singing?
Talk is cheap
You know, Logan, he really is like a young Father Charles.
until it's placed back in your mouth.
Plastic bags are more friendly than. Happy, nice to see you, friend. Why does everything look so strange? Oh.
Open up your heart to give some friendly advice. And it gets turned around on you.
Hey,
Not just like
Pause it real quick, Daniel.
what you say?
I just had a quick question, real quick.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Sure.
Well, hey, you singing?
Daniel, that was great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I mean,
I
that was
appreciate that.
weird. It was weird too. I mean, like the little tiny unicorns. I mean, how did you get that? I mean, did you find that scene on like YouTube or something? Or
Yeah,
These
I got it
unicorns
from
were
stock footage from CapCut. So
oh,
I don't know if
okay.
it's on YouTube or not. On now it is, but yeah, it was just stock footage that I found. I just found some random one.
What that you singing?
Yeah, that was Daniel singing. Yeah,
He was
good.
laying
you
down
have
them
a pretty
bars.
good voice.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. What if, I want to ask you? What if you found out you actually are from the past and you're Father Charles when he was a teenager?
Yeah, what if?
Could be. There is only
Do you
one
know-
Adam. So there's only one man in this universe.
Do you know Father Charles?
No, I don't. But it sounds like he's in PA as well, which is like an Orthodox state. It makes sense that he would be here. Love to talk to him at some point. I assume he's from Rocor. If
Yeah.
he's, yeah, Yeah,
He says
like Rocor.
he had to look at his calendar and see about setting up a date. the
Yeah, he has to
reschedule.
look at his old calendar because he's a Rotor. He's going by that old lunar calendar that the Jews used, that the Jews still use actually to this day. But yeah,
He has a long history in this community and a long history with the Proverbs guys, and not always mostly a not positive experience, I would say.
yeah. Yeah, I remember the Proverbs guys, or maybe it wasn't them. It might have been Praise I Am. I get some people mixed up in my head sometimes when it's just like I go to a bunch of these streams at once. But like some of them were asking, "Can you get a priest to come on here?" And I'm like, "No, I would never ask my priest to come on here. This place is toxin. I would never put a priest in these shoes. I mean, what people say to people up here, I mean, it wouldn't be right to do to a priest. They already have to deal with enough."
Praise is praise, olive, and dude. Those are the three on the Praise I Am. Praise the I Am channel. And the
Yeah.
Proverbs guy is Stephen and
Tim. And,
Tim, Andrew,
Chinchillas.
Ryan. And
oh yeah, it was on when the Proverb guys was on. I remember that they asked you about bringing a priest on there and stuff.
Yeah. He's like, "Will you bring your priest on here?" I'm like, "No, I'm never going to do that. Never going to ask him to do that. I know he wouldn't want to do that. Very specifically, I know he wouldn't want to. You know, I have a hard enough time justifying the fact that I'm even up here. You know, like I don't leave this place because I look at it as a part of my repentance, because I did use YouTube for a place for spreading spiritual poison, because I was saying the wrong things about God. And I also feel like it's a place that I shouldn't move away from. I feel like there's people here that do need, I mean, this is a place. It's sort of like an uncharted place. It's probably the most godless place on earth is the internet.
We think of that Bird Park.
I don't know. South Florida's pretty bad.
Oh, Bird Pike's gonna do the book about the devil. Downward Georgia. Right? Right, Bird Pike?
Yeah, he went down to Georgia. He never did leave though.
Oh no. We think of that, Daniel. Is that crazy?
Sorry, what again?
We think of that. Is that crazy?
Oh, what is?
Christian's
saying that I'm
writing
working-
a book about the devil.
Yeah, he's saying that I'm working on a book right now.
Christian is?
Christian's written several books.
He's the guy that I talked to briefly, Robin Banks, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he came on as Robin Banks, even though his name is Christian. Okay, now I'm placing his face now. Good. Okay, so he says he's watched some of my streams, so that's good. We're both writers.
This is me. I'm right here.
That's him.
Oh, that's you. That's you, Christian. Okay, yeah. All right. So we're both writers. Okay.
I was gonna say, what's going on here?
Yeah. People change their names all the time. I'm like the only guy that has my real name up here ever.
Yeah, I use when I'm doing.
Oh, this is
teachings,
my
I use
real
my
name.
What, Big Bag Mama or Brother Pike? Or?
Yeah. My dad was Mr. Mama, and Mrs. Mama was my mom.
Yeah.
So you write as well, Daniel?
Yeah. I've written since I was 15. So that's when I wrote my first book, and that's actually how I originally came back to my Christianity. I was raised a Christian, and then I turned away when I was around 14, 15 years old, and I came back because of my experience of being able to write. I wasn't a writer before. I didn't like to read novels, but one night I had a dream, and I felt compelled to write it down in 3 months. And ever since then, I loved writing. I loved reading. I loved, language. It's like something changed in me, like instantly. And yeah, Father Charles says, "Stop wasting your time with Proverbs." Yeah, I already banned. I banned Steve. I didn't ban Steve. I banned Tim, because Tim was saying that what happened to me when the Theotokos blessed me, and when God saved me using her, he said that was Satan, which that was like the whole point of my song is like, why would Satan divide his own house? Like, I was already his, and now I'm with the church, and now I'm worshiping Christ. So like, that makes no sense at all, that I hate Satan, and I hate sin. So like, if that was his plan, it certainly backfired.
Do you publish any of your written work?
Yeah. Yeah, my latest novel is World Empire.
Where would
That
I
one
find it?
on Amazon. I published that one directly through Amazon.
Okay, yeah, I've been through that process before. Okay, I may look that up.
Yeah,
Do you
if you
do
have
science fiction?
Kindle Unlimited, it's free. Yeah, it's all science fiction right
Oh,
now.
okay.
But I'm trying to explore other like more nonfiction stuff. But then again, like just recently, I've been kind of realizing that parables and fiction are basically the same thing, and so I might not exactly abandon fiction like I thought I was going to be.
Wow.
But yeah, I love sci-fi, but you know I don't like some of the elements of sci-fi because I think some of the elements of sci-fi are very godless and we're kind of like brainwashing to me. They like to think that in the future we're going to have this utopian society like Star Trek and that aliens are out there and all that. Like I think that's a deception. We shouldn't think that humans are going to be able to save ourselves, through reason. And I don't think aliens are ever going to interact with us if they do exist. I think it's demons that are in the sky.
Oh,
I think that's what that UFO technology is.
But you don't
oh,
believe that any other planets are inhabited by life forms in the
Yeah,
universe?
like I
I mean,
said, I don't.
just logically thinking about it without the
Yeah,
Bible.
yeah. I said I don't think they're going to visit us. I
Right.
don't
I
know if
agree
they
with
exist
that.
out there or not. I don't think they would even find us because it's just so big. There's so much out there that it'd be really hard to find anybody unless they were right by you.
Yeah,
oh,
space travel's too difficult at those speeds anyway. I
uh,
mean, you hit one piece of dust and it would just rip your spacecraft apart. I mean, I just don't see how it's feasible.
uh, uh,
Yeah, I think
Logan, I'm
the
sorry.
best we can do is use non-locality and like information. Like that we can probably do faster than the speed of light with like instantaneous. And
Skyway.
and that's possible, but like the only way to then create a civilization would be to send out probes like AI probes and like try to seed life other places, but there's no way that you could send organic beings that far a distance. I don't think it's physically
Yeah,
possible.
right.
Oh, Daniel. Achilles. That's what he says. He said that. Brother Pico. Anyway, he said that aliens are demons
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
Bible.
I think so too. I think what we are interacting with here on Earth are not aliens from other planets. They are demons, and it's very clear that they're demons because they go after cattle, which is like exactly what you'd expect demons to want because they demanded animal sacrifices. And you notice like the experiences that people go through. They talk about sexual trauma. They talk about being raped, and it's like that doesn't make sense. Why would an alien do that? This seems like demonic work and like afterwards they're so lost. A lot of them end up committing suicide. They get so lost in the the UFO phenomenon that they um, are unplugged from reality,
I mean,
and they
isn't
start
the
thinking that these aliens like chose them and like all kinds of weird stuff. Man, I've looked into some of this, and it's pretty clear what these things are.
I mean, couldn't the UFOs just be them projecting outward their own psychological neuroses and they're putting it onto an outer force? They're objectifying their own subjective neuroses basically and saying, I blame it on aliens or because
Oh,
that's what I would say as opposed to it's all within the individual. It's not there's not really an alien out there. It's a person with a psychological issue thinking it is an alien. Does that make sense?
I think that might be the majority of cases, but there are some that really do happen, and there's evidence for it. I mean, there's video evidence for it. There's physical evidence for it,
Oh,
and our own governments are collecting this debris and trying to make technology out of it.
have you ever seen that movie, The Fourth Kind?
Uh, no, I don't think so.
Have you, Big Ben Mama?
I don't think so. I've heard of it,
It's
Logan.
supposed to be based on a true story about a lady, eh, well, having a problem with aliens and her kid get taken by the aliens. I know it's been a while. It had the lady from Resident Evil in it, the main lady. What do you think of that, Burger Pike?
I think I saw it when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Daniel, what do you do if you saw an alien?
Oh, if I saw like a UFO, I would immediately pray, Lord, have mercy, and I'd cross myself. I would pray for the protection of Christ, the saints, the angels, Theotokos, everybody. But I'd first call on Christ and ask him to help me.
Oh, that's good. Well, what we? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I had a question for Daniel about this, about Mary, and why in some of Christian denominations it's almost like she's treated poorly when it seems like they're ignoring what's said in the Bible about her, and they're basically saying she's nothing, almost. And do you think there's some, I don't know if you even agree with that, but from what I've heard some of this on some of these channels, and is there some just anti-female bias that's creating this, that they don't want a female to be powerful in the church, in their denomination or their belief? Does that make sense?
So. I think so. I've said as much before, and everybody that I've not, I shouldn't say accused of, but like kind of put that out there. Like, do you have a problem with women? Is that why you don't like Mother Mary? And they're always like, no, I love Mother Mary. And they get very defensive. They're like, I love, and they like to say Miriam because they're like, that's her truer name. It's like, no, we call her Mother Mary. We call her the Theotokos. We give her these honorable titles because of who she is. She's the mother of our God that we worship. So like, if she's the mother of the person that you worship, you highly respect her. She's the queen of heaven. And in Judaism, it's always been the queen mother. I mean, it doesn't make sense that God wouldn't have a queen. It says in the Bible that man should not rule alone. And he's not talking about sex. He's talking about a woman to help him, which a mother does.
I mean, it seems like it's even more, from what I've read, even more than just being the mother of God, that she actually participated in Jesus' ministry as a full-on apostle almost.
Oh my, more than an apostle, man. She is the most blessed because she was the one who directed Christ to start his ministry. He said, "It's not my time yet." And then he said, well, "What is that to me? It's not my time yet. I can't turn this I can't turn this wine into my precious blood right now." But she told him to do it, and she has great boldness because she raised him from swaddling clothes. And so he said that he was just like, "Whoa, it's not my time yet." And then she just says to the apostles, "Do whatever he says." She already knows that he's going to do it.
And didn't she direct Jesus to do his first miracle at the wedding at Cana?
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When she said they're out of wine, and he's like, "It's not my time yet." And she's just like, she just turns to the apostle and says, "Do whatever he tells you to do." And she already knows. It's like she basically told him it is now time. And everything changed. Like, this is the thing that is, and I look at the Orthodox footnotes, and I love what it says here, is that Christ is shown here to be a God of seasons, and yet is not beholden to the seasons. He can change them whenever he wants to. So while God has a plan, he can change that plan. We have this rigid understanding from a human intellectual level that's just like, well, if he knows everything and he commands all things, it has to be just one certain way, and it has to be always an unbroken line. And they don't understand that our God is a personal God that intercedes, that is actively regards us in every single moment. So like the end times is a great example of this. It's like God can put that off as long as he wants to, depending on what we're doing.
Just what Father Charles said.
The term Theotokos comes from the Greek word theos, which means God, and tiktian, meaning to give birth. Also, Tokos means bearer, so it also means God bearer. But I agree with you, Father Charles, of course.
And Mark Stoney has this question. It's where does Queen of Heaven come from? It sure isn't in the Bible.
Yeah, it's in Revelations 20:21. So it just shows that a lot of these Christians that say they're sola scriptura, they don't even read their own Bible. And it's the problem with it is, like, they could maybe read it with their human eyes, but without the understanding of the church, they're lost. It's like reading just a regular book to them, and they love to use it to pull out one scripture and say, "This one agrees with me," and then they'll just throw it in people's faces without understanding what it all is supposed to mean together as one one religion.
And Jedi makes an interesting point that there was a Gospel of Mary at one point that was removed with several other Gospels that didn't fit the Christian agenda, which the Gnostic Gospels are fascinating. Let's see, what does Mark say here? Here, can you read that, Daniel?
What biblical evidence do you have to say that God?
Puts off end times.
Oh, that puts off the end times? Biblical evidence? Well, we know that the end times is coming because of the Bible. It hasn't come yet, so clearly God has put it off, unless he doesn't think that God commands all things. So that's the clear evidence. That was an easy one.
And you don't have to, you're not on the hot seat here. You don't have to answer. I mean, you can just chill out here if you want. You don't even have to. You don't even have
I do
to
have a hard
answer.
time that I had to leave because Vesper starts at 5 o'clock. So
don't worship. I'm not going to drill you on anything. So
Yeah, sorry about that.
How are you? Okay, Logan.
Daniel?
I'm doing good. Yeah. I put out that song today. I got a late start though. I didn't really wake up until 1 because I was up all the way at like 4 a.m. in the morning. I couldn't sleep. And so I actually went on to another stream. Some guys that I knew beforehand and just saw what they were doing. You know, they still do a lot of like drugs and stuff, and I just kind of wanted to be there. And it was good. It was actually a pretty positive experience. So I'm glad I had that before I went to bed, but it was way late by the time I went to bed. So I woke up super late today.
Oh, guys, what if it turns out you're related to Father Charles?
Is he a Newman?
I don't know. He has what's it called? Chuck Wiley.
Yeah, his last name's Wiley, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, Deviant, come on here.
Oh, and here's this other guy, Brian Newman. He's a Newman, but he spells it set up a W. Set up a U W.
Newman, I think.
Yeah.
But
the German way.
Oh, I have German ancestry, but my German ancestry last name is Holt. You ever heard of it? Holt. Oh, for dark face. 2,000 years that second coming. Oh.
So Father Charles says Orthodox faithful have believed for 2,000 years that the second coming of Jesus Christ occurs at every divine liturgy throughout the world and throughout time. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Sure.
What does that
every
mean?
time the Eucharist comes out. So there's different ways of looking at everything in the Bible. There's layered interpretations. A really common belief that I also hold is that the end times is revealed in a scalar way. Like it gets greater and greater fulfilled. Like every single generation does have an antichrist, have antichrists, actually, plural. But there will be an ultimate antichrist in the end times when the world does end, which it will.
Is he from Greece?
Who? The antichrist?
We don't know.
That what Keely says.
So, I'm sorry, Logan.
I can tell you, I think the Antichrist is going to be, but I don't know if it's accurate or not. I mean, I don't know if I was being deceived when I heard it, but Benny Gantz is, I heard is the Antichrist. But that was early on when I was a catechumen, so maybe I did get tricked. So I'm willing to admit that, I can be deceived. I don't think Theotokos, that coming to me was a deception, but hearing that the Antichrist is Benny Gantz could have been.
Who is Benny Gantz?
Benny Gantz is basically the guy who wants to take over for Netanyahu in Israel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure that
not Benny Hill? Not Benny Hinn. Benny Hill and Benny Hinn.
I used to be in the Benny Hill fan club, Logan. So,
really?
Daniel, do you believe then Genesis is literal history, or do you believe it has metaphorical elements? Because I'm pretty sure Father Charles sees some metaphor in there.
I think it's both. It's like I said before with these layered meanings to it. Like everything in the Bible is actually talking to us. So like when Christ tells John the Beloved, "Behold your mother," and to her mother, he said, "Behold your son." When he was giving them to each other in love, he was doing that for the Christian faithful as well. So we're supposed to look at all of this as being directed to us, including what happened to Adam. We did the sin of Adam. We ate from the tree that we were told not to, and we disobeyed.
Adam
Uh,
and Eve are us, or us
yeah,
as an in.
exactly,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, there is only one man. Time is part of the curse.
Well, I have a question. Was Titus an antichrist back
Titus?
in the day?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Nero was. Diocletian was.
What about
I think Titus is
what
thought to have been
about
because of the kings that are mentioned. If I'm not mistaken, Mark can correct me, but the line of kings that was mentioned in Revelation points to the fact that it was Titus and not Nero. Mark, you can correct me on that. But Logan, let me ask Daniel just a
yeah?
couple questions. But so do you
Okay.
believe in an old Earth or in a young 6 to 10,000 year old Earth, or do you have an opinion on it?
I'm sorry. I was reading what Father Charles said. So you're asking if the Earth is 6,000 years old, or
Yes. Or are you
uh,
an older, or do you believe in old Earth, or do you believe in, or do you accept evolution and deep time?
so I think the Earth has been here for quite a while. I think it's been longer than 6,000 years. I think what that's referring to is the Bronze Age and the last cataclysm that happened. So we lost everything. We have no idea what happened before
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Oh, are you a what's it? I forgot what they call it. Age gapper, where they believe there's a gap
Yeah.
between.
So the 6 days of the Bible refer to there's millions of years or billions of years between the days, and
Yeah,
that can
God's
account
time.
for age gap.
Yeah.
Age gap.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called, but yeah, that's what you're talking about, right, Logan?
Yeah. Like, do you believe that the devil used to live on Earth? There's that other gap there
Uh,
with the angels, but
he was ejected from heaven and went to Earth. Yeah.
well, I mean, here's this one belief. They say he used to live on Earth with his kingdom, and he turned on God, so God flooded the world to get rid of the
Huh.
devil.
Uh,
That's
well,
a gap.
there's the
Another gap.
Nephilim. So like the demons and the angels were creating a hybrid species, and God wouldn't have been able to save us if our blood was mixed with theirs. So just the way that we're saved because we're mixed with God's blood with the Eucharist, we would have been damned if we would have mixed our blood with the demons. So God did us a big favor.
Oh, yeah. Were the Nephilim supposed to be like all the pagan gods, like
I have heard
Demigod
that
kind of
Hercules,
stuff.
belief.
Zeus?
Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah,
say. I
Achilles.
know, and it's interesting. Deviant was on. I wanted to talk to her about this at some point, so I will. Maybe she's listening, so she'll remember. But the Smithsonian Institute, I've heard, because I was close with an archaeologist. The Smithsonian has covered up a lot of evidence of giants.
Oh, I've
Oh, I
studied
heard
this,
about that.
and I have like major issues with this. Um,
Well, there's forgeries and stuff too. I mean, without a doubt, but some of it I think is true.
I just have, I did a study, I did a video of this actually looking into all the evidence of giants. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I debunked most of it, but I know where that feeling comes. I know I've heard that before. They have a basement full of giant bones and that kind of thing. But
Oh, I found
I just have a hard time believing, but it's, whatever. It's like whatever you believe.
Yeah.
I found a video on YouTube talk about history of giants.
Did you? Who was it by?
Yeah, oh, I did. I just look at it, I saved it, but I did actually look into it. But yeah, it says history of giants. Oh, Far Truck said you're doing great.
Yeah, it'll be good to have a
Oh,
discussion of Father Charles for sure. Yeah, the giants and the 900-year-old men I have an issue with.
Oh, what if yeah, no, but I think Keeley's in them says too that they're well. I think Kent said it. I'm not sure about giants or cover up by
Yeah,
Smith.
yeah, the Smithsonian's collected them and has them in the basement, or that's commonly.
yeah, the Smithsonian is
Oh,
is a strange institution because it's like I didn't know that was connected to the government until I was like it was a lesson that I was teaching, but uh, they are supposed to be the like creators, the pure curators of like our culture, and like they were designed so that like America would have something like Europe, so like we would have like a lot of stuff that we could look at and have like museums and stuff. And when they supposedly they uncovered some stuff that like they did not know how to explain, and they didn't want to share it. But you know, there's always those conspiracy theories. Like I
I
do believe we landed on the moon. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's good. I
Yeah.
mean, you believe we have a
do you
space
think
station and
Yeah.
satellites
Yeah.
and
I'm not a flat earther or anything like that. Nothing like that. And
are you a triangle
yeah,
earther?
yeah. I
I'm
think the
just
Earth is a semi-curved waffle. Actually, it's more shaped like a potato.
Ooh, waffle. Now you're getting me hungry.
oh, Achilles. He says the Earth is. I think he says the Earth is flat. And but he's. I think it was Kent who said that Smith, the one guy, Smith.
Smithsonian Institute?
Yeah, they. He's that what he said that they
Yes.
covered
Yes.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You ever heard of Kent
yeah.
Hovind?
It depends on how into the weeds you want to get. Like I tend to think there's always just a little bit. There's always some kind of truth to some of these things. Some of it is completely off base, though. Like I don't see any truth in flat Earth. In fact, I know how it started too. It started from a professor who was trying to show how infallible arguments work, and it just like kind of took off on a life of its own.
I mean,
I
what
think
I
it's
always
because we're starting to distrust everything from the government and from science. We're just like, we know you're lying to us about some things. Maybe you're lying about everything.
I know, but it's like we're using things that were made by science every day, including our computers and everything we use in our daily lives. But all of a sudden, when it comes to certain things, that science is 100% wrong, and
Yeah,
it's a big global conspiracy. And I'm a scientist, I'm a geologist, so it irks me when I hear when I hear that kind of stuff, because it's like all of a sudden, they're creating all these things in our life and all the things in medicine. And yet, when it comes to Genesis, basically, they're 100% wrong, and there's no, and they're deluding us. It's a evil conspiracy on a global basis. I just can't buy that.
Who I think
yeah,
uh, who could be behind this? Behind it
Who?
all?
yeah. When it comes to like
Let's see.
conspiracy theories, especially, you have to look at how much can they actually compartmentalize this. Like when it comes to like, UAPs, it makes a lot more sense because like so much has come out, and that's like because you can't keep a secret like that. You just can't.
And what is that? What
As
what did
UAPs,
what is
UFOs.
that? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
uh,
the thing I point to with UFOs sometimes is that the Roswell situation in the 40s was a weather balloon that went down, a military weather balloon. And that story over decades became what it eventually became, which was there was an alien autopsy and it was a UFO. And I don't know what you feel about Roswell, but I've been to the Roswell Museum, the UFO museum. It's a great place to go, by the way. Um, and to me, these stories can change so much over years and add stuff. Stuff gets added to it over years and decades until it's not. It
And who
has
was
no connection to the original reality of what happened.
who's behind all this? This guy
Is that you, Logan?
creeps you out. Especially no, the
Oh.
guy off of YouTube.
What do you think?
Have you met this
Oh
one?
gosh, that one's scary.
That looks kind of gay. That last one, yeah, same. Yeah,
That's the same guy. He's
He looks like a
connected to
two-headed monster,
himself.
as I said before. So,
Oh,
what
like
do you
this
do?
guy.
Oh God. Do you have an opinion on the Roswell situation, Daniel? Have you looked at that at all?
yeah. I've looked at Roswell before. I never was that interested in Roswell, opposed to like a lot of these other ones. What seems to me is like there's a preponderance of evidence. Like it can't all be hoaxes. You know what I mean? Like especially what's going on in Brazil. Like have you ever looked into Brazil? Like, and I think there's a missing piece that a lot of people aren't putting together is that the electromagnetic field, the magnetosphere of the Earth is destabilizing. It has been for the past like I don't know a couple hundred years, but it's getting worse and rapidly degrading now. And there's something called the South American anomaly, and it's a giant dip in the magnetosphere, and it's right over Brazil. And Brazil gets all these UFO sightings, but like you look at what they're talking about, they're like, yeah, and then this thing crashed down, and then it smelled like sulfur, and there was a little creature out of it, and he grabbed it, and like then he died of a terrible infection later, like. And there's all these like stories, and even the officials, the government officials, are like, yeah, this happens. But the military will be like, you're not allowed to look at it though. Like they'll keep people away from it, and they're like used to it at this point. It's like everybody in that area is just like, yeah, this is just a thing that happens, and it's like it is leading to religious things too, which is probably more evidence why it's demonic.
Well, I mean, we know that the Earth's magnetic field constantly shifts, and it even moves and flips, and the magnetic poles can move and flip locations as well. We see that in the rock record. So I look at it as not a degradation of the magnetic field, but maybe the magnetic field is in the process of shifting its orientation.
Yeah, there's two possibilities. It has to be one of the two. It can either be an incursion or it can be a pole flip. My theory and a lot of others is that it's just an incursion, but we are way overdue for a pole shift. I mean, they're supposed to happen every 26,000 years.
Yeah,
I think we're like 500,000 years out or something. Like there's something a little bit off. For whatever reason, we just haven't been getting them since human history, which is great for us, but we can only hope on that grace for so long.
right.
Oh, have you talked to Lupin, right?
Yeah,
Crazy guy.
I think so. Lupin, is he the guy?
Yeah, you talked to Lupin.
This guy.
I'm pretty positive you did. Did he, Logan?
Yeah, I think you did. But I saw you talk to this guy last night, the gangster man. His gangster name is PG.
Is that Steve or Tim?
That was Steven.
Steven. It was funny.
I think they're cut from the same cloth, honestly. Tim came on to like muzzle Steve one time. He's just like, Steve, you're coming in this all wrong. You're doing all ad hominems, but like he has the same intentions. He just wants someone to do it better.
Oh, that's nice. See, look, Mr. Logo likes you too.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Logo.
And Mr. Logo is an atheist, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. I think it's sometimes easier to talk to an atheist or a non-Christian than a Christian about orthodoxy, because a lot of Christians have this like resentment, and they're like, "Are you saying there's a true church that I could have belonged to? Like, and you're saying it's going to take a year if I want to join? Like, screw that! Like, you're wrong. You're wrong. Something about what you're doing is wrong. It can't be." So like, it's a lot easier to go with somebody who doesn't already feel invested into a false church.
Right. I've seen that. Gosh. I mean, the amount of vitriol against Orthodox Church or the Catholic Church is huge. I mean, they view
Yeah.
them as satanic. I mean, some of them view them as satanic, right?
Hmm. Yeah, to
I
think
mean,
that
which is just
all
an
these Christians
insult.
were misled up until the point of Protestantism. It's like up until the 16th century, all Christians are doomed. Every single saint that you know and love, they were all Satanists because they venerated Mother Mary. Oh no.
They don't even want to talk about the saints, which
Yeah,
is
they're like,
interesting
I
because
don't
I
even know
mean
if the saints got
the
there.
just from a I mean I've read a lot of saints works just because of the philosophy. I study Buddhism, and a lot of the saints, what they're saying,
Beautiful.
I can relate to from
Yeah,
a
it's
Buddhist
deep.
perspective. And it's like I can't see how Christians could just dismiss the saints. I mean, I know some saints were made saints for maybe reasons I don't agree with, but there were some saints that were just good people that were tuned into nature and tuned into their time. And I just think it's a shame that that they don't, that's not part of their study, or
Yeah.
they don't look at those people as like, wow, I can learn something from these individuals.
Daniel, could you be the next saint?
I hope to be. I do hope to be Gangster Ghost. I will say that. Like every Orthodox will is trying. We just know we'll probably won't be, but like we'll try. We'll try our best. Like we're maximalist. That's the way that the Orthodox look at it, and it's the difficulty mode is super high. That's the other thing that people might prefer Catholic to Orthodox when it comes to how stringent it is. But it's like it's for people who are really, really serious about their faith. And nobody will build you up stronger than like the reproof of your brothers and sisters and their encouragement too. Of when you struggle with other people who are up there with you, like you raise each other up. Like yeah, everyone knows this in competitions. Like when I was a competitive shooter, I always did my best when I was shooting against other people who were better than me. It just raised me up. It caused me to go higher.
Oh, oh, you say you were part of the
Yeah,
NRA?
yeah. Well, I guess technically I still am. I don't know. Yeah, the NRA, the NSCA, GOA. But yeah,
You should have a video of
This one,
yourself shooting your gun sometimes at targets. I mean, what would
yeah.
be there's be nothing wrong with
YouTube
that.
hates that. YouTube hates that. But
Uh, do
I've,
they?
I've, I've played clips before on my stream. I might do that again. I have a clip of me shooting a machine gun. I love it.
Well, I mean, you can just shoot
oh, a machine.
a normal gun and not have some controversial, like, yeah, don't shoot a bazooka or
I don't have access to a bazooka.
Oh, you haven't shot a gun like Arnold did in Predator?
No, never. I never
Terminator?
shot a belt fed machine gun. Only the machine gun I shot was an M4, an M4 carbine. It's the same thing that they use in the Middle East.
Oh,
Logan, I'm going to have to jump off here,
oh,
but it was good to talk to you
okay.
and Tim. I mean, Daniel. Sorry, I'm sorry,
Thank
Daniel.
It's
I didn't
okay.
know about that. Tim's just new
thank
to
you
the
for joining
community
us.
too, so
Oh,
see you
too
guys.
bad I banned him from my channel. Aw.
It's great to talk to you guys. Bye.
Yeah, good talking to you. See ya.
Thank. Oh, guys. Mark. He doesn't need any guns. His hands is his weapons. He had to license them because here's this one guy who attacked him before. He threw him out with his bare hands.
Ah, it's the right to bear arms, right?
But
Bear arms and bare hands.
guys, you ever are any other countries you ever been to?
Just Canada, just briefly.
Oh, oh yeah, I forgot. Would you ever like to go to
Yeah,
Greece?
yeah. I'd like to go to Greece. I'd like to go to Israel. There was a time when I desperately wanted to go to India because I was really into Eastern religions, like Hinduism and Buddhism. Like your yeah, like BBM. He might be very similar to me in that regard. That he probably has searched out other religions and found meaning in them. Um, so he, you know, I can understand that kind of perspective. And I'll tell you, at least from one man's perspective, the journey ends with orthodoxy. It's the true. It's not even. I like to say that it's not even really a religion. It's just reality. They have everything right, and the things that you think that aren't right is just your own ego. Your own ego saying, "Oh, I don't want to lose this thing that I liked that was sinful."
Oh, yeah, last night it was crazy. I seen uh Steven come on, and then it was crazy. With Steven, and then Tim, and Dan. You seem to get along with
Oh
Dan.
yeah, Dan is fine. I mean, Dan seems like just a regular person that is like uh is just interested, just interested in people's beliefs.
Oh, Father Charles says he's leaving for Greece November 6th.
Oh, well, God be with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Maybe before that we could see about he could set up a date for you could talk to him. That'd be awesome. I'd love to see you talk to him. Yeah,
Yeah, that would be good.
yeah. You
Yeah,
kind
I
of look
love
like
talking to
Father
priests.
Charles. Oh, what if you're related to him?
I don't think we are, unless you count the Eucharist. Then he is absolutely related to me.
Oh,
So yeah, in that case, yeah, he's a well, he's not just a brother in Christ; he's a father in Christ. If he's a priest, if he was ordained for that, even though he's Rokor, I still respect him as a father.
yeah.
Um,
A lot of time, like earlier on the saying, he said that he had to take the word father out of his name because a lot of people are complaining about having the word father in his name. Like the
yeah, well, those people are hypocrites. I mean, they talk about the founding fathers all the time when it comes to the United States. They use dollar bills that have the face of Americans on it, yet they think icons are evil. I mean, they just aren't looking at themselves deeply. They want to find anything wrong with the church because again, they are it's the spirit of rebellion, which is the spirit of Satan. They don't like to hear it, but it's the truth. I mean, if you're against the church, you are not with God.
well, I
God
need
gave us the church.
here's one guy. Even Father Charles knows a lot about him. He's a bit of a crazy guy. His name's Brian Dinglicher. This guy thinks anyone he doesn't like are Catholic. He thinks the Catholic Church is out to get him. He's a crazy guy, Brian Dinglicher. He doesn't like Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox, but he says he's Baptist. But I don't know what he is. But he's a crazy guy. He thinks this time when he had the flu, like he was sick, he blamed it on someone witching him. He was bewitched, I guess. I don't know. What do you think that? He's a bit of a crazy guy. He, he,
Uh, Well, if you're asking, do I think curses are real? I mean, I do think curses are real. I do think that our thoughts do hurt people. I think angry thoughts hurt people, and that's why we have to repent for them. Um, there's a great book on thoughts. Can't place the saint's name. Father Charles would probably know about this on thoughts discourse. Who wrote that? But it's a really good book by a saint, and he talks about that angry thoughts do hurt people. So he might not exactly be wrong, but he should be trusting in the Lord, uh, and
he seems
yeah,
to just put
not blaming
spells
people.
on himself. I don't know. But oh, Brian, and another thing. Here's this video where this guy Brian Dinglicher, he trying to find anything to attack the church, the Catholic Church. Said that he would put up these paintings they had of Jesus as a baby. He tried to say they're perverted or something. He's just a weird, crazy guy. Uh, it's
He thought
weird.
what was perverted?
He tried to call these paintings of Jesus when he was a baby and priests holding him or gave him a kiss is perverted. It's crazy.
Huh.
Yeah, yeah, I showed it to Aiden the other day. Aiden said he couldn't watch anymore. It was just so crazy. The guy just find any way to try to attack the Catholic Church for some reason. He's
Yeah.
a crazy guy. You ever met someone like that?
Yeah, I've met lots of crazy people in my day.
Yeah, Brian
Met myself even.
Brian Dinglinger. Father Charles knows a lot about him. Yeah, Brian Dinglinger is a crazy guy. He's funny. Say a crazy guy. And other things is yeah. I saw that show you had last night, Steven. Guys, right? Sorry about that. I don't want to ever make you mad. You're a nice, good guy, nice young man.
Thank you, Gangster Ghost. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know I'm going to get a lot of hate. I never expected to be so much from the Christians because I was so used to being hated on by like the occultists at first. And then it was just like people that were secular that didn't like that I changed my show. And then it becomes Christians. But I just realized that's how it's going to be. And it's actually a good thing because I couldn't pay people to come against me like this. But what it does is it gives me grace in the kingdom to come. Like that is the thing to be joyous about. Like blessed are those who are reviled because of for the sake of Christ, for his name. If God did something for me and he did, and I'm talking about it and people are coming against me because of that, that's a good thing.
Yeah, sorry about Bruce last night. He was just. I didn't know he was going to go crazy like that. I'm sorry about that. And did Josh give you any trouble?
Josh, not really. And he didn't do too much. Like I feel like there's certain people that are just like they come in hot. I mean, they come in there directly for one thing. They got a laser eye focus, and whoever's wearing an Orthodox cross, like that's the guy, and I'm the guy. Where like Josh, I think he is more from my small understanding of him is more chill, and is
Yeah.
more there to maybe just like hear how the conversation's going. Like I'm sure he would pile on me at some point, like if he agreed with what they're saying, but he's not somebody who's directly trying to attack me, and that is his only agenda. Like when it comes to Tim and Steve, they have no interest in learning anything more about me other than to attack me with.
Sorry about that. Uh,
Well, it's not your fault, first of all, and second of all, I'm speaking beyond what I know. I mean, I shouldn't say that about them. I apologize to
sorry.
misrepresent them if I am, but I that's how I feel about it. I certainly don't like what they were saying on my stream about the church, and I just won't allow that. So that's why they're banned.
Yeah. Steven. Uh, he said that he loved you and he liked the. He has a problem with Orthodox, I guess, and he just thinks he's doing a good thing and stuff. That he just cares for you, I guess.
If
What
he
do you think?
cared about me, he wouldn't try to take me away from the church. That would be the worst thing for me. That would be Mr. Daniel J. Newman off guardrails. Um, would not be a good idea for anybody. People should be happy that I'm
Uh,
unorthodox.
on the church, you're a
I'm
good
a good
guy.
guy right now
Nice
because
young.
I'm an Orthodox. They take the church away from me, I might become a
And
very
they
bad
do
man.
very good. They do a good job for you because you're a good guy. But Achilles, he also talks about aliens being demons, and I think Kent talked about Smith, that Smith group hiding giant skeletons. Yeah. What
What
if they found that Smith?
of an alien?
Yeah, yeah. What if they find a giant skeleton? Would that be crazy? Like
It would
you?
be crazy.
Well, and
I
you
mean,
know,
the first giant skeletons were the dinosaurs. That was pretty crazy for everybody. They didn't know dinosaurs existed.
well, Steven, he said I seen him hold stuff he found from Ron Wyatt. You ever heard of Ron Wyatt?
Wong Wai?
Ron Wyatt. He said to found
Wong.
the Noah's Ark and uh
Oh, yeah.
uh
Yeah, they think they found the Noah's Ark. I don't know. I I haven't looked very deep into it. I believe in the relics. Um, and is there any relics of Noah's Ark? I don't know. I don't know. It's be pretty old. I
Uh,
mean,
Steven said I've seen a picture of him holding a finger. He said it was Mrs. Noel's finger. Yeah, it was crazy. And he have all kinds of stuff like from yeah, this guy talk about.
Ron Wyatt.
Yeah, he's he found all kinds of
Oof.
stuff. They said but a lot of people said he's a fraud, but Steven said he's what he found was true and stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Do you think they could ever find part of the cross or?
They have. There's a part that I've actually I've been blessed to be able to kiss it, a piece of the true cross.
Oh,
Yeah, there's lots of fragments. Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. The Orthodox have, and the Catholics have some of the relics too. The Catholics have the Chapel Turin, which I would love to see at some point. Uh, but I actually had to get out of here because of Vespers. I can't miss church. So it was
oh,
good hanging out with you.
well, thank you for joining. Uh, I will see about one day. See probably later on, you could meet Father Charles.
That would be cool. Yeah, definitely let me know. Like, shoot me an email or something. Be like, Father Charles wants to talk.
Okay,
Um, yeah. God be with you.
I'll be with you too. Thank you.
All right. See ya.
Now we can. I say now we're going to watch the old time crazy shows. This weird. It's already 4. It doesn't feel 4. Oh.
Matt, I know. Let's work this out. Try to fix it. Let's fix our relationship. I love you. I want to be a man who has long hair. And he's just, I love you. That whatever. This cross-dressing with our children, ridiculous. It's going around and just saying that like it when you squeak that way, okay? You should have just said, I've been mad about that every day. Have to go, Brother Matt. I'll use him, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. You're right. Sometimes better just to get things out of the open and say, hey, look, oftentimes then it's just bottled up people and get angry at people and hate people. Because, if your brother, just blow it off. I'm going to get upset about such a dumb little thing. I just tell myself all the awesome, look, we can even begin to go over all you meet, it shall be measured to you again.
We're watching more crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You look like a Jewish rabbi right there. What? See, this.
Talk a bit about Steven Anderson. Many of you guys know we've addressed Mr. Anderson before in the past. He has unfortunately taken it upon himself to actually spread lies about Apologia Church, documentable lies about me, about Apologia Church,
Your wife?
about my wife. And it's sad, and I want to first apologize ahead of time to everybody who is listening, who has to listen to the words of really like an internet troll is really what it actually is. It's sad because for many, many years, I've actually invited Anderson to a public moderated debate. I want to give that challenge once again. Stephen, let's get beyond talking back and forth to each other. You've already been refuted up and down through what you said before, but let's get beyond the back and forth talking over the internet, and let's go ahead and have a public moderated debate. We'll pay for everything. We'll pay for the venue. We'll fill the place up. We'll have a moderated debate. And we'll talk about who's in charge of salvation. We'll talk about some of these issues that you slander on and you lie about. But Steven Anderson is a well-known internet hate preacher. That would be an accurate way to talk about him. He has recently decided, I guess he has like some very deep affections for me. And
Either that or he's trying to sell a film.
yeah, oh yeah, they are doing a film on Calvinism. A bunch of independent fundamental Baptists are. And we're going to be responding in the next couple of weeks to some of the blatant false witness. Now, I do have to say, I'm just going to be very, very honest and have a lot of transparency and try to be very humble to you. I find it really awe-inspiring, truly, to see people who profess to be ministers of the gospel of Jesus Christ tell blatant, bold-faced lies that can be demonstrated over and over and over. I find it peculiar that men who profess to represent the Savior, the Lord of glory, these men would actually tell bold-faced lies publicly. And they're documented now, and we have them recorded, so there's no getting out of it now. And we're going to go through it. But recently, Steven Anderson has decided to start talking about me and issues of homosexuality and what do you call the glasses?
Elton John glasses.
Elton John glasses, those sorts of things. We'll just play through some of this. I think it's important. Let's at least try to talk through some of these things. And yeah, I'll go ahead and get past here. You guys feel free to stop me whenever you wish. At the Guinness Storehouse, the Guinness Factory, so much history here.
Somebody just sent me a video a couple days ago of Pastor Dirtbin, and he is in Dublin, Ireland, wearing Elton John glasses with a ring on his thumb like a homo.
Okay, so Mr. Anderson, let me show you, and we titled this video Steven Slanderson for a reason. I want to just go ahead and say ahead of time, I'm not going to abuse you like that and continue to do that. We did it for a purpose to show you that, Steven, that's just too easy. Jeff Dirtbin, it could be done all day back and forth. Steven Slanderson, Steven Panderson, pandering to the audience, all those sorts. It's too easy, Steven. And so I want to encourage you to actually raise your level of integrity and up your game, my friend, because that sort of thing might convince your lackeys, but it doesn't impress me. What I'm impressed with is the Word of God. What I'm impressed with is the truth and exegesis. I'm not impressed with the dirt bin and the apostasia church. I'm impressed, actually, with the truth and the Word of God. So let's get to that, because I've done this before to show you that two can play at this game, and it's ultimately not how you settle these disputes. We settle them with the Word of God. Yeah. So let's try that. Now let's get real quickly to the Elton John glasses.
I was say, speaking of lackeys, there's all kinds of slanderites on our channel here today, so
okay,
they're in full force.
Right on. Well, welcome to the channel, friends. I hope that we can convince you not through abuse of the living God of the truth. I hope you see in us at Apologia Church. I hope you see in us a spirit of obedience to Jesus and a desire to honor him.
Right.
I hope you see in us a commitment to the Word of God and not to slander and abuse. What we want to do is settle these issues through the Scriptures, not through this sort of internet troll-like behavior. But let's get into what he accuses me of. First of all, I was in Dublin, Ireland, just so you know, and Luke was there. And were you there on that first trip?
Not that trip.
No, Marcus was there. Marcus, you filmed this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we were there. It's all right. We were there. We were there fighting against abortion and bringing the gospel against the abortion in Ireland. That's what we were doing there. And we happened to actually come upon the Guinness factory. And just in terms of what I was wearing clothes to keep me warm. And I had a pair of sunglasses that I bought, I believe, at a gas station for $7 because it was bright outside. And there were $7 sunglasses that I happened to get at a gas station because that's all that was available. Next, the thumb ring. And this goes to show why God commands you, by the way, as a minister of the gospel, which you profess to be, not to slander. I'll give you a word from Titus 3. Your mandate, because you profess to be a believer and a minister of the gospel, is to malign no one, to be peaceable, gentle, showing every consideration for all men. That's one way of rendering that. I just want to encourage you to think very hard about what you said there, because you said he's wearing a homo ring on his thumb. Well, first of all, you don't get to determine what's a homo ring on the thumb. You need to know in history that the thumb ring was worn by royalty. The thumb ring was worn by people who were archers, and you need to just understand that. But also, in my case, that thumb ring, that homo ring that you slandered me with, that's actually a very special thing between my daughter and I. My daughter, who was 16, went on a missions trip with me globally to preach the gospel and to save lives. And while we were on this missions trip, we had such a great time together serving God. We decided to get a token to remember forever that ministry. And so I bought her a ring, and my daughter bought me a ring. But the only size available at that moment was a size that would only fit my thumb. And so the ring that you're mocking and calling a homo ring is actually a ring that was given to me by my daughter. It happened to be the only ring available, and it was as a token to remember our ministry for Jesus Christ and the gospel around the world.
Was it a Lord of the Rings ring?
It was also a Lord of the Rings
So
ring.
it was a Tolkien ring.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. And I got it in New Zealand, and that's where she got it for me.
That sounds like the least gay ring ever.
Least gay ring ever, right. Oh, by the way, I lost the ring, unfortunately, while I was working on my car. How gay. Here's more.
And he's standing outside the Guinness factory where they make the beer. Guinness. Who knows what I'm talking about?
And behind me here is the Guinness storehouse. It's where Arthur Guinness began his business. And it's a really interesting story, actually. Arthur Guinness was a believer in Jesus Christ. He loved God. He believed in the gospel. And
he's like, oh, this is such a blessing. And this man, Guinness, was a godly Christian. And he helped so many people by brewing this beer and making this beer. And it was such a blessing to people.
All the hard liquor was destroying the underclass. And so Arthur Guinness wanted to create something that would be ultimately good for people, that would be difficult to really abuse in the same.
Hi! Are you there? Are you there, Miss Outcast? Oh no. Oh no. Are you there? Oh, okay. Well, I'll watch this until you.
Way as a hard liquor, and so he created a Guinness as a means to essentially bless the underclass, create something amazing, and he did it.
Because they were drinking stuff that was even harder liquor. So he got them on something with a little less alcohol in it, amen? What a godly man.
To actually... Okay, let's talk about that. I think...
There you are.
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Oh, you missed Daniel.
Yeah, I was I saw some of it, but I didn't really listen. We were watching a series in the sofa. Soot has a cold.
Oh, Tom, I hope he feels better.
I will. It's not that bad. He's just a bit.
That's good.
Yeah. But he's tucked in.
With his teddy bear and his blanket?
Yes.
There's one video I talked about on there. That there's one preacher is a very nice preacher. He doesn't yell at people, call them names or anything. Jeff Durbin. He was getting attacked by Steve Anderson.
Oh.
Steve Anderson called him gay for having a ring on his thumb.
Well, if you can't attack the arguments and you can't attack the person's behavior or their views even, or their self, you can always attack the thumb ring.
It was crazy. that Jeff Durbin, he's a very nice guy. He doesn't call people names, and he's very nice and respectful to people.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. But how are you been today?
I've been really good actually. I slept really well.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, uh, yeah. Steven went on his show last night. Daniel ended up getting kicked off, and I think he banned Tim.
Oh,
Yeah.
from the so both both Tim and Steven went on Daniel's channel.
Yeah, and that got kicked off because they were they said stuff that made him bad.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not surprised when it comes to Steven. So with Tim, the interactions I've had with Tim have always been very pleasant. Uh, but I have seen some not so mm, not so favorable interactions between him and others. But you know what I actually think?
Yeah.
As with, it's as if people who, it's not that everyone who comes in contact or associates themselves in to some degree with Stephen and the Prolapse Boys, it's not like all of them are bad people, or mean or hateful or anything like that. I don't view people in that way. But what I do see is that those who are nice and good people, when they have been there a while, it's as if they are infected with the plague of Bolin. Are you there? Oh, you muted yourself. I don't know if you did that on purpose.
Yeah.
There you are.
It was crazy. But I need to tell you who's always watching you.
Who? You.
This guy. Sometimes this guy.
Oh, goodness
There's
gracious.
two head of
Please
them.
don't.
There's two of them.
Though, yeah,
Yeah.
great balls of. I won't continue that. They got Bolin infected. Exactly, Phantom.
Uh, I don't see any of them schedule any shows tonight. But tomorrow they have the dance show.
So it's Saturday today. I don't know if Bolin still believes that he's Jewish somehow. Uh, and like, oh no, Saturday it's the Sabbath.
He
I don't
says
know.
he says he's Hebrew on his dad's side and Baptist Costco on his mom's side.
So I mean, that's a very strange thing to say because to be Jewish is two things. It's an ethnicity and it's also, aside from that, a religion. And it's of course being an ethnicity, it's a culture, but an an ethnicity and a religion. Being Pentecostal is a denomination of Christianity. That's not something that you inherit.
He
So
always says that.
yeah, and I get like so for me, my grandfather on my so-called dad's side was a priest. So he grew up in a Christian home. Uh, my mom's parents had been grown up in, I don't remember who was who, but one in their parents were Baptist and they were brought up Baptist, and the other one were what's the word? I think it's the Missionskyrkan, which I don't know the English. I know it's a denomination that is not purely Swedish, but I don't know the name for it in English on the top of my head. But they weren't. None of my grandparents on my mom's side were like religious.
Do you think Roman Catholic could be ethnicity rather than religion? Because Roman's Italian.
No, it's too diverse. But I mean, when you have a religion or a religious denomination, depending on the culture that you already live in. So, for instance, in Sweden, unlike in the US, where I understand that people talk about their religion and it's very much a part of everyone's lives in one way or another, even people who are like atheists or non-believers of any sort. Uh, while in Sweden, you don't talk about your religion. It's not something that it's considered to be private. It's your private business what you believe and if you believe and if you go to church and what church and so forth and so forth. Um, so when you are brought up in a country that is heavily, say, Roman Catholic, of course that's going to be imprinted on you in your culture and the way you think and etc. Um,
What about Greek Orthodox? Had the word Greek there. Not ethnicity.
yes, Greek is an ethnicity, uh, but Greek Orthodox is a Christian denomination.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I get in a sense where someone could say what Bolin has been known to say, that he's Pentecostal on his mom's side and Jewish on his dad, and that also being like a description of how was I brought up. I can see that, but from from what I understand, and I could be completely wrong, but from what I understand, he uses it more in the sense of uh, like this is my genetic background, and that's very weird to me.
Oh.
Also, why does he if his dad is Jewish and his mom is American Pentecostal,
Yeah.
then and that's why he thinks he adheres to Jewish law in some way, only some instances, then what's he doing with Kent Hovind? Why is that his go-to guy? Why was Kent Hovind's material used in his upbringing, his quote unquote schooling?
He said
Because
he's
he's a Baptist and not a Pentecostal.
Oh, he says he's Baptist, part Baptist, part Pentecostal,
Oh,
stronger than both combined.
okay. Well, it's up anyone. He's free to do whatever and believe whatever, and The only thing I see as a problem is the fact that he tries to dictate what everyone else should think and believe and say and do, and otherwise he can mix and blend any way he wants to. That's not an issue.
Oh, yeah. Can yeah.
Deviant was Orthodox when I visited her in her 23rd years.
Oh, that true.
Chuck, I told you that was no, it's not true.
Oh,
I've never been Orthodox.
how
Though I have
unorthodox.
visited an Orthodox man who, one of very, very, very few Orthodox priests in Sweden. They're very small here.
Oh, what about? Have you ever been to a Catholic church?
I have actually. My aunt, or I don't. Yeah, I call her my aunt, even though she and my mom's brother are divorced now, but they have 2 kids, and she was born and is from the Philippines, so she was Roman Catholic, and my 2 cousins from that uncle, they were actually baptized in the Catholic Church. So I went to their baptisms. It was very strange. It was a very strange experience to me, because it was very different from the baptisms I've been used to in the Church of Sweden, where you actually see what's going on. You're not like behind some wooden what's it called when you have, it's like a standing wall,
Like this guy?
but
Oh, sorry.
let's see. Let's move again. Well, I think I would have remembered if one of those guys came in. No, this was like a wooden, like a temporary wall, so not a wall between 2 rooms, but more like a temporary wall with flowers, like stylized flowers cut out of it, so you can see through this divider thingy. And it was very dark and a lot of candles.
I need to tell you something. I did remember not too long ago. Trump did try put a law in there to fight against global warming, climate change, but the news media attacked him for that too. Like nothing he can do out getting attacked by the news media.
Well,
Is that strange?
so what?
It's
So here's the thing. In the US, your news media is very polarized between the 2 parties. That's not really the case here in Sweden. It's not divided like that by politics in the same way as it is in the US, where it's much more pronounced. So our news tend to be much more what's the word? Objective.
yeah. Our news here, like MSBC, all that stuff, is all fake, corrupt news we have here. A lot of it's fake,
Yeah, I
corrupt
have
news.
noticed in this because your election is soon coming up, and of course, since I am on the internet, I see a lot of US material, and it's very it is very polarizing the way things are being projected, which is why I think it's so important for people to, even if you have your own, like, prefer this candidate or that candidate, to not be afraid of actually taking part of news on both sides. And I just not get the impression that most people do that. They tend to go with the news channels that most closely um, reflect their own already perceived notions. So I think it's very important
It's
because
very
there is so much just mudslinging and lies uh, being thrown around, and a lot of pointing the finger. Uh,
who I think could be
hmm?
part of it. This guy.
Oh!
Just his eye steals your
they
soul.
they kind of do. He looks a bit like.
He's
Is that
watching you.
you under the hood?
No, it's you under the
Oh,
hood.
but
It's this guy.
because I don't have brown eyes,
Listen.
but if my soul was stolen, maybe that's reflected in my eyes.
Oh no. Oh, oh yeah, Miss Mott had a show
Oh, did
earlier.
she? Was it good? I mean, did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I had Dan on there. He's a crazy Dan. Dan
Y-
the man.
yeah,
So Dan
yeah.
Potsy, he was on it. He said something about, I don't know, it was weird. He made Peter mad where he said something about people getting killed by going like on
What?
Valentine's. I don't know what was they're talking about earlier, but it made Peter very
Did
angry.
you say people got?
Like talk about people dying is like on a Valentine's. Something to do with that Russia and
Oh,
UK.
I get why Peter was annoyed by that, because I think it's very different for those, even though, like, neither the Netherlands nor Sweden are, of course, uh, it, I mean, actively involved in the war. By actively involved, I mean Russia isn't trying to invade us. This is happening in Ukraine, but we have a very more uh, how do you say it? It affects us in a much different way than it does the average American. And so, in the case of Peter, from being from the Netherlands, his country was actually part. I mean, they were drawn into the Second World War and the First World War, while we weren't. But that doesn't mean it didn't affect us. But even more so in his case, and the Ukraine is part of Europe. I personally feel very, very close to the Ukrainians. I mean, I know a bunch of people from Ukraine. Uh, mhm.
I have a question. My friend, when he talks, he seems like England's not part of Europe anymore. Is that true?
No, it's. I mean, a lot of Americans conflate Europe with the European Union. So
Oh, my friend's in
yeah,
the
so
UK.
yeah,
He's
so
British.
the UK is still part. Europe is just a geographic term,
Continent.
and they are still part of
Oh,
Europe. Uh, but the UK left the European Union, the EU, um,
oh,
a couple of years back because of stupid things like misinformation, fear mongering, lies about immigrants, and yeah, so they left.
oh. Is it because of
I
Father
would say
Charles?
so. Yes, most likely.
Oh,
He is a bit
oh,
of a
oh.
war.
Oh, we can skip it. These.
Well, I'm wondering what
There's three of.
the guy there on his left, on his right shoulder, in the white kind of beige uh, coat, and the
That's that's
yeah, I know.
that's Claude.
He looks like he's up to no good. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it looks. I don't know. It looks like he has a pierced
Yes,
ear
it does.
or
It
something.
does. It also look like
Here's the
ugh.
gang.
I don't know. Does Steven like that picture you made?
Yeah, he liked it. It's gangster. Miss Bud asked, "Was that
Yeah,
real?"
as I said it, I thought it was like an old picture of him. I mean, why not? It's really well made.
Yeah. I used reface and put his face on
Yeah.
this other guy's body. This is the face you make when you first see that picture, and then
Yeah.
this happens. And then,
The man.
have you ever met this guy?
Thankfully, I have not. I have only had his huge nose, mouth, chin in my face on
Yeah.
screen.
Here's little Kenneth. Can you imagine that kid
Yeah,
when he was a little
he was
kid?
a very, very ugly kid.
Look,
There is Aiden Darwin.
Aiden would make a good Charleston. Yeah. They found this picture, this painting, on Epstein's Island. They did. That's great. He's pointed to you.
I can see that.
Oh,
He looks kind of like Margaret Thatcher.
a face up.
Yes.
Oh, funny. What about this Jesuit priest? Bless you, my
uh,
child.
oh, he's definitely one of. I love how the picture of Kent there at his hand. It's almost as if he's kind of dragging him in the hair, and Kent's like, I just want to dance.
Sorry about that one video I made before. Sorry about that.
No, that that was totally okay. I did have a great time. I mean, I I kind of felt as though I was semi dying, but
Oh,
I
sorry.
I it was so funny at the same time. I've never had such a fun time thinking I might die now.
Oh,
No, I
sorry.
didn't actually think I was gonna die,
That's
but
no
it
anything
it
happened to you, heart of gold lady.
oh, thank you. No, I don't. I know you don't.
Well, what if you fall into another dimension where you and Soot are married and your son is Aiden?
Well, let me tell you about a dream I had the other day, or the other night, I should say, because I was sleeping. Uh, I dreamt. I can't recall all of it. I just remember like snippets, but it had to do with Soot coming in or home from work or something like that, and he had a kitty with him, and the kitty turned out to be Aiden.
What the?
Yeah, it was very weird.
I can imagine him being a cat. Do you think so?
Mm,
Caden?
yeah.
Caden?
Um, a cat like uh,
No, I
like
seen. Oh,
a boy a boy cat who's not yet been castrated, so they they can like get into fights very easily. Uh,
oh,
Not to say that we should castrate Aiden, even though I have. Has anyone taken him to the vet? Anyone in the audience?
yeah, he probably
Who's
needs.
responsible?
Oh, I seen pictures of people walking people down the street as they're dressed up as dogs. You ever seen that?
I've never seen it like in real life. I have seen people like uh, teenagers, maybe a bit older, having like a, a tail or cat ears or something, but that's just for fun. Like it's
They
not like
actually
they.
walking like they're dogs. Wow, is that
Well,
crazy?
I mean, it's very hard for me to like put myself in that position, or like I don't really get it. But if it makes them happy, then why not? I mean, I'd rather see that than people running around naked.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh. What if you
yeah.
saw them dress up as gorillas and start run around, say ooh ooh ah ah?
Well, I have seen a guy dressed out like a stormtrooper.
Oh,
So why not?
oh. Uh,
I think as long as you're not hurting others or yourself, then there's no harm.
you
And
know
I
what?
was very happy when I met the dude who was dressed up as a stormtrooper.
Oh,
I ran up to him and said, "Oh, can I hug you?"
oh,
And then I had to apologize, but he was very very nice.
oh,
Yeah,
that's.
I felt a bit bad, but I thought it was so cool.
Well, I need to show you,
Hmm.
the private guys are having a show. Not today. I don't see anything for today, but they got one 28th about praying to the Totokus Mother Mary is pagan for some reason. Tomorrow they have a show for Dan at 9 p.m. And 29th they're having Proverbs. And the first they're having Bible Bites, where Bible bites people, I guess. Well, 31st they're having that guy Jay.
Who's that?
He's their new minister. Oh,
Oh,
they're having one about Halloween.
oh,
Sam
do they?
called Sam Hain for Halloween with Samhain.
Mm, I'm looking at their calling all saints, biblical modesty, special Halloween event, October 31st. Oh, Samhain or Halloween. Okay. AI, the face of witchcraft. Yeah, sure.
Well,
Sure.
that's the other show right here.
Let me see. Right,
Yeah.
the oh, but they're having one in it says We Aboard 2.0.
Oh yeah. AI Ouija board 2.0.
Yeah.
I think that had to do with the movie Ouija board. I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but yeah.
So I see the Forge, and there's a guy in uh, the Forge Ministry training collaboration. What? Uh,
Which one are you
there's
talking
a if you go up to the top, one row more. No, there. The second one, this
about? This one?
from the top. No, just above that one.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
There's a.
the new minister they have.
Oh, okay. That's what I was gonna ask if that was him.
Yeah, his son Jonathan is also on Power Teams.
Okay.
Do you ever do stuff like this, Miss Outcast?
No, I never have. It's. I mean, it's a fun game. I guess it's supposed to be.
My brother told me before he did try something like that, and he got someone. It was a long time ago when they still had beepers. He was getting
Hmm.
beep says something about killing you or something. It scared him so bad he never go to a Ouija board again.
Yeah. So when I was a kid in school, you could go into like one of the bathrooms, and you were to like have the lights turned off, so it was all dark in there, and you were to look into the mirror and uh, call to the black lady, quote unquote, the black lady.
Oh, but Bloody Mary?
Well, could be the same. And after a while, you saw this like hazy figure in the mirror, and you was of course scared shitless. But of course, that's just how your eyes work in the dark, and you're looking into a mirror. So what you're seeing is, of course, yourself. And if you have a friend there, um, and it's the same
Yeah,
with Ouija boards. People scare themselves. We know how those
yeah, but
things work, and so I think that's why I've never like. Uh, I don't really see the point. It's not a game where you like play and have fun. Uh,
they had tacos.
the what? Ah,
Right here,
yeah,
Frank.
Theodocus.
Oh,
Um,
doesn't mean God. Yeah, Father Charles says that means God bear.
yeah, I think Chuck. Correct me if I'm wrong. That it's related to the word uh, Theodos Theodicy. No, that's not. I'm take that back. I just when I said it out loud, it became very quick clear.
Well, I think you might have said it earlier up here about what it means. Theotokos up here. There it is.
Yeah, Theotokos.
Oh.
So the word I was thinking of, if it was had the same, like, what's the word? Oh my goodness, the same background. Why can't I oh I hate it when my brain does this, when like simple words
What
that
if
I know very well and use regularly, just they don't they don't want to play with me. So
Oh,
the
sorry.
word I was thinking about is theodicy. It's spelled in English Theodicy, uh, meaning theos, which is God, and thike, something like that. Thike, not something. It means justice, so vindication of God. And I realized that
Uh,
when I etymology. Goodness, oh, it feels so good.
this guy right here. What if Brother Pike's related to him?
Which guy?
This guy right here, Alwood Pike. This
Oh,
guy.
so that would then mean what we are looking at there in the picture. That's of course Aidan Darwin A, and then we have Christian Pike. That should give them a
Yeah.
show.
Yeah. What if he is them?
Well,
Wow, that crazy.
yes.
Well, I made another Proverb Babies
Oh, did
show.
you?
Proverb Babies
Oh,
Lions. There it is. Tractor. See? Look at them.
no.
Look at the little. This. Yeah, this time I got. Uh, gotta have fun.
But where's Achilles?
Oh, I forgot about
Oh,
Achilles. Sorry. Uh-oh. Uh, look, I want to show you
hmm,
something. Lupin has these. Yeah, he like to have these crazy eyes.
yes, he's very good at that.
It's funny. I think. What? Here it is. AJ sent it to me. Watch this. Wow.
Yeah, looks like Lupin's got a
Wow.
case of the old demons.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. This guy Jeff Durbin. He's a
hmm,
nice guy. He was. That video was about when he was attacked by Steve Anderson,
yeah, can
where he.
can you show that one, because I've not seen it, or
You have a real problem, Mr. Anderson, that you really need to face. And though your independent, fundamental,
full
separated
screen.
Baptist might
What you
Can you
say?
make the video like full screen? I don't mean over
Bigger.
all of it. Yeah, exactly.
might want to skirt this issue or ignore these Bible verses, you're going to have a heck of a time with the Word of God, with your position. Now, drunkenness is a wicked sin that will send you to hell, but you're going to have to face the facts that the Bible actually speaks very highly about alcohol.
It's a blessing.
It's as a blessing and not to be abused. Now, anything can be abused as sinful. For example, people abuse sex all the time. Do we now say no more sex? How about sex in the right context? How about sex to the glory of God? People abuse food all the time.
That was crazy.
Yes.
He's
No. Hi, Mark.
sex and
I
glory.
miss you, my friend. I hope you are good.
Jeff Durbin is a Calvinist and a preterist, just like Mark.
Is he too a
Join us,
hard
Mark.
priest?
Did he just say sex and glory of God?
Yes, he did.
Do you think that sounds kind of
Yes,
weird?
I do. I do. Though I do know from people who have left the Jehovah's Witnesses who have told stories about people in their congregation, like married couples, who only for some reason I think they believe it's sinful. They can only have sex, not just within the marriage, of course, but whilst listening to Jehovah's Witnesses songs. It's not like it's a requisite from the Jehovah's Witnesses, but it's somehow encouraged. And that is just super weird to me.
Oh. Yeah. When he said that was kind of weird.
So do we say no more food?
People abuse YouTube as well.
People abuse YouTube all the time. People abuse the pulpit, Mr. Anderson, all the time. Do we say no more pulpit? Or how about this? If
what do you say?
No, I it was someone in the video. Though I was a bit confused. He said something about no more pulpit. Oh, now, right.
Yeah.
So he says, don't abuse the pulpit, and he's asking Anderson a rhetorical question like, so does that mean no more pulpit?
For Anderson's a crazy
Yeah,
guy.
he should not be in the position that he is, because he is not a good leader.
you would all go to your Bonomy, I want you all to see this.
Sorry. What do you say?
No, I was just going to say, being a narcissist who likes to be in the spotlight doesn't mean that you're a good leader. Just because people follow you doesn't mean you're a good leader. And I think that's very true for Steven Anderson and others whom shall not be named in this instance. Gigi,
Where does Zane
what?
Pack?
Gigi, you're going to have to start over again, says Dan Posey. Don't let any PGs down except for maybe Tim. I think I think he means make a cartoon one, because he didn't want his picture. Oh, okay. So what he's saying, it's about the he's semi joking. It's half joke, half being serious. He says, because you forgot about Achilles, so he says that you have to start over, making a new one. I don't know why he said except for maybe Tim. I don't know why.
Because Tim doesn't want his picture.
Oh, because that
Show
part
like
I thought, oh, he means Achilles don't want his picture used, because that I know,
oh,
that he don't. But Tim is frequently on video.
look over here. I like them, but he has people talked about this earlier that his
Hmm.
avatar is of a burning
Yeah,
cross.
it's very KKK. It's very like Mississippi. Uh,
Burning?
yeah, exactly. Like, have you seen that movie? No.
No, I heard of it. Actually, I've seen probably little
Yeah,
clips of it.
it's a great movie. I mean, it's very very good.
Was it
But
was
it's
it
not a
based in
funny
Thriller
movie.
Pike?
It's a very it's
Oh,
yeah it's a horrible topic.
crazy.
Yes, it's very weird. Though the KKK are and have always been a a Christian group.
Hindu? I can imagine them being Hindu.
No.
But that's that some what's it called, that like bent cross?
Mm.
That's Hindu.
Oh, the swastika. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an old Indian. It's a Hindu sun symbol. Uh,
Yeah. I heard it came a long time ago where there's lost Indo-European tribe called Aryans. They call them, I think. One they start one set of them started a country called Persia, also known as Iran. The others went to India and mixed with the natives there with this religion Hindu, with that Snapika. And is that true? Have
so
I heard?
it's um, it's much more complicated than that. When mm, there is no such thing like the Aryan race, uh,
Mhm.
though there is a a culture group that has its origins in India that uh, then spread. When we are talking about languages, the languages spread to uh, Persia and into Gothic and Greek and Latin and from there on into our modern languages. But the Aryan being first of all, there is no such thing as human race. We are Homo sapien is the race. Uh, but there are of course ethnicities and there are cultures and so forth. That's no no denying. Uh, so the the NSDAP, the Nationalsozialistisches Deutsches Arbeitspartei, uh, so the nationalist socialist German Workers' Party, which we short to the Nazis in Germany in the 1920s and 30s and 40s. Um, they adopted this idea of there being like the pure. So there is a bunch of things that goes in there that none of them are really true. Like um, they adopted a bunch of Nietzsche's teachings, but they only took like concepts like the Übermensch, which I'm sure you have heard. that's a uh, Nazi phrase or Nazi term, and it stems from Nietzsche's philosophies. But the Nazis used it in a way that has nothing to do with how Nietzsche intended it. Um, the PGs. Oh, Big Bad Mama.
What is he talking? He has said use our photos before dance, so that doesn't make sense. Oh, oh, that what Nazi short for? The Nationalist
Yeah,
Social
yeah.
Party.
It's NSDAP. It's Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeitspartei.
Oh,
Hmm.
music can no, but yeah, Pastor, what do you think of this?
Mm.
That's my
Oh, I think that guy needs to go to bed.
that's the time he got a bad sunburn for going out there
Oh,
fishing.
yeah. Even even if you have a semi-dark complexion. Hi, Big Bad Mama, Big Bad Mama, come and join. I know you were here before, and now you're gone. I'm sorry.
But guys, no, I need to tell you. I talked to Steven
Oh,
Anderson's kid,
mm-hmm.
Isaac Anderson. I asked him. I heard people say he's a Nazi. I asked him, "Is that true?" He said he does have fascist beliefs. So yes. Is that weird?
I think it's both weird and scary and a testament to the culture in the US where you can go out and so I don't mean that, of course people are allowed to have differing um, uh, political beliefs, but there are political ideologies that never have been and never can be to the gain of anyone but the individual that's on top of the pile, being the leader. Uh, the fascists were uh,
Do they worship fashion?
no that and this is
Oh,
what's interesting, because contrary to uh, so fascism is oftentimes conflated with Nazism, but there are huge differences between them, even though they are. So Nazism is fascist, but fascists aren't Nazis, kind of a thing.
yeah.
It's a political ideology, and I don't think, and this have been my position for decades now. I have confronted it many times, and it still rings true to me. Being that people people who are not themselves the coming dictator, the person who actually has the power, only adhere to these ideologies because they do not fully understand what they entail in reality. Because the truth is that not even the privileged people those who the system are working to elevate within society, not even those people gain from these systems. We see the same thing in all totalitarian regimes, like the Soviet Union, like North Korea, like Mussolini's fascist Italy, like Hitler's Nazi Germany. It may seem so. Nazi Germany and usual regular people. When my dad grew up, they had a nanny. So him and his sister had a nanny, which maybe isn't saying much to an American. I believe it's much more common there than here. But it was my dad was privileged, and they had a nanny. She was originally from Germany, and so my dad was born in 1944, and my aunt was born 1941. So this was around the later part of the 1940s and the very early 1950s. And at some point, so my grandfather was a communist, and at some point, my grandmother had said something about, well, it's a good thing that you got rid of that Adolf Hitler being they that Germany got rid of him. And the nanny kind of frowned and said, at least when Mr. Hitler was in power, there were jobs. And that is true. People had jobs because Germany was in a state of massive war. And they persecuted their own people. But it's not like those who had work were free. Because you cannot be free when you are not allowed to express your own thoughts and feelings, when you're afraid that your neighbor may have a grudge against you because you haven't like kept your lawn and cut the grass, and then the Gestapo or the SS or whoever, Gestapo is later, but no, it's not. I stumbled my words there. Come and wants to talk to the neighbor, and to save their own skin, they're like, yeah, that bastard Bob, his grass. Yeah, I've seen he's doing. There have been the lights been on weird hours, and people have been, and suddenly Bob is under investigation and being interrogated, even though none of them have done anything wrong. You can't, people, to have a prospering society and a prospering country, you need for people to feel safe in their own homes and safe in their own skin. People need to be able to go out and express themselves without fear of dire consequences to themselves or their loved ones. And that's just not possible in an authoritarian regime.
Oh yeah, Brother Pike's writing a book about the devil.
Oh, is he? That's nice.
Devil without Jojo, looking for a soul. Yeah, beat up by Brother Pike.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Has he said when the next teaching is gonna be?
I think maybe
Oh, I
Sunday.
sure hope so.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Do you guys celebrate Halloween where you live?
Not really. No. Uh,
Uh, what do you think? A lot of people always I heard hate on Halloween. Try to say it's satanic. What do you think?
I think that those people are people who are very superstitious and very afraid, and for one reason or the other, they they cannot they cannot uh, accept that people need to have just fun. Some things in life needs to be just for fun, um, and that's, yeah, it's okay if you yourself don't want to, like, celebrate a certain holiday even though everyone else does it. That's no issue. But it becomes an issue when you have kids and you won't let them take part in the fun.
Well, that's all right. That's all right, buddies.
Yeah,
That's all right. I just,
that's okay, Mark. We just
I,
miss you. You take all the time you need.
yeah, that's all right, my buddies. Just make sure you're all
Mm.
right, my buddies. You're a good little guy.
Logan, you are so
You're all right.
nice. You're such a good friend.
He's a good Joseph.
He is.
Yeah. Bless you, my
Bless you.
child. But always be there. Make sure you're all right, Berta. Still, you're a good little guys. But I want to ask you, what if uh, do you got anything like Halloween where you live?
Mm, so it depends. We do have. I mean, we do in a way celebrate All Saints Eve,
Yeah.
um,
Oh,
yeah.
Halloween.
I think it's the same as the Dia de los
Oh.
Muertos.
Guess who's
Who
here?
is he? Big Mad Mama! Da, 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 da. Sorry,
You've got
no more
some
singing.
nerve blocking Aiden like that. I've got a bone to pick with you.
Blocking Aiden.
I'm sorry.
Did you block Aiden?
No, I muted him yesterday.
Oh.
Everybody needed to be muted yesterday. That was, yeah, that
Yeah,
was, I was just going to say that, Logan. That was crazy.
I felt kind of bad, but
Yeah.
but it was like we can't have a discussion. I don't feel I can. It would feel like an abuse of power to only mute Bruce, and he already is completely irrational. So he doesn't and feels persecuted in all of his ways. So he doesn't need more reasons to feel persecuted. And of
Right.
course, he did anyway, and he behaved like an a-hole towards Logan afterwards.
Oh, that
And
was horrible. Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry about that.
no.
Well,
How are you, Big Bad Mama?
I'm pretty good. I just I mean, I was on here earlier and then I went and took a walk and exercised and then I came back.
Hmm.
And then you were calling for me, so I came back on for a little
Yeah.
bit.
I don't know if you saw my. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
You go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't know if Big Bad Mama saw my comments earlier in the stream. I was watching.
I saw one that referenced me somehow, but it cut off in the middle of the comment, I think.
Yeah, because I borrowed Soot's it's not an iPad, but whatever you call those who are of another brand.
A tablet.
A tablet, thank you. And I'm not used to writing on it. It's much easier than the phone, but I accidentally hit send instead of back up and erase.
Right.
So, and then I had to fiddle around and figure out if I could, because on the computer you can mark the text and or highlight it and copy it instead of writing everything again. But eventually I realized, no, I can't do that.
So what was your message?
My message was I better not join, or else Big Bad Mama all of a sudden has to go because something came up.
What? When have I done that?
Never.
I remember that.
Never.
I've never done that to you. I mean, I've done that to other people.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just me trying to say I really enjoy talking to you.
That's nice. I enjoy talking to you too, and Logan.
Uh,
Yeah.
Big Bad Mama. Oh, thank you. That guy Jeff Durbin, he's a nice
Who?
preacher. This guy Jeff Durbin, he's a very nice preacher. I got this video back in the time where he was attacked by Steve
Oh
Adams.
God, is it something you can show?
Steve, we're watching it.
Oh, I missed it.
Steve Anderson called him
Mm.
gay for having a ring
No,
finger.
a thumb ring.
Yeah.
A thumb ring.
A thumb
No,
ring. Okay. I mean, why would that indicate that you're gay? I mean, a pinky ring has a certain. I mean, it doesn't mean that you're gay, but like a lot of mobsters have a big pinky ring.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like you got a big diamond on your pinky. But that doesn't mean everybody's a mobster who has a pinky ring.
No.
Oh, look. He's a lot like Mark. He's a preterist and a Calvinist.
Okay, yeah, we can watch one of his videos. As long as it's not like an hour long or something.
Yeah,
I mean, you can watch it if
it
it's
was
an hour long.
crazy
It's
back
just
in
I
the-
don't know if I'll be able to make it through the whole thing.
No.
I have a short
he
attention
did a
span when it comes
response-
to videos.
Oh. I just
he
have
did a response video to. Response video to Steve Anders.
Poor missing mod. She messed up her counter. She was what's it called? Putting lacquer or whatever on her countertop to make it look like granite.
Oh, no. Oh.
Can you start over, missing mod? She doesn't seem too upset about it. She put an LOL there.
Yeah, totally dropped the ball on
Oh
that.
well, it's not the end of the world.
I hope it's not irreparable at
We still
at
love you,
least.
despite your screwed up countertop.
Yeah.
Depends how bad you screwed it up. If it's screwed up really bad, we're gonna have to rethink our friendship.
Yeah, of course. Of course. we can't have bad DIYers in this community.
This guy right here.
Mark.
He looks like my cousin.
Mark.
What do you come, Mark? What are you talking about?
That is pretty funny though.
Claude?
She almost set a cup of resin on fire. Wow, that could be What were you saying, Logan?
She was playing with Claude.
Yes, she was playing with Claude while doing that.
Oh. And you
Mark just
dropped
spelled it wrong.
Claude on the countertop? That's not kind, missing mod.
Well, she already has him in a cage in the dungeon, so it's like a drop on the countertop.
Yeah, but we all know Claude wants that.
Right. It's consensual.
Yeah, this is a guy. He's a very nice
Okay.
guy.
How 25 minutes?
Yeah.
I want you all to
Can,
see
can
this.
you
This is
back?
very, very
Can you
important.
back
Go
up?
to Deuteronomy chapter, doing a film on Calvin.
And
He's bringing it. So turn to Christ and live.
Amen.
Turn to Christ and live. Any last words on that? Okay.
No.
Now, as a final end to the show.
Anything you need me to pause, I'll pause it for you.
What's the
You make it
Logan?
full-
What's the context here? What are we?
Well, he's doing a response to
Okay.
Steve Anderson.
And this guy's a preacher,
Who
or
hates-
just a YouTuber?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but I think probably a preacher or something. I'm not sure, but he's a very nice guy. He's very nice and loving to people.
Good.
And he doesn't scream or dress up like the Pope to make fun of the Pope or jump on a thing and scream down on people or call people
Right.
names.
Wish the death penalty on people.
Right.
Yeah, he never does stuff like that or anything.
Well, that's a good thing.
He's very nice. And of course, Steve Anderson doesn't like him.
Steve Anderson doesn't like anybody, including his own children. Go ahead.
Today, let's
crazy.
talk a bit about Steven Anderson. Many of you guys know we've addressed Mr. Anderson before in the past. He has unfortunately taken it upon himself to actually spread lies about Apologia Church, documentable lies about me, about Apologia Church.
Your wife?
About my wife. And it's sad, and I want to first apologize ahead of time to everybody who is listening, who has to listen to the words of really like an internet troll is really what it actually is. It's sad because for many years I've actually invited Anderson to a public
Oh, do you guys want me
Yeah,
to full
please.
screen it?
It makes it easier to focus because it's not a bunch of other things around.
moderated debate. I want to give that challenge once again. Stephen, let's get beyond talking back and forth to each other. You've already been refuted up and down through what you said before, but let's get beyond the back and forth talking over the internet, and let's go ahead and have a public moderated debate. We'll pay for everything. We'll pay for the venue. We'll fill the place up. We'll have a moderated debate. And we'll talk about who's in charge of salvation. Or we'll talk about some of these issues that you slander on and you lie about. But Steven Anderson is a well-known internet hate preacher. That would be an accurate way to talk about him. He has recently decided, I guess he has like some very deep affections for me. And
Either that or he's trying to sell a film.
yeah, oh yeah, they are doing a film on Calvinism. A bunch of independent fundamental Baptists are. And we're going to be responding in the next couple of weeks to some of the blatant false witness. Now, I do have to say, I'm just going to be very, very honest and have a lot of transparency and try to be very humble to you. I find it really awe-inspiring, truly, to see people who profess to be ministers of the gospel of Jesus Christ tell blatant, bold-faced lies that can be demonstrated over and over and over. I find it peculiar that men who profess to represent the Savior, the Lord of glory, these men would actually tell bold-faced lies publicly. And they're documented now, and we have them recorded, so there's no getting out of it now. And we're going to go through it. But recently, Steven Anderson has decided to start talking about me and the issues of homosexuality, and what do you call the glasses?
Elton John glasses.
Elton John glasses, those sorts of things. We'll just play through some of this. I think it's important. Let's at least try to, talk through some of these things. And yeah, I'll go ahead and get past here. You guys feel free to stop me whenever you wish. At the Guinness Storehouse, the Guinness Factory, so much history here.
Somebody just sent me a video a couple days ago of Pastor Dirtbin, and he is in Dublin, Ireland, wearing Elton John glasses with a ring on his thumb like a homo.
Okay, so
Oh my God.
Mr. Anderson, let me show you, and we titled this video Steven Slanderson for a reason. I want to just go ahead and say ahead of time, I'm not going to abuse you like that and continue to do that. We did it for a purpose to show you that, Stephen, that's just too easy. Jeff Dirtbin. It could be done all day back and forth. Stephen Slanderson, Stephen Panderson, pandering to the audience, all those sorts. It's too easy, Stephen. And so I want to encourage you to actually raise your level of integrity and up your game, my friend, because that sort of thing might convince your lackeys, but it doesn't impress me. What I'm impressed with is the Word of God. What I'm impressed with is the truth and exegesis. I'm not impressed with the dirt bin and the apostasia church. I'm impressed, actually, with the truth and the Word of God. So let's get to that, because I've done this before to show you that two can play at this game, and it's ultimately not how you settle these disputes. We settle them with the Word of God.
Yeah.
So let's try that. Now let's get real quickly to the Elton John glasses.
I was say, speaking of lackeys, there's all kinds of slanderites on our channel here today, so
okay,
they're in full force.
Right on. Well, welcome to the channel, friends. I hope that we can convince you, not through abusive behavior, but through the words of the living God of the truth. I hope you see in us at Apologia Church. I hope you see in us a spirit of obedience to Jesus and a desire to honor him.
Right.
I hope you see in us a commitment to the Word of God and not to slander and abuse. What we want to do is settle these issues through the Scriptures, not through
Can you pause it for a
sort of
second,
internet
please, Logan?
troll-like behavior.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping he doesn't defend wearing Elton John glasses like there's I mean, he should just ignore comments like that, because there's nothing wrong with Elton John glasses. There's nothing wrong with glasses that Elton John as a gay person wears. So I just hope he doesn't like go into some sort of defense of that. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
Yeah, I think it doesn't. I mean, it's very easy when someone is attacking how you look or what you wear and so forth. It's very easy to fall into that same not mood but rhetoric.
right, you're
But
almost falling into their negative
yeah,
pattern, and instead of just, yeah, those are my glasses, I like them. You
yeah,
know,
and
hopefully that's his answer. Not, well, yeah, I mean, and maybe it will be, but there's nothing
yeah,
wrong with wearing big glasses, big flashy glasses, or wearing a thumb ring. I mean, absolutely nothing.
no, and maybe I hope he will arrive at that, like, you have these classes, but that doesn't make you gay just because Elton John is gay, or something like that.
Go ahead, Logan, whenever you're ready.
Here. But let's get into what he accuses me of. First of all, I was in Dublin, Ireland, just so you know, and Luke was there. And were you there on that first trip?
Not that trip.
No, Marcus was there. Marcus, you filmed this.
Yes.
And we were
Sorry.
there. It's all right. We were there. We were there fighting against abortion and bringing the gospel against the abortion in Ireland. That's what we were doing there. And we happened to actually come upon the Guinness factory. And just in terms of what I was wearing clothes to keep me warm. And I had a pair of sunglasses that I bought, I believe, at a gas station for $7 because it was bright outside. And there were $7 sunglasses that I happened to get at a gas station because that's all that was available. Next, the thumb ring. And this goes to show why God commands you, by the way, as a minister of the gospel, what you profess to be, not to slander. I'll give you a word from Titus 3. Your mandate, because you profess to be a believer and a minister of the gospel, is to malign no one, to be peaceable, gentle, showing every consideration for all men. That's one way of rendering that. I just want to encourage you to think very hard about what you said there, because you said he's wearing a homo ring on his thumb. Well, first of all, you don't get to determine what's a homo ring on the thumb. You need to know in history that the thumb ring was worn by royalty. The thumb ring was worn by people who were archers, and you need to just understand that. But also, in my case, that thumb ring, that homo ring that you slandered me with, that's actually a very special thing between my daughter and I. My daughter, who was 16, went on a missions trip with me globally to preach the gospel and to save lives. And while we were on this missions trip, we had such a great time together serving God. We decided to get a token to remember forever that ministry. And so I bought her a ring, and my daughter bought me a ring, but the only size available at that moment was a size that would only fit my thumb. And so the ring that you're mocking and calling a homo ring is actually a ring that was given to me by my daughter. It happened to be the only ring available, and it was as a token to remember our ministry for Jesus Christ and the gospel around the world.
Was it a Lord of the Rings ring?
It was also a Lord of the Rings
So
ring.
it was a
I got
Tolkien ring.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. And I got it in New Zealand, and that's where she got it for me.
That sounds like the
That might
least
be your
gay
best one.
ring ever.
Least gay ring ever, right? Oh, by the way, I lost the ring, unfortunately, while I was working on my car. How gay.
Okay, can you
Here's more.
pause it?
And he's standing outside the Guinness factory.
I'm a little disappointed in that answer, frankly.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
that's
sorry.
okay. You know, these are the cheapest only sunglasses they had, so I bought them so I could see. Why didn't he just say I liked them? I picked out some sunglasses and I wore them, or why mention it at all? And then to keep saying, I don't know why it bothers me so much. But
Do you have a thumb ring?
I just, why even defend yourself against that? Unless, you know, I'm just hoping he's not thinking of homosexual as a negative thing, which is kind of what he's playing into almost. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think Steve Anderson said that he saw gays with a ring around their thumb.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
guess.
he
So
called it, yeah,
how-
it's like a ring that gay people would wear. Well, I mean, his answer should be there's nothing wrong with gay people wearing rings wherever they want to wear rings. And I happen to wear this one on my thumb because I got it in New Zealand with my daughter, whatever his story was there. But he's almost playing into the usage of the word homosexual as, you know, he agrees that it's a negative, slanderous word with Steven Anderson, but he's going to defend the fact that he's not like that. That's how I interpret it. But I might be reading too much into it, but I was a little disappointed. I have to be honest.
But so
That's okay.
I agree with you, Big Bad Mama. But I also think that, for one thing, I get he got it from his daughter, so obviously it has great meaning to him. And maybe if he were to say like, no, there is nothing wrong,
right,
with being gay, or like gays can wear rings anywhere, then because of the social environment that he is in, maybe that would cause too much upset, because
I agree.
people for some reason
He should question which community he's in that case, though.
Indeed, I think so too.
Hi, Josh. Good to see you.
Hi, Josh.
Hello.
So
Hey there,
I
Josh.
wish he would have said, he would have addressed it differently.
One more
But
thing.
at the same time, it wasn't like the worst.
No. I mean, it
answer.
wasn't like Steven Anderson himself.
No.
You know?
No.
But I would, also add that at the end they said, he said, I lost it fixing my car. Something like the most gay thing ever, or something indicating that fixing your car is somehow more manly or whatever than being gay. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
That
Gay people fix their cars too.
And so of course there are.
How dare they fix their cars?
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
They shouldn't They shouldn't have that. They should have a butch woman to do that for them.
Actually, you know what? One of the best well, obviously there's a bunch of mechanics in the world, but one of the mechanics that I know personally that is one of the better mechanics that I know. She's a woman, and I don't think she's gay. She definitely. The thing about being a mechanic is like you need to have a certain amount of strength to, like, I mean, there's power tools, but it
Yeah.
really is like you need to be strong. So if you're built that way, like, you can do the job. It's not a matter of because you're a woman. Like if you're a woman and you're strong enough to do these things, then why not? If you know what you're doing. And when mechanic work, it comes down to a bunch of basic stuff. Like you need an oil change, you need your brakes changed, you need your radiator changed. Like a lot of that is very basic stuff that I think anyone can do, really.
Yes.
Right. Mark, I'm not sure I agree with you. That's what he was saying.
No, I don't think so
We can
either. It
backtrack
was
because
like,
it's right at the very end of that if we want to go
yeah.
back for just a second.
Also, Mark asked if you could turn up the volume there.
Which I
Did
think you
he?
did. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want me to continue?
I think one thing that I've heard about a
Right.
social problem with when it comes to being gay, like um, that like the it reduces the available fish in the sea, if you get what I mean. Like for both sides, it's like
Well,
the more women become lesbian, the less women there is available for men to pick from, and then the more men that are becoming gay. I know becoming gay it probably offends people, but I mean maybe coming out of the closet or um, it it reduces the amount of available men out there for these women. And I've heard
I mean,
women say like the gay men are taking up all the good men or something like that.
I think that's a very. I get what you're saying there, Josh, but it's not really the way it works. Those who come out of the closet, it's not like more people are being born gay
right.
today than used to be.
The same
Uh,
percentage.
it's exactly it's the same percentage, and the difference is that back back in the olden days, olden times, people and society were such that you you had to be married and uh, you weren't always
Right.
in control of if you were or who you married, and people lived very unsatisfying lives. So if society today were such that, or if mankind I should say, today were such that we were at the edge of extinction, then you could say, well, it would be a good thing if all the gay men and women, and whether or not you wanted kids or not, if you could donate your sperms and eggs, and all of you others, you have to
For the good of
everyone would be
humanity, right?
Right.
sorry, yeah,
Like
For the
stop being gay
population.
for the good of humanity for a second.
right, but that's not the case. uh we there are
So the
enough people
so
to
so
go
let
around.
me ask you all a question. I know this is a little off topic maybe, but what's your view on this idea of soulmates? Like is that, and that's not even a
uh
Christian concept. I don't think so.
Does that mean like when
no,
you
it's
find
no.
somebody that you think is your soulmate?
So
Yeah, like
soulmates, the
go ahead.
history of the term soulmates comes from Plato. Plato's philosophy that there was the physical world, and then there was the uh, not the mirror world. I might get the exact terminology wrong because I only learned this in Swedish, but the idea that everything here on Earth has a a
Counterpart.
perfect form. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry, I said counterpart, but maybe you're going somewhere else with it. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, not the counterpart. It's more like a. So, for instance, imagine a chair. All chairs basically look the same. They have legs and a seat, and they can be constructed in different ways. But so in this, the other reality, uh, the parallel reality or the mirror world has uh, the perfect conceptual form of a chair that all chairs that we have and use are just a copy of. And this,
I like where this is going. I think that the German Shepherd is like the whatever, like whenever people thought of dogs, they thought the German Shepherd, whatever the German Shepherd looks. But I just love German Shepherds, so I'm biased. I have 3 of them, so.
oh,
Nice.
awesome, awesome. No, what? So
Oh,
we
that's what Dean
we
said.
we imagine that, or he, I should say, he imagined that just like there was an ideal, perfect chair, there was also an ideal, perfect, uh, like human soul that was
For each
split.
person? Or
Yes.
you okay.
So this comes the term, uh, if you know what platonic relationship. We talk about platonic relationships,
Right, right, right.
uh, and the Plato saw human relationships as being a search for this the ideal, the perfect, the essence of perfection of relationships between two individuals. And um, they didn't have to be like male and female, rather the other way around. And here we come into uh, we I'm gonna guess that we're all familiar with the prevalence of homosexual relationships in ancient Greece between an older man and a teenage or young adolescent boy.
I didn't know. I don't know about that. I don't.
Okay.
And I'm not. I
Yes,
just.
I've
I'm
heard of
just.
that.
I'm
Yeah.
ignorant to that. It's not that. I'm not denying whether it sounds true.
No, no.
I believe it.
Okay. No, but it was very 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 prevalent, and something that was encouraged on a societal level. Women in ancient Greece were almost non-existent. I mean, they existed, of course, but they weren't. They were almost subhuman in the way you looked at women. So, but that's where we have this idea of a soulmate, someone who um, our whose souls are kind of it's a twin soul, and that's exact to you, and once those two have united, you reach this ideal perfected form. uh to so that's just the background of it. My view on it is that I don't the concept of there being only one person in the world whom you are perfectly matched with is nonsensical to me. It doesn't match with reality in any way. uh I mean, go back 100 years and most people on the earth never ventured out of their small town or village. And today we travel across the world and people meet their partners all over the place. Um, but I do believe that we are, of course, better matched. And I'm not against the colloquially the collicock uh, term, the version of that term.
I
So I
don't like that term. Um,
You
because
don't.
somebody no, because somebody that I mean, it's going to be somebody that shares a lot of your same qualities, and that's going to be your quote unquote soulmate. But that might not be the best person for you because your qualities might not be that great on a humanist type of perspective. So if you're getting a soulmate, that person might be as self-centered and egotistical as you are, and that might be your soulmate. But the actual best mate for you would be somebody that would allow you to grow as an individual that might be completely different from you. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
I
But
always
I
thought it had to do with like compatibility.
yeah, exactly. That's how I view it. That
But
it's
even
rather
compatibility is not you're going to be compatible with somebody that thinks like you. If you're
yeah,
thinking
but
if you're thinking things that aren't good for people, good for yourself, then you might be compatible with another person that thinks that too, and you're not going to grow as an individual in that case.
no, but so the way if I were to use that term in a Collicock way, I hope you understand that I
Yeah.
cannot. I tried to say that word. I can spell it.
Colloquial.
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 Yeah, it's that the next way
Say
to
it.
colloquial,
Queel. Queel.
queel, colloquial,
Yeah.
colloquial. Yes, colloquial, colloquial.
Woo!
Ah, I did. Thank you, BBM, and thank you, Josh, and thank you, BBM, and thank you, Josh. Colloquial, colloquial,
There you go.
colloquial.
You got it.
Yes, I did it on myself. Hooray! In that sense, I s- I would weave in everything that makes for a good partnership, a good relationship where you're not exactly the same, you're not mirrors of each other, or like from the same, like a mold where you have two pieces of the mold and you put them together or split them apart,
Right.
but rather that someone who understands you and you have commonalities, but you're also able to uh, watch out for each other and help each other grow and challenge each other on on your individual terms. So I view the word more in that sense rather than uh, like opposites attract, or you should be exactly like you are yourself and that's the perfect match, because you probably won't be if all you're going to do is sit around and nod in agreement with each other. uh, I don't know, some people
Yeah.
might like and might
So
find happiness in that. I would
so
find it very boring.
let me ask you a question, Big Bad Mama and Deviant. Deviant, I under the impression that you're an atheist. I could be wrong, or
No,
maybe you
you're
believe in some form of God, but I don't know.
I'm I classify myself as an agnostic
Okay.
atheist.
Okay,
So
cool. So my question is, how do you guys view like these philosophers and these Greek philosophers? Like, are they some form of authority, or do they fall into the same category as like Christians? Because they have their form of gods too. So I'm guessing, like when you brought up Plato and like Socrates, and you didn't bring up, but like Descartes and all these different like philosophers, like are
yeah,
those people viewed as an authority for you guys? Like, do you think that their level of intellect can be taken
as an authority.
as an authority, or I want to say truth almost, but I don't know that that's the correct word I'm
No,
looking
but
for.
an an authority that we should adhere to or listen to.
That
For
we as
me,
atheists follow is what you're saying,
yeah.
right,
So
Josh?
for me, that's a clear no. I I see a value in like understanding these ideas that they have and had and have. Uh, but I only see it as something to chew on and
Uh-oh.
something that you should be aware of, because you are going to um, our society in the West is very much, and in the East as well, because there are great Eastern philosophers. Uh, it is going to be affected, and there are remnants of the way we as a society view others and view
So what
society at the
what
large is.
what would be like one philosophical concept that you think is worth like exploring?
I can
Humanism.
Yeah, I'd like to give my answer to that question,
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Josh.
Big Demo.
So I would also say no, like deviant, because for the most part, because um, I think we've learned so much since the Enlightenment that a lot of what Greek philosophers had to say just kind of falls off the map, as far as
Yeah.
I can tell. But there's one guy that was called Heraclitus, and I really like his stuff. I mean, he said you could not step twice into the same river. And he said there's nothing permanent except change. And, you know, I think
Can you
um,
explain that you cannot step twice into the same river?
Because the
you
current
cannot.
changes the water.
It's a different river when you've stepped into it the next time. It's not the same. It's changed in many, it's undercut its bank a little bit. It's just not, it goes with the other one that says, the sun is new each day. Um,
Because
it's
it's not
it's
the
all about
same
change.
fuel.
It's all about
Yeah.
change, and that's
Is
the
this
only
is this
thing.
like my brother was trying to make this argument to me about microplastics, but he was talking about the boat. Like if you change one wooden plank on a boat, like how many wooden planks do you need to change before it's no longer the same boat? It is it like that concept, or is this slightly different?
Yeah, I would say so. It's not the same boat anymore. It's everything's changing at all times, including even things that we see as solid objects are changing at a molecular structure ever so slightly, but they're
I
not the
think that
same
the
from
see
moment to
the
moment.
Christian view, if you're gonna be honest, I don't know any Christian that would disagree with that. Where our body is always changing, like every so
Right.
many days we regenerate new cells or whatever.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
but the immaterial part of us, which we would consider the soul, would be uh, that component that doesn't change, and so from your worldview, uh, disregarding the fact that there would be a soul. So you would argue that nothing in the universe remains the same?
Right.
I
Everything's
would
in
say
a
that, yes.
state everything's in a state of impermanence and
Yeah.
change. And this plays into evolution, of course, but that's a topic beyond what we're talking about. But I would say even what you're calling your soul is changing as you're gaining experience and wisdom as well.
Yeah.
Well,
No?
the argument where you would say it isn't changing, right? Because if it were the river's never the same, you can't step in the same river twice. If that were the concept associated with religion, then we could never be condemned to hell because what I did yesterday, that wasn't me. That was a different person, you know. So I think that in order for there to be accountability in Christianity, at least, there needs to be able to definitively say, no, you are you. Um, even if you have a change of heart and go from doing evil to doing good, like it still doesn't deny or negate the fact that the evil that was done was also done by you, not a different person, right? Nobody would argue, even in a court of law, like you could. I mean, they do actually use this argument in a court of law where they plead insanity, right? Where they'll say, well, that. well, that wasn't me. I was under an altered state of mind, or I was, and then they get
There's
away with it. But instead of going to
there.
prison, you go to mental institute. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, okay, wait. Now slow down a second there. Okay, the idea behind the insanity plea is that you had no idea that what you were doing at the moment could be reprehensible or wrong in any way, right? It's not the idea that you're going to get off with committing a crime. It's the idea that you disassociated reality, right? And you devolved into a baser instinct.
So
You couldn't
it
tell
was
right
still
from
the
wrong,
it was still
basically.
the same it was still the same person. They just didn't understand the
Well,
consequences
I
of
mean,
their
that doesn't
actions.
absolve you. It doesn't absolve you of your actions. That's not what that's about. What it's about is that we can't, in good conscience, hold you accountable for your actions if you did not at the time have the presence of mind to understand that what you were doing was wrong,
So
right?
so
Like,
they get a
because
lesser
in order to
so they get
prove,
a
well, no,
lesser
hold on a second.
punishment
In
because of
order to
it.
prove a crime, in order to prove a crime, you
Are you there, Dustin?
I like
you have to
philosophy.
have
Uh,
I
mens
wish
rea.
Justin,
more people would.
Okay.
go ahead, Dustin. Expound on that a bit.
Yeah, I just I like
Well, mens
philosophy.
rea is like the presence of mind. Go ahead, Josh.
Josh, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Is Josh there?
I can't hear Josh.
Uh, Josh, you cut out for a minute. What's up, buddy?
I think he's still he's either muted or he's cutting in and out.
I don't like this. I don't like this platform. It doesn't work.
I'm sorry about that. So, Big Ben,
Well, I mean,
You
Josh is
need
in
to
his car, I
patent that.
think.
So am
what?
And
I.
Dustin, you don't have the greatest system on the planet in
I'm
terms of
not arguing that.
okay. You're not using state of the art equipment, I don't think.
I
Big
mean,
Ben,
it's a Motorola, so no, it's made out of shoddy
Right.
secondhand equipment.
Well, you're not cutting out like last time.
oh, Dustin, do you remember DB Copper?
Second,
Missy Mod, you can blame me for your resin job.
yeah. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get.
Big Bad Mama,
Yeah.
do you remember DB Copper?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could get him to come
Earlier,
back
didn't
on.
I? I think I talked about him on either this show or the Missy Mod show. Yeah, you should get him back on. I mean, he used to not get along with me because he didn't like my videos, but he did like those videos I made from.
So
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you now. Just right now, we can
I
start
can hear
hearing
you.
you. Josh is back too.
Can you guys hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just got home, so it was connected to my Wi-Fi, and I had to like reset it.
I'm not sure what you guys were talking about there, but
I think we kind of went off subject. We were talking about gay, and then philosophy, and
well, you asked about like Greek philosophy and stuff, and then I mentioned Heraclitus, who definitely is worth checking out.
Do you ever talk about gay philosophy?
yeah, is there gay philosophy?
Joyful and
I'm
happy?
not sure.
Gangster culture.
Sorry. Joyful and happy. Does what the
Yeah, when did the homosexual community hijack the word gay?
1960s, maybe 1970s.
So,
I mean,
before
you have
that
to,
time, like it wasn't really used to refer to.
it just meant happy, like Logan's saying.
Yeah.
But when people say they have all these problems with pride parades and that kind of thing, and it's like they're gay people are overdoing it, they're putting it in our faces and stuff like that. You have to remember that this is the first time in history in certain societies that they've ever allowed to be themselves. Does that make sense? Before that, say even 1950s, they couldn't be themselves and they had to hide who they really were as people. And so, of course, during this time period, there's going to be a certain amount of celebrating their freedom from thousands and thousands and thousands of years of persecution. And I'm not talking about in every society, but a lot of societies.
What about in Greece?
Greece is an exception, but all the Abrahamic societies, for sure, they had to suppress their true identity. And so, of course, now when they can finally be themselves, it's going to come out as a celebration of that. And so people just need to realize that they're not putting it in people's faces. They're just, for the first time, being themselves, and people just have to deal with it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I blacked out. What are we talking about now? Right now?
Oh, that's okay. I'm just saying, there are people that have issues with gay people and pride parades, and they say they're putting it in people's faces, and they need to, whatever they do behind closed doors is fine, but they're putting it in people's faces. And my point was, this is the first time in history that they've been able to actually be themselves and express their true identity. Whereas for the last thousands of years, especially in Abrahamic religious societies, they had to suppress being gay. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Are you talking about? No, I understand what you're saying. I'm wondering what time period you're referring to. I mean, because
I'm referring to right now.
Suppress. What do you mean by do you mean to tell me that?
Could you be?
Do you mean to tell me that there's always been like a flamboyancy in the gay community?
No, I'm saying you could not be openly gay in 1950s America, for example.
Oh, well, you said thousands of years.
Well, I said 4,000 of years. If you were in 1300, in the year 1300, I'm sure in a Persian society, for example, or say an Arab society, you couldn't be openly gay. So I'm saying that this has been going on for thousands of years, where you had to be in the closet, and it's only now that gay people are able to. And I know you guys as Christians think that it's a sin to be gay, and you have a different viewpoint about it, which is that's your right to have a different viewpoint. But I'm just explaining my viewpoint.
Well, it's interesting you say that the gay community hasn't been allowed to celebrate. I mean, I'm confused. What do you mean? Because we've moved beyond like just general acceptance to like forced agreements. Like I have to agree with drag queen story time hour in my local library.
You don't even accept it yet, I don't think. You're saying that you have accepted it. And I don't.
No, I have to be forced. I have to be forced.
Yeah,
so if I come with a grievance, I get shunned for my issue. But like if I was gay and I was at like a straight parade
Did he lock up or?
Yeah, he froze up there.
Right? I feel
Dustin,
like
sorry.
the pendulum.
Are we losing him?
Yeah. Sometimes it locks up on him, and he needs to like start over again. But anyway, we don't even have to talk about this. I know it's going to be contentious. So,
Well, the only thing I would say is
Oh,
there's a difference between not being able to do something and then being able to do it in your lifetime versus trying to get all the gay parade out of you because people before you weren't able to do it. Which I don't think that's the argument you're making, but that's what I understand based on what you said.
well, I'm just there's a certain pent up frustration that's happened that of people not allowed to be themselves, and that now it's coming out as they want to exaggerate the fact that they're able to come out because this is the first time they've been able to do it, and so they want to put it in, quote unquote, put it in people's faces because it's, there is nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely, there is.
I think the gay community is a little hypocritical because they want to be able to do their gay parades.
Let me finish what I was saying there real quick, though. Dustin was saying you had to go through a phase of accepting it to the next phase, which is having to,
force compliance.
Right. But you haven't even gotten to the phase where you do really accept it because more than likely as a Christian, you view it as a sin and a sin that will cause you to go to hell. So you haven't really accepted it to even go through that stage yet.
Well, I don't have to. There's enough Christians that I can point to that have been beat down mentally
being
by this never-ending barrage of except that we're gay. I don't need to accept it. It's got nothing to do with me. I'm not standing against gay people, right? It's not enough to just be okay with it in my vicinity. Now it has. That's when I say you've gone too.
How is it being put in your face, for example? In particular, you in particular.
What do you mean? There's literal gay pride flags being displayed
at flag
football.
So
bias in the glitches.
Are you there, Dustin?
These discussions
I think he's having some technical.
Guys, dude,
these discussions are so frustrating, Dustin.
I can't fucking. It doesn't work.
I can't have
Dustin. I
can't have a discussion because of your system.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Big Bad Mama.
That's
sorry
okay.
about that. I don't get.
I don't know. I don't know. I want to change that. I want to change the topic. I think.
Let me just make this one last comment. I've seen the hate on both sides. Where there's Christian preachers that are preaching, and street preaching or whatever, and then you have the gay community or the LGBT community where they attack these preachers, and they literally physically attack them and tell them to get off the streets and to. So I mean, I don't think that's any different than trying to tell a gay person.
Well, I don't condone that. Yeah, I don't condone physically attacking anybody from both sides.
I think there needs to be some sort of tolerance on both ends.
There are a lot of gay-friendly churches, though. You know that.
Catholics, they're gay-friendly.
I think even Unitarian Church. I think there's several Christian churches that are gay-friendly. Anyway, I'm getting frustrated with this conversation. I think I've been on here like way too long today. Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Logan. Josh, good to talk
You're
to you.
welcome.
Dustin, good to talk to you. And
Take
Deviant, I
care,
don't know if you're
Big Bad Mama.
listening, but have a good one. Bye, guys.
Have a good one, Big Bad Mama.
Bye.
No, look.
But
Okay, so look.
guys,
Let me say what I gotta say before it kicks me off again. Okay, look.
okay.
I find it interesting that if the Christians try to implement something called a deconversion therapy, we get bombarded with "you're born with the way that you were made," right? If you were born gay, that was the way you were made. But then the other end of the equation is if a child decides at a certain age that they want to change genders, they have transgender surgery and hormone therapy. So if we try to institute any kind of therapy in the opposite direction where we support the straight agenda, we end up getting blockaded with "you're a Nazi, you're a bigot," but they're allowed to go willy-nilly with the impression of a child and institute hormone blockers that changes the child for the rest of their life.
Well, that's different. That's
It's not different.
mental illness from gender.
It's not different. It's not. It's the same thing. Okay. If someone's confused about their gender, they can go through therapy.
Yeah, that's wrong. I'm not for anything like that, but I help save kids from stuff like that.
Right. You see the issue that I'm like, and that's the thing. Like that's the whole gay agenda, and that's what they're trying to force in our face. Like we end up with television shows like Glee.
I need to tell you something. Here's this group called Gays Against Groomers. They fight against stuff like that too.
Yeah, I know all about them. Look, it's okay if you're gay. I don't care if you have a gay parade. The issue is you hoist it into the public square, right? Whatever. You have in front of children, and the whole idea, I don't know, 30 years ago was that kind of thing behind a closed door, right? And because we're supposed to celebrate these people, they're allowed to act any way that they want, and anything that stands against that action, bigoted. I don't like the way the psychology is being applied. And I don't very much appreciate that we're being forced to deal. Anyway, I've spoken my piece.
Okay. I had a friend on here, Daniel. Do you know about him? He's Greek, American Orthodox.
Yeah, we hear you, Dustin.
I can't deal with this.
I'm sorry about that, Dustin. I don't get what's wrong with this.
So, what are you talking about?
He had a problem on here. Keep him breaking up because
I like Daniel. Daniel Newman, he's cool.
Yeah,
he's a nice young man, just like Dustin. He's a nice young man too. Well, I'm sorry about this, Dustin.
Yeah, I wonder because Dustin has said that he used the app, and depending on what phone he's on, if it's an Android or an iPhone, so if he were to try and join using the web browser rather than the app, maybe that would improve things. I don't know. Oh no, BBM left.
Yeah, he left.
He said bye to you, but I think.
Oh, yeah. I went to look up on told say bye to everyone.
What you guys doing?
Deviant, so you like hanging out with Christians?
Yeah. I mean, it depends. I would say to me, it doesn't really matter to me what your religious beliefs are. It's who you are as a person, and that differs very wildly. But like I grew up in a what pretended to be a Christian household, but definitely wasn't. Uh, I have worked in the church here in Sweden. I have lots of Christian friends, or had. I don't know. When do you stop being someone's friend? Is it when you're no longer talking to each other? Is it? But no, I like it. There are a lot of good people in all circles of life, and the bad ones, nah, they can go play on another field where I'm not playing.
Yeah, I think a big straw man that religious groups put on atheists is that they try to make it seem as if though the atheist is more likely to be unmoral, like they're more likely to lie and steal and do all of these things because they don't fear a judgment afterwards. But I think that a lot of atheists, they still try to live somewhat decent lives and be a contributing member of society.
Yeah, I mean, I I fully agree with you. Uh, it's something that so the Sweden and the US is very different on many aspects. Um, I mean, in another way, we're not, but we're very much the same. But uh, so to me, I don't know. No, you weren't. I don't think you were here then. I was talking about in Sweden, religion isn't something that you really talk about. I mean, there is nothing wrong with talking about it, but it's something that's considered to be rather someone's private matters. You don't like ask someone what church do you go to, or are you a Christian. It's a very like weird thing to ask someone if you don't already know them. It's not because we have anything against religion. It's more that it's a non-issue. It's not a point of controversy whether
Do,
you are or you're not.
do
It's
you see
very
a lot
low.
of street preaching in Sweden?
I have never ever even heard of a street preacher in Sweden ever. It's not the thing here at all. Uh,
Is it against the law?
no, absolutely not. No, it's just
So if I go to Sweden, will you go street preaching with me?
of course. I mean, I might not be preaching with you because
No,
that
no,
would
no, no. I
be
just need
weird,
you
but
to hand out
yeah,
3 Bibles if anybody asks for one.
sure.
I wonder what that would be like. Because I know,
Yeah.
like, in the UK, like, I think people are, like, the Muslims have basically taken over. And I think somebody was saying that it's almost illegal.
Mm, so
It's
I
illegal to street preach. I don't know
I
if that's
I
true.
don't know. I can't really say, but the UK uh at least had until quite recently, and so did we, frankly, have a state church. But the church in Britain is much uh the the Church of Britain is much more a part of um not government, but they don't really have the same distinction between government and church as we do. And I could be wrong. This is what I've heard from other British people, but it seems because I mean, they have people from the Church of Britain working in schools. We don't have that here. We
So do you
education.
think
Mhm.
if Christianity is true, do you
Yeah.
think that it spews kind of like a unfair God? Because let's say an atheist, they live their life somewhat decent, right? They don't get arrested, they don't really break the law, they take care of their family, they raise their kids, they don't cause no trouble,
Yeah.
you know, and then they die, and then it turns out that, you know, God was real and there's a judgment. Do you think it would be unfair for those people to go to hell?
I do. I do. If that were the case, and the reason, and it also, I cannot imagine a perfect being such as that God would have to be, and as it's portrayed in the Bible, to because even though we are a global world today, and it would be hard to find some, well, maybe there are like villages in Yemen where people still don't really know about Christianity, but those instances are getting smaller and smaller. But the truth is that for the majority of the vast majority of all human existence, uh, we haven't had the information, um, have the information available as we do today. And I mean, the Bible wasn't printed in a language that people could read until the very late 15th century, I believe, 1480 or 1490, something like that, 1470 maybe, I don't remember. And but most people still couldn't, because they couldn't read. So all they had was like the local priests from the local convents or the local church teaching them. So it seems very weird to me that a God would care that much, a loving God would care that much, because you also have to remember that even if you do know, oh, hi puppies, hi puppies, oh, there's the third one, hi puppy. Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah,
Hi Mark.
they love eating
Yeah.
little pieces of steak. I got some. It's called the carne asada fries.
Hmm.
Have you heard of that?
No.
You so it's basically like French fries, but they put like steak on top of it with cheese.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's good.
That's why
How,
I love these dogs. So they don't want no French fries.
how old are they?
This one is 4, and
Hmm.
then this one is 3, and
Oh.
then this one over here is 2. Where is she? The baby.
Oh,
Hey,
hi,
hey,
baby.
hey! Stop it!
Oh.
Go outside. Go outside. Come on. Go outside. Cello, you too. Outside. Go.
Oh.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, that warms my heart. Such beautiful puppies.
Hey, don't see. Here's the thing. My dogs, they
Mhm.
will eat somebody alive. Like they are very protective. Like they
Uh,
look calm and nice and sweet. But it's
yeah.
only because it's with me, right? Like if there
It,
anybody else, it's like, who are you?
oh
But
yeah. No, I,
they are
I have
trained.
very much respect for dog. I mean, I have respect for all animals, but I know what. Yeah,
Yeah. So
don't mess with a dog you don't know.
I don't know. Like I might be called a heretic because of this, but there there is supposedly different levels of hell. Like somebody who an atheist who just never were able to be convinced of God,
Yeah,
but they also didn't live a bad life.
yeah,
Um, versus like somebody who was actually like murdering and always stealing and always mischievous. Like I think in Christianity they agree that the more evil person would would have a harsher punishment. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if
so do you know, because
it's
from,
tough.
I mean, it is, and I don't know if you will agree with me on this, but at the end of the day, I would say we are all just hoping and trying and doing our best to figure things out. Um, but we cannot really know with any, like, we can't really know with certainty what actually happens when we die, even if you say, but I know there is a God, and you feel you have good evidence and good reasons to think so. Even the
That's
Bible isn't like 100% clear on what is actually going on, how what does it actually look like, um, which I think is reflected in the fact that, I mean, so it might be a bit of a hyperbole on my part, but the idea that if you have 10 Christians in a room, you have 10 different gods. Uh, of course, that's not, don't take that word for word, but the fact that even people from the same denomination, even people from the same congregation, even when you get into the what's the word, what's the phrase, the nitty gritty, people do have different ideas. And for me, I kind of realized that, are there things I hope for? Are there things I wish to be true about what, after I'm gone? Sure. There are thoughts that I like to play around with in my head, and things that soothe me or makes me feel calmer in the moment. Like, for instance, I used to have two cats
I
whom
love
I love
cats.
dearly. Me too.
I have two
And
cats right now.
oh, I love kitties.
I don't know where they are, but if I find them, I'll show them right now. They're somewhere in the
Oh,
house.
yes, please. So, and I really, really want to just be able to hold them again. Do I actually have any, like, concrete reasons to think I will? No. Do I know anything about how that would square with religion or reality or fantasy or anything? No. Oh, hi, kitty. Hi. Oh, beautiful. Oh,
Yeah, they're just chilling.
yeah. Is that a boy? The black and white?
This is a boy. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
both boys.
Oh,
This is
they
a boy.
are.
People always think this one is a girl.
Yeah, I thought first that it was a boy, and then for some reason I got the feeling that no, he probably has a boy and a girl.
They're
So I
brothers.
went with the first one because that would. Hi, boy.
Yeah, they're brothers from the same litter.
Brothers
Oh.
from the same mothers?
Brothers
Yeah.
from the same mother. Yeah.
Though with kitties, you never know if it's the same daddy.
It's
Oh.
this one is called Kitty,
Oh, hi, kitty.
and this one's also called Kitty.
No. What? They don't have different names?
Yeah, they do. So Kitty is with a Y, and then the other one is with a I. And you say it different, like, "Come here, Kitty. Kitty, come here. Kitty." Where are you going, Kitty? Kitty, up.
Oh. Yeah, my dispenser.
They have they like this one look.
Oh, yeah. We have that. It's called differently here, but
Like they this stuff is like they love this stuff. It's like crack for them.
I was gonna say. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so good.
And they when I got them, like they they were always like very close together, right? Since they're brothers.
Yeah.
Um, and at first I used to put like two bowls so that they can each have their own bowl,
Yeah.
but they never ate like um out of their own bowl. They would both eat out of one bowl together, and then when they finished that bowl, they would both move to the next one.
Oh.
So
So
they
have
got
you had them since they were kittens?
yeah. I used to live in this apartment,
Mm-hmm.
and then like there was an alley cat there that um we used to just feed it. It was just like a street cat. It wasn't like a house cat, and
Oh.
um it got pregnant. Like the cat got pregnant before I moved out.
Mhm.
But I moved out of the apartments, and then like a month after I moved out, my old roommate called me, and he said that they found the cat and that she had her kittens, and that they were trying to find homes for them. And because I have a house now, they were like, "Do you want like to take one?" And they told me it's a boy and a girl, and I was like, I mean, I guess at the time I never really had pets. Um,
Okay.
but I was like, I guess like I'm not gonna let them just like I took care of their mom, and the mom died. She got run over.
Oh.
Yeah. So so I was like, okay, I'll take them. And they came in, they dropped them off. And I took them to the vet so they can go to the vet like for the first time.
Yeah.
And then the doctor was like, okay, you have two beautiful boy cats. I'm like, boys? I'm like, no, that one's a girl. Like, I'm gonna tell the vet which one's the girl, right?
Yeah.
But then he was like, no, they're both boys. And I guess like their balls don't drop until they get a little older or something.
No, exactly. So it's really difficult to see on when they're really small kittens. I don't really. I think it's like 4 months or around there. So it's when they become teenagers, basically, uh, that you really can see it. But vets have ways
Yeah.
to tell.
So then
That's funny.
so then that's when and they actually did have names. They used to have names. They were called Star, um, and Moon.
Oh.
They were called Star and Moon. But that ended up just becoming their middle name. So their middle name, so it's Kitty Star and Kitty Moon.
Mm.
So that's actually their name. But like I just call them both Kitty. It's easier because when I need to feed them, I just say Kitty, and then they both come. And then I always thought like if my cat like runs away and my cat is like in the street somewhere and like scared and doesn't know what's going on, if
Yeah.
somebody sees the cat, they're gonna be like, "Here, kitty, kitty," and then the cat's gonna be like, "Okay, well that person knows my name, so they're gonna feel." I don't know if that situation has ever happened, but yeah.
Well, I really hope it doesn't happen with your boys there.
They have run away. They have run away a couple times, but then one time, okay, I'm guessing it's the same everywhere. But you have like electrical poles, right? That big poles where the
Yeah.
electricity kind of runs to the houses.
Yeah.
One time, one of the cats somehow climbed an electric pole and climbed all the way to the top, and you could see him like right next to the wires. And I was so scared. I'm like, what the heck is gonna happen? I called the fire department, and the fire department was like, we really can't do anything. Like they were like, if the cat got up there, it knows how to get down. And I was like, I guess, but there was a dog like in the yard underneath. So the cat didn't want to come down because the dog was there like barking.
Oh.
So I had to ask the neighbors to like tie up their dog, and eventually like it just jumped. It jumped from the top of the electrical pole, and it fell on top of like a little shed that was like next to the electrical pole, and it just like bounced off and like ran off, and then it was still missing for like a day after that. And then eventually like, and it was like 3 a.m, and I just heard the cat crying outside, and it was like waiting for me to let it in. It was all beat up, it was all dirty, it had scratches all over it.
Poor kitty. I'm so happy it find its way home.
It probably lost like 3 lives right there.
Yeah. And so that's the thing with cats, and I think boy kitties especially, because they tend to be roamers if they're not spayed. But
They weren't spayed at the time. They weren't fixed. So I think that's what happened. Like there was a girl cat that would come around outside.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
So that's why they would try to. I'm pretty sure they got a couple girl cats pregnant.
I would say that's very likely, yes.
Because they probably have a bunch of bastard children out there that like they never.
The kitty police is gonna come to your house and be like,
Yeah.
"Where is child support? Where is kitten support?"
Yeah, we need meow meow support.
Yeah. Oh.
So your cats, what were their names?
So I had a girl first. Her name was Sissy.
Okay.
Like not Sissy, like in oh, you're a sissy. But
Yeah, CC, like CICI.
Is it
Yeah.
like your sister?
Well, maybe she was. She was all white and had long fluffy hair and pink nose and pink paws. She was real princess, but she was in actuality a true terrorist.
Oh no.
Like, so I got her when I was still living with my parents, and my brother lived at home too, and they had a bathroom on the top floor and on the ground floor of the house, and he had been on the bathroom on the bottom floor, and she wanted in to join him, and he wouldn't let her, and she sat outside and like scratched the door and meowed, and so eventually she stops, and when my brother's finished, he goes out from the bathroom where the stairs up to the second floor is, and he hears a meow, and she's sitting on the top stair of the staircase, just looking at him. And he goes up to her, and she leads him into the bathroom on the top floor, where she has like taken the toilet roll paper and de-rolled the whole roll is just in a big heap on the floor, and she's just sitting there proud.
Oh, dog. Guess who's here?
And
Guess who's here, Miss Outcast? Guess.
I'm gonna guess it's Dan Posey.
Yeah, hi, Dan. Are you there, Dan?
I was out in chat. Yes, I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Hi. So my just to finish Josh's question, the other one, he was a stray. So I not fostered, but he came to me instead of going directly to the shelter, and he was a very, very beautiful boy named Lejonet. Lejonet in Swedish is the lion, because since he had been on the streets and he had a very long, thick, fluffy fur, it was
That's
all.
similar to Spanish. Leon, Leona.
Oh,
In
I didn't.
Spanish,
Yeah.
a lion is leon.
Oh, that's right.
Where the 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 Greek or what the astrology, the Leo.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think. It's all Latin, I think.
it is. And I think that's where we have gotten the word as well.
What do you guys call it?
Leon.
Leon.
Yes, and it's spelled Lejon, and then when it's what's the word in English, it would be the difference between lion and the lion. I don't remember the grammatical term, but you guys get it. You just add an E and a T at the end, so Leonette. It's the term, no, not the terminative. You get it. Because he was cut in, he was shaved when he came home to me.
So adorable.
Yeah, he's the best, and I really,
So
really
are
want
you.
to snuggle him again.
So it's Lejon.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, Dan.
Yeah,
Can I
the
steal the
J kind
name?
of throws me off there.
Can I ask you, Dan? Why are you guys having a show tonight?
I don't know.
Is it because of Tim?
Well, I think it's because you're on, and we don't want to have a show when you are.
Oh, okay. But,
Actually,
yeah, right.
I actually don't know because we kind of do our thing when we do it. I might have one tonight just for fun because I haven't done one. I haven't done one on and see test the waters.
Oh.
What should it
Tomorrow,
be on, Gigi?
are you having a show tomorrow?
I'm having a show tomorrow. Yeah, scheduled. God willing.
Are you going to have a show about? I don't know. How was your talk with Daniel?
I thought it was great. Again, I like to, I can disagree with somebody and and just ask them questions. I want to know what different beliefs are. And so we just had a chat, and then he had a couple guys in from, I guess, his pre-Christian days when he had kind of, I guess,
a wild heart.
Wild Heart was there, and another guy, another atheist that was in his community before he went to the Orthodox Christianity. So it was kind of cool talking to everybody, see what I haven't got much talking with Wild Heart. Usually I'm just listening to him when somebody's having a show. So that was cool.
That's nice.
Dan, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Yeah, I saw your name in the chat there. Oh, you take care, Josh. Good to see you.
Hi, Josh.
It says, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, but Jimenez Misamis, which and I looked it up right now on Google because I was curious to what it meant, and Google Translate says when I spell it, I think I have to double check. Oh, Jimen. So when I spell it with an E on the end, which is which Google Translate said I should. It said it was from Philippine and meant Yemeni's smiled. When I change it to an E as it's written, it's Jimenez whispered, and it says it's Philippine. So two question: which is the correct one, and if either, and also, am I correct in guessing that Jimenez is the Philippine word for Jesus?
Hold that thought. Oh no, my
Okay.
wife just left. Oh shoot, my
Oh.
wife and her parents just left. I have no clue.
No. Okay.
Darn it.
Why would Dan know the native language of the country he's been to several times before at this point? Come on now. That would
13
take
years.
effort, Deviant.
No, it actually take a brain for languages. I've been a landscaper for 35 years, since in the 70s, and I'll get a guy that can't speak English, working on a crew with me or something, and I go a little ways, and then they, then I don't have them for anybody working with me, and I forget everything. And then it's the grammar stuff, and you guys know I have a hard enough time with English grammar. So no, I can say thank you in the Philippines, salamat. I can thank somebody. The bathroom is a comfort room. I got words, but it's all the connectors.
But Dan, how many more souls would you win to the Lord if only you knew that language?
Cool thing is that the pastor down there loves me coming, because then he gets to practice his English and translating. So probably zero. I probably get more knowing what I'm saying with a
Dan, it was a trick question. You can't win any souls to the Lord. The Holy Spirit does that. See what I did there?
You're good.
That's pretty sneaky.
You are very good.
Yeah, that's
Usually
right.
I catch that one, but
Hashtag danceled.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. That was very good.
Your name is very
doing
malleable,
there, Logan?
Danielson.
It is. You can imagine what, if we were good friends in 6th grade, what you would have called me.
Nothing but good things. Don't worry.
Oh well, it was in love. In Italian, it's pronounced puzzi. Puzzi. And so you can imagine my friends who knew nothing about the Italian language got pretty close to the Italian pronunciation of Pozzi.
Yes.
And those were my good friends.
Children are so fun.
Dan hasn't retained any of this over that vast depth of time. No, that's all fallen by the wayside now.
Oh no, heck no. I still could be accused of being in 6th grade. I think that's why the youth kids like me so much, because I'm just another.
Dan, do you wake up in a cold sweat sometimes? Like, oh my gosh, oh no, my test is gonna be due soon. Then you realize, oh wait, I'm like a 83-year-old man that doesn't need to worry about that, and hasn't needed to worry about that since the Great Depression.
The only one I would have reoccurring, and it hasn't probably happened for 30 or 40 years, is walking down to the bus stop, which is about a quarter mile away sometimes in some grades. And, I looked down and I had no pants. But that one, I've heard that's a common...
Gangster Ghost, we're going to do a short about that, right?
Yeah.
We've all had those dreams. Actually, I would say that you're not a grown up until you have woken up in cold sweat. For me, it's often that I'm angry because I'm back in school, but I'm still grown up in my own age with all the. But for some weird reason, like some technical bureaucratic thing, they're like, no, yeah, you have to start school again. Yeah, we know you. You have a university degree and yada yada, but and I'm sitting there with these 7th graders in this, and it's like a test or something. I'm like, it makes me so frustrated. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna bite my teeth and just get through this.
And then you fail the
And
test.
I never take the test actually, because it's usually that I get in an argument with the teacher, which is a pretty good reflection of how my school years actually
Well,
were.
you didn't realize, Deviant, that test actually is Jesus. If you really think about it, Deviant.
So when I was doing my driver's, or I was the next day going to do my driver's test, and I came into the office of the I don't know what you call it, but driver's ed thingy. And I said, "Oh, I did my driving exam and everything went fine." And they were like looking in the books, and no, well, you see, you were supposed to bring a plate of cinnamon buns, and you never did. So actually, you have failed. And then I find myself in the car, and I'm trying to drive, but the damn everything is reversed. So when I turn the steering wheel left, it goes right. When I try to drive forward, the wheel backs up. The wheel, the car. I accidentally threw in Swedish there. The car backs up, and it's just this frustration. But it was a good thing, because when it was finally time for my driving exam, I realized that I had nothing to be worried about, because nothing could be as bad as the dream had been. So, and I passed with flying colors, and I
Well,
didn't have to make any cinnamon buns.
Deviant, I have one question.
Yes.
Because you sounded like you were rather upset in the dream when you failed due to not having Cinnabons on you.
I was
No,
very upset.
you sounded very dejected afterward. But I have one question for you.
Mhm.
Did you or did you not bring Cinnabons with you to the driver's ed exam?
I did not.
Exactly. So what you would need to think about that for a moment, okay? It's easy to blame the person. Oh, I didn't. That's an unreasonable
No, but
expectation.
yeah,
Cinnabons don't have anything to do with driver's ed. That doesn't make any sense. Or you could look inward and you could realize maybe I should have preemptively brought some just in case.
yeah, but see, they hadn't told me about it. And that's what upset me, because even in my dream, there was nothing like, this is how things usually work. And it was something
Did
I
they
should
tell
have
you how to
brought.
open and close the door, Deviant? Did they
No,
tell
but
you how the
it was,
oxygen would go into the front ventilation of the vehicle in order to power? No, those things are supposed to be just known already by the driver, just like it should have already been known by you that you should have brought those Cinnabons, Deviant.
yeah, because you learn that from the technical books. But the thing was that I should have brought it a couple of weeks earlier. So it wasn't that I didn't bring them then and there, but I was
It's a
already
classic mistake.
supposed to have. Yeah. And I
It's a
thought it
classic
was
mistake.
unreasonable that we were supposed to just inherently know that we should bring cinnamon buns. And yeah.
I
But
mean, you probably didn't bring your 1936 Babe Ruth baseball either, did you?
No, I
You
didn't.
probably didn't
I
bring that
actually
with you. No,
didn't.
you didn't. No, you
No,
didn't. And once again,
that is true.
that's something that you
Yeah.
need to bring with you every time that you do a driver's ed exam. If you don't have those two things with you, then how the hell do you expect to pass?
That is a good question, and you're very correct. I should look inwards and ask myself, how could I do this better? How can I be better in the future? So now anywhere I go, I always have a fresh plate of cinnamon buns and my baseball.
No,
And
not your baseball. Your 1936 Babe
oh,
Ruth signed baseball.
oh,
You need to have a 1936 signed Babe Ruth baseball, and if you don't have one of those with you, then you're gonna fail. I'm sorry.
this explains a lot actually, because I've never even seen one of those things. I mean, I've seen a baseball, but I haven't seen that particular baseball from 1936 signed by Babe Ruth himself.
If you had that in your possession, you'd probably not be on a YouTube
stream talking to you.
No, wow, that's the lady that had the Babe Ruth baseball who now is, in a jet somewhere.
Look, Deviant, I just want to point something out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Look how much we're in agreement when you say, you're right, Aiden. Everything that you said earlier was correct, and I need to do what you said. See how much we agree compared to when you tried saying something different earlier? See, we could have just skipped to this part right now, but you just had to take the long way around that. You decide, oh, we're going to take the scenic route through this discussion. No, it's fine. I'm glad that
Things
you
are
know
much
now.
easier when everyone agrees on everything at
Well,
all
when everybody
times.
agrees with me, specifically.
Of course, but come on, Aiden. That's inherent to the sentence. I mean,
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought that I was wrong there for a moment, but you showed that wasn't the case. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, you've never been wrong, especially not about the Swedish Air Force.
You know, it's funny that you say that, Deviant, because I had to go to the military museums today about a seminar about the Canadian military, and never at any point were they like, the Swedish military is working like a decent. We getting the people and they get the guns and they shooting the guns at the people. That wasn't happening at any point during our presentation. They actually talked and they discussed tactics and unit formation and innovations within the Canadian military in the past 10 years. And never at any point did any Spurgins or Bergens or Hergas or Durgas ever come up at any point. So
I'm
I
not
just wanted to point that out.
surprised. I'm not surprised, actually. It sounds very reasonable, and I'm glad that the Swedish chef didn't make a sudden appearance.
See, Deviant is exhibiting a very similar behavior right now to the audience of what's a series of shows that has a live TV audience that went on for an absurdly long time. I don't know, Friends. Friends. It's in season 894 of Friends when they make the same joke over and over again. The audience is like, and even though you know that audience is actually a bunch of dead people that were recorded 40 or 50 years earlier that they've just sampled the same audio recording from over and over again, you realize that if they actually were there and if they were forced and subjected to laugh to that very same thing over and over again, that they wouldn't have laughed anywhere near as much as they did in the first season when they had the same round of humor. Yeah, that's what's happening with Deviant right now. She's the studio audience when they've made the same joke for the 9,843rd time, and they're expected. The laugh sign comes on, and they're like, ha 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 ha. That's Deviant right now.
Where they attach two hooks into the side of the mouth on each in the audience, and they're jabbing their jaws together to make it move. Laugh, you bastard!
You have a bunch of ketamine pumped into the room to keep them awake because you've kept them awake already for 72 hours straight, and they're starting to experience audible hallucinations. People are like, "What's going on?" You just pump that into the room. They're like, yeah, no, it works really well.
Thank you for that analysis of this very real momentum in space-time.
I love moments like these because Dan is just held hostage right now. He has no idea what to say or do in this context. He's waiting for the conversation to go somewhat back around to reality so that he can jump in. But right now he's like, oh well, I gotta wait a minute or two for this one.
No, I'm just having fun listening to you guys. And then Deviant, there's the spelling of Masamas, humanist. So that's as much help as I can give you.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you find out before I do, and that would be an interesting wordplay because yeah, so many of the Philippines words actually have meanings behind them, names and stuff. So
Yeah.
that's good.
I'm gonna copy that one.
Dan, when
I'm a
did the
bit sad that
Philippines become an independent country?
Have they yet?
Yes.
They're kind of like
Yes.
Canada.
Well,
That's
Canada
Obviously,
too.
an independent country.
That's why they like the United States because we kind of helped them out of their
Yeah, you colonize
colonial
them. No.
Spanish.
The United States colonized the Philippines in the 1920s to 1940s. Now that happened.
Yeah, and that's why but we freed them from the Spanish, so they thought it was all cool. Actually,
Oh, okay.
it was freeing
Meet
them
the
from
old
World
boss,
War.
same as the new boss.
Yeah, no, actually, the old boss was worse, but it's all comparisons. But they really love us because we freed them from the Japanese. Yeah, even though the crap the United States has done to them post World War II, good percentage still, honor the fact that Americans bled for freeing Philippines from the Japanese.
Well, I mean, it was one of their colonies. Obviously, they would.
At that point, I don't think so. After World War II.
What do you think of
I mean,
Lupin
are
made a
you
show
familiar with the
about
Monroe Doctrine, Dan?
Wait, Aiden. Gangster Ghost was about to ask something.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear him.
Oh, that's all right. Lupin made his show coming up about Brother Pike.
Wow.
What do you think of this? This is the show. What do you think, Aiden?
The beginning of the what's Ishtian? What's it trying to? Is it a misspelling? Or is it trying to slight him? Meh. I doubt there is a. I doubt someone like Lupin could actually, like, quote unquote, win. Over Christian Pike.
Wait, Lupin and Christian are gonna have a discussion with each other? What's going on?
No, it's Lupin, so he's probably not told Pike about it like he usually does.
Oh, Lupin's doing it on his channel where he has like control over everything and he can stack everything in his favor. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and as I said, he's probably not. I don't think it's an. I mean, it might be, but the tradition has been that he presents it as if though the person was invited, but they have actually not been told about it.
No, that's good. That's good. It's very biblical.
Isn't
to do
it?
things that way. No, it is. It is absolutely. So, as far as this is concerned, Deviant, I'm sure that even if Christian goes on there, he starts getting the upper hand on, which is just an inevitability. It's kind of like saying, like when the sun rises tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
the inevitability when Christian goes on there and just has Lupin on the back foot and Lupin doesn't know what to say because Christian, corners him on one of the vast gulfs of Lupin's lack of knowledge. And, when he has him cornered, Lupin, rather than kicking Christian out of the room, is going to have a moment of sobriety. And he's going to realize, what, Christian, I was wrong, man. I was wrong about that, and maybe I should reconsider the way that I think about that, man. I don't know. I'm sure that's going to happen.
Surely.
I have nothing but faith, Deviant, that he will handle this charitably and honestly. And if you prove me wrong, then my credibility is on the line here, Lupin. My credibility, you could ruin my reputation in this community. I know you've been wanting to do that for a long time now. You've been trying to find dirt on me and stuff. So look, Here's your chance. You can ruin my credibility forever just by proving me wrong.
Is that crazy? Bird Pike said those guys are so obsessed with him.
Yeah,
Pike.
I mean, they have. I guess they have to find someone to be upset with, except themselves.
They have to have a
So
common enemy.
yeah, and
Every time that they don't have a common enemy to unite against, they turn inward on themselves.
which is pretty telling.
What do you think?
I
what do
say
you think,
peace
Dan?
and love.
Crazy?
What am I thinking about? Oh,
What
I
do you think?
tuned
Is
out with
that crazy?
It's a show that Lupin is going to have in a while. It's titled "The Beginning of the End for Ishtian Pike."
Christian Pike. Oh boy. Okay, so we know it's not Christian Pike. It's actually a new character we haven't heard of in the community before called Christian Pike.
Now there's going to be a new ghost account coming on.
Just a misspelling. I mean, like that could happen.
I thought it was 8
What did Brianna say? Well,
oh, she was just making a comment about. Go
What
ahead,
time
sorry.
does Lupin show come on?
It's in 22 minutes and 17 seconds. 16.
Oh wow!
15 seconds.
I'm gonna go let Christian. I'm gonna go let Christian know about this. I'll be right back.
I did.
Oh, you did already?
Oh, did you already? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Christian respond? Is he aware?
Yeah.
What did he
told me
say?
that that's weird, and he's obsessed with them again. So those are. Yeah. What do you think?
I'm gonna go and peer pressure him to go on because that'll be entertaining to watch.
Please don't. Poor Pike.
You see, there's so many people out there that are like, oh, let's try to get everybody convinced that Missing Bond is crazy. Let's try to divulge all these like crazy plots about people all the time. And what they don't realize is that if you're just direct with your motives, you're oftentimes way more effective than if you try to like do this cloak and dagger nonsense.
You serious?
Yeah. But then you can't sit in a corner and be like, I did that. And everyone else is like, boring.
Vivian, tell me you would not be entertained by Christian going on there and destroying Luther. Just tell me that, right?
Oh, I would probably, because Christian Pike is a wordsmith and he's very good with language.
You see that time he destroyed Dan? Oh man, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Oh, I
It was a lot of fun.
I'm not sure I was.
No, I just like verbally bulldozed him in one of their conversations. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I've seen him do it to other people. I say do it, but given people his honest thoughts, and it has been very entertaining.
Well, you know, Dan was talking earlier about being a landscaper, but I think Christian is going to be a mortician if he keeps stacking all these bodies. Let me tell you that much.
Although now you're putting him in the devil's ring. I think he's a soul winner, not a soul destroyer. Now, was that the show that he said that I didn't do mission work?
Hey, I didn't say which one. You can decide that amongst yourself, Dan. Which one it
Well,
was.
that's the only one he kind of just like went off, and I just sat there and okay. But he was the vice president of Gigi's show, or which he still is. So I actually apologize that I I had told him, "What the heck are you talking about?" He's like, "I'm the vice president." Like, okay, I apologize. I didn't know that.
Isn't it crazy how like the vice president of our channel has more authority than you do as president of your channel, Dan? Does that ever strike you as like odd?
So GG's channel's now. Don't tell me you're part of this too. What are you, the Joker?
I'm a
On
congressman. I'm a
GG's?
congressman.
It's a congressman.
Okay. So on GG's channel, you're the congressman.
I represent.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. I'm sure
And so
Dan's
am I.
coming up with all sorts of very clever jokes right now in his head as we speak.
No, it's like
I wouldn't do that.
somebody has to support be the representative for Canada. So that's
true.
So good.
It's a big place,
he's
Dan.
an
It's a big place, bigger than the United States, even.
We're actually
it is
globally represented.
So is the Soviet, or was the Soviet Union, but
Well, access to far more natural resources than the United States as well. It's crazy.
very nice place up there.
No, it is. It is. Hasn't all been like polluted to desolation. That's nice.
Yet.
I was just gonna say yet.
Give America time, they'll ruin it for everyone.
Very true, my love. Very true.
I love how sweet Brianna
Oh,
is.
Dan, do you have anything nice to say to Brianna?
I've never met her.
Oh, I see.
Hello,
I was just wondering
Brianna.
if you had anything nice to say.
That's just the way it's why, Dan.
I didn't get that last one.
I wish I can meet her someday.
Brianna is a very lovely person.
Yes, I have had that impression too. She's very sweet.
She
and
is.
I mean, dealing with Aiden from, what was it, 13 years old until now? Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes someone with a big heart, a lot of patience, and who knows when to
Yeah, I'm insufferable enough now
put
as it
down
is.
the foot.
She knew me when I was 13 years old, and she was still able to put up with me, so that's saying a lot.
Brianna, background if you need help. Yeah.
I had to go
think she
convince
does. I
Christian to
think
get
she's
on here. Give me
badass.
1 sec. I gotta go bully him.
You better come back.
I'll come back. Don't worry.
Better channel. Better show. If he's
Oh,
on
so Phantom Access is the benevolent dictator for life position open. It's not. It's obviously Gangster Ghosts who is the benevolent dictator for life. And I believe I can be misremembering, but I think Mark might be the prime minister.
He's out there
the
in
Master
comments. He
Chief.
said, "Oh, what is he?"
The Master Chief.
Oh, the Master Chief. Right. Sorry.
Oh, come on! You should make him at least an officer. Although,
No, but
knowing Mark, he doesn't want to be an officer.
Exactly.
Yeah, my dad used to have fun with the officer in charge of his little group, because he's the one that had the paint locker. So he would, and also had the booze business going on, and so yeah, the
was he a
ensigns always.
bootlegger?
No, he would buy the. He would go to the Japanese area, bring them fish, and he would get the whatever they made, the sake or whatever the Japanese alcohol was, and he'd bring it back, and then he'd sell it to the incoming GIs and the Marines from the Pacific. And on the way out, he'd give them like $20 for a little thing of whiskey in World War II, the U.S. whiskey, and then he'd charge them over $20 for a little bit or the same amount of the Japanese homemade stuff. So yeah, he was a little capitalist back in the day. But the ensign, they'd always try to bust him because he's, they knew he was the one, but he would put the alcohol in a paint, one of those big old barrels of paint, war paint, and he'd have the paint all down it. He goes, aha, they expected I would have put it in a brand new barrel. So he didn't have much hope for the officers in the Navy back then.
Wait, did you say that this was your dad or your dad's subordinate?
My dad, yeah, my dad was in Pearl Harbor, like 3 years after, but he came like 6 months after the
bombing.
The bombing.
So, did you? I might be completely wrong and misremembering or construing things. Were you what they call a military kid, like born on a U.S. base outside of the? No.
No, he did his 3 years in till 45 or 6, whatever it was, and I think 45 because I think he came over before the war ended, and had a little time, to whatever they do after their time, and then he split. He was kind of rebellious.
What was he? Did he do any other work after that, or was he a veteran?
No, so he came back.
I mean, he was a veteran regardless, of course, but
yeah, but he did his 3 years, then he got out, and then he did some odd jobs, and then he got a job at the Bohemian Grove in the 40s, and then had a little space, and then came back in the 50s, and that's where he spent his career.
Oh. So next question. This is kind of an interview, but I'm curious, so why not?
Oh, sure.
And I mean, if I ask something and you don't feel like answering or whatever, just blast me out for it, or just say you're not interested or whatever. Because this is a public forum, so maybe. But so you're a landscaper.
Correct.
How did you come to that profession? Is it like something you've always been interested in, or did you just slip into it by accident? And
it was my brother, actually, who was 6 years older than me, 5 years old. He went to Fresno State University for a bunch of different stuff. I mean, he was a career at that time, a career college guy, but he went into horticulture. I was going into the junior college, and he said it was so cool, so I took some classes. Actually, the only thing close to landscaping, my mom would make me clean sticks out of lava rock when I was little, so I pretty well hated it.
Wait, what did you say you cleaned out of lava rocks?
Yeah, so there was this little bush above, the lava rock mulch.
Okay.
And she'd tell my brother and me, it's like, and you get every little stick. Well, I finally figured out later. I mean, probably as an adult,
Oh, you said stick.
Sticks, yeah, sticks and leaves.
So yeah,
I'm
glad I asked.
And so later on, I figured out because my brother, she would have had to take every little thing, and he would take baseball-sized limbs and then leave, and I'd be sitting there in one little inch space picking up every teeny leaf. So I figured out later it was really was just to make him kind of do anything, and where I took it totally, I can be very whatever those letters are, that I'm just very detailed. So I'd just sit there for an hour on one little foot space, cleaning up everything but rock. So I'm not that fond of lava rock, and luckily it's not been a style. I did want to answer. Speed Roman said his dad was a Marine. My dad had a fun story. So always coming up, he would say how they had this bar right next to the Pearl and Pearl Harbor. And so that was kind of the Navy place because they were there, and the Marines would come in, go out. They'd stay only a little bit. So my dad, he was like 5 foot, lost a little inches here. Barely, he said he had to stand on his tiptoes to get into the military because he could have been exempt. He was a dairyman. His family was dairy, but he wanted to get away from the dairy so bad that he cheated to get into the Navy. But anyway, the Marines would come in, and so the bar made a lot of money off the Navy guys. So my dad, being the little guy, and he ran around with the Pearl Harbor boxing champions. There's 2 or 3 of them that he hung around with. So they'd get into this bar. The Marines would come in, and my dad would just go up. He said, I'd go up to the bar, just shove my way in and spread my arms. Marines got offended by that, and so they'd start to fight. So my dad said the only time he just went to the door and watched, because of course when the MPs came, the bar owners were like, it was those guys. They'd get the Marines in trouble. So it was a funny story, and it was only like the last 10 years of his life he told me it was an ice cream bar. So I hear this thing of my dad in this bar, and it was an ice cream bar outside the thing. So it's like, oh man, you just, the total war story just kind of went down the drain. So that was funny. The poor Marine. So I actually give credit to my dad for helping the Marines know how to fight dirty and show them, how to fight. But that's a joke, obviously. So anyway, go ahead.
Ice cream cones. Oh, I hear myself.
So any other questions, Deviant? Sorry.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yes.
I have an announcement.
Okay.
Christian Pike will be available in approximately 45 minutes to an hour. We need to keep Lupin occupied for that period of time. We have to make sure that he doesn't close his show before Christian has an opportunity to go on. But he will be made available in 45 minutes to 1 hour from now. This is our task.
Okay.
We'll tell him Christian will be over there. Is he blocked on Lupin's show, or?
I mean, I would imagine that Lupin wouldn't do a show about Christian and then, not allow Christian to be. Just kidding. I absolutely would imagine that. But I mean, I would at least imagine that, he'd make the perception that, Christian would be able to join, because it would be pretty blatantly, cowardly to do a show about somebody and then not allow that person to, join and defend themselves.
It says in the description of the stream, with a special appearance from Dustin Buck, LOL. Which is kind of a well.
Hopefully his internet is better.
Go ahead.
Just hopefully Dustin's internet or connection or whatever he has is better.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. I mean, I get frustrated by his connectivity issues on his. I don't get frustrated with him, but I kind of feel how frustrated it would make.
You empathize
me,
with his
and then
frustration.
I add on Dustin, and I mean, I can be a bit hot-headed at times, but I've chilled out in my old years. Now that I'm on the brink of the great void.
Well, I'm glad I can help you every once in a while.
You sounded like
you
sounded like the guy from the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where he chooses the wrong grail, and he starts aging 300 times faster than he's supposed. And the woman is like, "What's going on?" And the guy's like, and then he disintegrates in front of them. They're like, yeah, that's the voice that you affected.
Thank you very much. I do what I can when I can.
And then that badass Knights Templar guy's like, he chose poorly.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, right. Like, thank you for explaining that. I wouldn't have realized. I mean, like, he's probably the Knight's Hospitaler, given that, because you'd have to be a doctor to make a conclusion like that.
Yeah.
Get that, Knight's Hospitaler. Yeah,
Like, oh
doc.
no, what happened?
If I was in person with you, this is the part where I'd be like elbowing you in the ribs.
And I would turn to dust like some of those mummies they find. They like open the lid and they see this mummy, and right before their eyes it just evaporates to dust. That's me.
It's like Biden when they take him out of cryogenic freezing for longer than 3 hours. It's like, oh my gosh, he's starting to decompose. We need to get him back. Why are my fingers and toes turning black, Jack?
Mold mold alert. Mold alert.
I was there at the founding of the city of Carthage. I was. Oh God, he's starting to remember. Get him back.
That's funny.
Does he turn into dust?
That Dido sure was one fine woman. Oh man.
Lupa got linked to his to join his show and his
If he pulls the whole $25 to join, then I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, but Phantom has that covered.
Oh, did he have it covered?
Yeah, he said, wait, where did this? I think it was. Yeah, he says Christian isn't allowed unless he pays 50. Sometimes it's $25. I'm going to set up a GoFundMe for Christian at some point, and I think that's a brilliant idea.
Well, if they can get Christian funded onto the show, then I'll only throw up in my mouth. That's much better, I would say.
Well, if you can send it to GoFundMe, I think that would make for an interesting deposit.
I wonder if it's tax free, I wonder if if I could use that as a reason to set up a 501c3, it'd probably be better reasoning than the Proverbs guys trying to set up a 501c3.
But I mean, you don't have to do that. It's Lupin, because he's the receiver.
True. Maybe he can set it up, and then he won't have to pay taxes on the income that he doesn't make from the job he doesn't have. Maybe.
Did you hear what Gangster Ghost said? He said,
"Sorry, I'm looking at a bit."
You.
Oh, I see. I was looking at a very cute image of a dragon that Brianna wanted to share with me.
Oh.
Oh, that's it. What are you thinking of that, Dan?
Oh, wait a minute. What dragon?
Dan's got to put down the can of Roundup.
Yeah. They come in plastic now. Actually, it never came in can since I've been using it. But anyway,
You used it by the barrel. You're right, Dan. I'm sorry. I had it mixed up.
Yeah, that must be the Canadian way, is in cans that run. And for the agriculture.
When I say barrel, I mean one of those giant barrels you see on the back of a tanker truck, by the way. Dan would just literally take the tanker and then just dump it out into a residential area around everybody. I'm pretty sure there's confirmed reports of that happening on several occasions. So.
Oh, you mean they spray the tankers that they spray commercially up in Canada? Those tanker trucks? No, I've never been up to Canada.
No, you guys.
Dan, you released it into a residential neighborhood and killed 3,700 people when you did it in 1992. Everybody knows this. All right, everybody knows this. This is well documented.
Say what?
Yeah, no, it's a way to deflect from the government of Canada and the United States. Condoning,
Yeah, that's what I'm
condoning,
doing. That's what I'm doing.
condoning the commercial. So luckily, I think you guys in Europe banned it, I believe, Deviant, because I think you guys, as a government over there, know that we shouldn't be spraying stuff that causes cancer. I just heard that
How much cancer causing
Roundup.
chemicals did you spray into the environment, Deviant?
Probably
So
none.
they're not allowed here.
Gangster Ghost, how many cancer causing chemicals did you spray into the environment?
Let's think about it.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I haven't sprayed any cancer causing chemicals into the environment either. Dan, have you sprayed any cancer causing chemicals into the environment?
Well, let's back up. You've never used any raid type products. You've never used ant poisons. Well, yeah, you can laugh because you're just showing the hypocrisy.
I've not, but I love you not answering the question. You're just trying to deflect onto something else, and it's the most absurd thing ever. That's what I'm laughing about, Dan, because you're an absurd human being.
Are you in an apartment complex there, Aiden?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 123 Nunya Street that I live on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
And
one
so,
that I live on.
is
Yeah.
there gardeners that are employed to work
No,
around your
no, we
complex?
do that ourselves. No, we do that ourselves. And as a matter of fact, we don't need to like spray any like chemicals while we take care of it either. You know, if there's weeds, we just we use our hands and we pull them out of the ground. That's what
Okay,
we
so you're not
typically
in
do.
a commercial apartment building. So then your foods, your organic foods, is it still?
Just go down the list. Let's go down the Rolodex. I'm sure I'll find something somewhere, Aiden, as long as I go down far enough. You know,
Because
Aiden, I have a question
want-
for you. And in 2007, Aiden, when you were buying a product from Walmart, do you think that product possibly had BPA in it that might have gotten into the environment when you threw it out of the side of the road and we were 7 years old, Aiden? Did you ever think about that?
So, Deviant, I think Europe, and I hope the United States will actually go towards European governments who will actually ban toxic products, unlike the Canadian and American government, along with the third world countries, I may add.
Oh, America's a third world country.
Well, if we're third world, then Canada is like way below.
Yeah, you're right.
No, but
in Canada, you could stub your toe, get gangrene, and not have to go into bankruptcy to get that treated. You're right. It's such a horrible place to live in. It really is.
But Aiden, can you go to school for free?
I don't know. Can you in America?
No,
well,
I was
she's not in America.
No.
Gentlemen here in the tie.
Oh.
Hey.
Hello, Dan.
Oh, hi.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
you have new cool glasses.
Yeah,
I
got a
like
bunch of
them.
these. I love Zenny Optical. So if you have to wear glasses, you might as well wear them with style.
Daniel is the superior version of Dan because he's the full version of Daniel.
because
Dan is
he's
only
the
like
hero.
half of the name. So we're gonna call. We could call Daniel. Daniel could also be called Dan Prime. That's another way that we could call him. Dan Alpha. It's another
Just call
one.
me Orthodox Dan.
That's one. That's one
Until
too.
until Dan Ponzi becomes Orthodox, and then
Orthodancy.
No, it has to be Daniel because the third grader over there is making something out of your name, Daniel, and mine, Dan. So, so you'll have to be Orthodox Daniel because the third grader in the room thinks it's kind of a diss to say that your name being Daniel is superior to somebody that shortens their name to Dan. So anyway.
Do you really think I'm being serious, Dan? Do you
You never know with you, Aiden.
Oh my gosh! Why do you think I call you an absurd human being, Dan? I think the title is well earned.
Do you
I think
think
it's
Big
well
Bad
earned.
Mama's joking when he's talking about the Roundup usage? But that's fun.
I don't know, Dan.
you
You gotta
use
look inward. You gotta look inward to answer that one. I can't answer that one for you.
do
You've
you
got to
What
look
I'm
use
saying
within
is,
yourself.
Roundup
even
in Canada?
even to joke about supporting governments that will allow toxic chemicals to be used, because one person said, "Well,
Yeah,
Monsanto
you've
is
never made an
a
uncouth joke, Dan. You've never made an uncouth joke in your entire life. I'm sure of it.
We're talking about the toxic products that go into our foods, our water."
Oh, I thought we were talking about the toxic state of your excuse of a channel. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. See,
Aiden, we
making
were having
jokes not about toxic
such a
things.
nice time talking about killing rats, and here you come.
Yeah,
Idiot.
now, if you chop them up with the machete afterwards, the chickens love them. So that's
Oh, you
that.
shouldn't. So I'm kind of curious because we use in Sweden the rat poison that we use is called varfarin.
Mm.
It's a blood coagulator, and it's actually used
Oh,
in uh, though in another form, but it's used medically as well for people who have a hard time coagulating their blood. It's a vitamin K and
I mean,
antagonist.
hemophiliacs.
Yeah.
Well, also like my dad, he has liver disease and he doesn't coagulate very well. His was it INTR or whatever is really high. Mine was
Yeah.
really high for a while. Mine was like over 20 seconds for a while, but
Ooh.
yeah. So he if he ever gets a surgery, he needs stuff like that. Yeah. So I
Well,
know what
it's
you're talking
perfect.
about.
It's well designed. You know, it's just evidence of design, right, Dan?
it is, and just hopefully,
Yeah.
Deviant, it's not the type. It's not the type that doesn't break down, because yeah, they've been proven. The one they use here, the animals that eat the rats will also die from it. So the owls, the hawks, and anything that eats something that's eaten the rat poison that the United States allows will also die. So there's a big movement, to ban the rat stuff. There are some organic stuff made out of corn now
Yeah.
that they're saying that the rats cannot digest and other animals can. But again, the big chemical corporations have so many dollars going into Washington, D.C., that it's kind of a hopeless uphill climb.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So you're against big corporations, then, Dan, is what I'm hearing from you. You're like anti-big corporate.
I'm against corporations that are, killing people and the planet. Yeah, not just a general whitewash. I'd have to look at each corporation individually.
Well, I mean, how do you think it is that those corporations gain the power to do those sorts of things, though, Dan?
The legal device of lobbying that the
That's a very good answer.
yeah.
That's a very good answer. Lobbying is half of the answer, so it's definitely an acceptable one. But yeah, corporate welfare is another half of that answer, because, maybe people are ever so afraid of the welfare state, but in America, there's never been a stronger welfare state. It's just for corporations.
Well,
Yeah,
let's see.
they're like parasites.
Well, it's the corporations are lobbying with billions of dollars, and the politicians are handing back money. Where does that come from? Human corruption. All sides, Democrat, Republican, Greenpeace.
Is that human corruption, or is that
Human
institutional corruption?
Well,
Because
institutions are run by humans.
of
Now,
course
unless
they're
it's
run by
AI.
humans,
Unless it's
but they're
AI.
only ran by and selected for the quality of the people that they raise within those institutions, right? Like, I'm sure you would argue that there was a time that the United States didn't have lobbyists and didn't have corporate welfare. and didn't have these massive overreaching extensions provided to institutions and corporations. So these things are not just endemic within us. They got here at one point. There was a time where they were not, and then they were.
I think the
So that
lobbying
means that
has
they
always
can
been a
be
part of it.
undone. And I think that just throwing your hands up and saying, well, that's just because of humans and people are bad, I think that that's just basically a defeatist attitude, really, because if that's really the way you're going to look at it, then how can you solve the problem?
Individuals can't. That's why I'd say more of the rise, the peak, and the fall of civilizations. Usually, and I heard a guy, and this is just off the top. I didn't really check it out, but even Rome, whatever, you had the grunts just fighting for their whatever they're fighting for. Then you'd have the
Right.
political structure. Right. Then you have the massive amounts of lawyers, laws, the rich taking care of themselves, and then you have a plateau, and then downhill when the common people finally like, what are we doing here? Unfortunately, with the power structure and the new technology that the governments have, it would be kind of hard for civilizations to be corrected. So
I would argue it's not, I would argue it's exactly the opposite, Dan. I would argue that there's never been a time where it's been easier to achieve that kind of cohesion that comes with technological advancement, because yeah, you get the discordance of information being brought forward to people, but you also have the amazing opportunity with the amount of wealth being generated right now to create an education system robust enough to be able to produce individuals that perhaps aren't disillusioned with their society and aren't disillusioned with the very notion of trying to aspire to a level where perhaps they would not otherwise, had things not being in the state of affairs that they are right now. See, that's the way that I look at it. You can't I don't think that there really is just a throwing your hands up and just, oh well, there's nothing that we can do about it. There's plenty that can be done about it.
So what can I do about Monsanto's billions of dollars, the war machine billions of dollars, the generals coming out of the service?
Dan, please, I just want to correct before we go any further, because it hit me. I think I said warfarin was for the coagulation, like promoting the coagulation of the blood, but it's actually the reverse. So it's
right.
Instance,
I understood. Yeah,
it makes them bleed
the rat,
out.
whatever it is, they have have bleeding out internally, so they die of internal bleeding.
And in medicine, it's used to prevent blood clots from people who have had a series of strokes, for instance.
Blood,
which is why I kind of went, wait, wasn't that because my dad uses it, and so he has had strokes, and
my dad had the same way, but even with my dyslexia, I understood what you were saying.
Okay, good.
I just other people with normal brains might have heard you say that, and and need correction.
Yeah, I appreciate it, because I was thinking that's how it was working. It's like, oh, they coagulate the blood. That's kind of like makes me think of the COVID thing. That's what happened to a lot of people with COVID.
No, this is that makes the animal that digests it, human or any animal, it makes them bleed out. So they have eternal bleeding, and not a pretty way to go, but how are you going to get rid of them anyway?
Yeah,
I guess is their thing. And
what are we talking about?
We're talking about the rat poisons and the U.S. and other governments that are allowing toxic and cancer chemicals to be put into the market, onto our foods, onto our landscapes.
So Dan,
I mean, allowed.
Dan, you have.
It's more of a tradition from a time like long past gone that we didn't understand the ramifications of putting. right? That ignorance due to generational ignorance rather than like nutritional ignorance.
No, right now it's lobbyist influence because nobody in their right mind would and they've done some like DDT they banned, and other things they banned. California bans a lot of stuff, and so which
They
is
couldn't ban Roundup. Dan lobbied too hard against that.
yeah. So
I actually take Dan as someone who does care about the environment. Maybe I'm
No,
wrong, but
that I
I
am
hope
purely just saying just to mess with Dan. No, as
okay.
far as what on a more serious note, I mean, I literally said that he dumped a chemical trial Roundup into a residential area. I'm not trying to be serious.
No,
As far as
I get that, but with all the so we rip each other and we joke around, but we also know that there is a history of controversy here.
no, and this I
that is
take
true.
real
That is
serious.
true.
And I like to take the opportunity when someone has a quality that I really appreciate, that I think is important. I like to point it out.
No, I
Yeah, the
actually
quality that
really
I like about Dan is his absurd reactions when I poke him with a stick. So that's
I
the
know,
quality that I
I
like
know,
in Dan.
but
no,
that's
because
where
the
you and I
reason
differ.
it's education. Because I know you're not genuine in that, but just the fact that every time you say that, I can educate the people on the wickedness of governments, people that will take lobbyist money and just turn a blind eye to the stuff. Right now, we have the chemical in Roundup showing up in every state of the union, in Canada, and so we are drinking. We're drinking, and I can't remember the actual name of the product because it's in other products besides Monsanto's. Because
It's got vitamins.
the patent is out of it, so
Makes your
So
bones
wait.
strong.
You're saying I mean, what was I think the active chemical in Roundup is fluoride, isn't it?
no,
It's called
what is the
polyethoxylated taloamine. It's shortened to POEA.
POEA.
So like
POEA.
a byproduct of some chemical process?
No, it is actually the main ingredient.
Yeah.
So Dan, you
Right,
mentioned
but
earlier, you asked, what can I do to stop these lobbyists? What can I do to stop these people? How can I affect change? And I think there's a couple of ways that you can at least try to affect change, and they're bottom-up solutions. One of them would be writing people that have a direct influence within your state, like your senator and your congressman and, the representation that you have in your state through the House of Representatives and the Senate. Both of those are very important as far as getting action on those fronts are concerned. Another one is supporting workers' solidarity and supporting unionization of workplaces that have not been unionized prior, and worker co-ops and other organizations of the such that not only support collective bargaining but also promote institutions that are more likely to hold those sorts of corporations accountable for using substances that are not just harmful to the environment, but also by extension harmful to the workforce that's using them in their operations. So there is things that you can do. I don't think that just acting like there's nothing you can do and that it's just hopeless and that there's nothing that can possibly be affected. I don't think that's true.
Well, if you've seen the organic movement in the United States, it's been going on. Oh, by the 90s strong, maybe even before. And, the money that is being pumped in from the corporations kind of mutes anybody on the other side. So California, like I said, they're
I think that's just defeatism.
No, but I get that.
I think that the better option is to invest in research and development
Oh,
We're
Dustin,
having a
you're
problem with
Take a
your
problem.
connectivity, Dustin.
yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, so the issue,
Yeah, we
yes,
can hear
now
you
we
now.
can hear you.
I'm just saying, usually these problems are worked out by the private sector, right? Like we come up with invention, we come up with idea, right? It's not usually some politician in some smoke-filled room that comes up with a solution. It's usually an engineer and a scientist that are looking at nature and coming up with innovation. That's where
Yeah,
solutions come from.
Yeah, the
absolutely. But then we also need from the governmental side, I think, things like information campaigns, and you could even, for instance, subsidize that type of research. That's how it works in Sweden, and I know in at least many countries in the EU. I don't know if it's an EU directive, but to subsidize research that goes toward improving the environment and lessen the degree of toxic chemicals in the environment. And when it comes to things like, say, Roundup, there already are alternatives that we are using here. So there has to be something more in the US that makes it so that those alternatives aren't being adopted. And I would say to what Dan said, I get the feeling that I'm just a person and you have this huge machine that has so much resources, and what can I do? And it's very easy to become complacent and kind of feel defeated and adopt that the defeatist mentality. But I also think that it's at those times it's okay to go home and sit in your house and just feel heavy and tired and just tired of everything, like that feeling. And you can do that for a while, but then you have to look at the horizon and say, F this, no one's gonna get me down. You can beat me to the ground 1,000 times and I'm still going to continue and do whatever I can, even if it's just the tiniest bit. And talking about it is a great thing that everyone can do. Everyone can contribute to
That makes a
people
difference,
being
right?
interested.
Animal
Sorry?
I
crackers
get
and
knocked
I was
down,
icing.
just
but
agreeing
I
with
get
you.
up again.
I
Ain't
was just
nobody gonna get me down. I get knocked down,
I was just
but
agreeing
I
with
get
you.
up again.
Deviant, I was just agreeing with you that talking about it is a way to contribute to it. And I think just my real quick
I
input.
mean talking about it in like spreading awareness.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And I think also maybe being the change that you want to be. So like
Of
becoming more
course.
sustainable and making your own food, and buying food that isn't filled with poison. If you just keep doing that, you're going to be good, and other people are going to see that you're good, and
You're
hopefully
not.
they'll follow.
That's not economically sustainable, right? If you try and farm yourself, I mean, you might be able to come up with enough food to support yourself, right? Like, but when it comes down to it, you don't have enough land. Anything under an acre, you're not going to be able to support more than 3 people.
Yeah, but there are local gardens. There's depending on where you live, there's even meat that you can get that is butchered, and you can actually like see the animals and they're open range. Like there is ways. I know it's more expensive, but
Yeah, and
yeah.
and I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I was more of a like the bare minimum that anyone can do, even if you feel that you don't have this power and you feel kind of defeat. Because I have been in this situation when it's come to other things where I've just felt like no one is listening, and everything I try, it doesn't work. No one seems to care or understand me, or I don't have the power and the money and the influence to change these things. So instead of getting stuck into all the things I can't do, to try and focus on the simple things that you can do. And for me, who's been so you don't know this about me, Daniel, but I was in a car accident many years ago, and I was paralyzed. I'm no longer paralyzed. I learned to walk again.
Oh, glory to God.
Thank you. But be sitting there and my friends disappeared. They didn't think it was fun because it took time for me to move around. And it was just me and my thoughts and my kitty. And I felt very, very defeated.
Yeah.
But instead of like contracting into myself, I said, F it, I'm going to do all that I can do. And I've never been so active as I was when I was paralyzed.
Yeah, when I couldn't move at all, like when I was in the hospital for a month, because I was 300 pounds, I was like full of edema, and I couldn't move. My muscles were shot because I guess I stripped myself of all the electrolytes, and
Yeah.
it took me a while to learn how to walk again too. And they weren't even giving me physical therapy. But when I got out of there, I was like you. I was like, I'm never letting that happen to me again. Like I'm
Right.
going to take care of my body this time.
Right. Yeah. When I finally learned to walk again, I had so much go in me, and I'm kind of that way naturally, but I had so much go in me. And I realized, because I was at the same time, I was very severely anorectic. I realized that all of these things that I have working against me, things that I can't control, out of all of these things, there is actually one thing I can control, and that's my eating, my anorexia. And it does me no good to spend days being wiped out because I don't eat and having all of this anxiety. And that's how I motivated myself to get to a treatment facility. And yeah, I've had setbacks after that. I've had them for many, many years. This summer I celebrated 12 years with no relapses, and that makes me very happy.
That
And
makes me happy too.
thank
Good.
you.
I'm glad to hear that, Vivian. I really am.
Thank you.
And one thing to always remember, if you're ever feeling like a certain way about your image, is that you have the image of God. You are an icon of God. All of us are.
Well,
but
what
maybe
I
I
don't.
was a mistake.
No,
No, I'm not gonna go down that road because I'm not happy with myself, but I can accept that I am existing, and
God loves you.
thank you.
What I
I
don't
hope if there
understand.
is a God, I sure hope. So
What I
did
don't
you say?
understand is that, like, the example Dan cited is, oh well, this has been going on for a while. People have been trying to agitate for this, and nothing's really happened. Well, that's not true. I mean, like, for one thing, yeah, there's been organizations that have been created, and they've done things in order to try and advocate for institutions like the Environmental Protection Agency to be put in place. Now, maybe people like Trump have, stripped that away and are trying to roll that back and are trying to make sure that that no longer gets any kind of funding whatsoever. But that isn't to say that efforts weren't made and weren't successful at one period in time. But even if there wasn't any success, let's say that it didn't come to any success whatsoever, and that it was just totally deadlocked against any kind of environmentalism coming through whatsoever in terms of national policy or the kind of orientation of how America should move forward in the future. I mean, any real success on the scale of what you're talking about is going to inherently have nothing but a history of failure until it finally does succeed. There's going to be nothing but a history of failure, if anything, that you're really trying to endeavor to achieve in life until you finally actually achieve that thing. Once it's achieved, it's usually taken for granted by people. But up until that achievement, by its very nature, there's going to be nothing but a history of failure up until that achievement. So I really don't see that as a valid argument.
Well, I would just say, except for Europe, who has not had to pay big chunks of defense for the first time in what their history. Hats off to Europe, but until
Thank you.
the United States divert some of the money from military-industrial complex and people get into office that will not take the backseat check. It's grassroots are not doing it. And then I praised California for getting rid of some products, but then we have the wine industry that's allowed to do what they want. And so again, it's the source of funds, source of money. We've seen the fires in California past years, and that was like, wow, the PG&E was giving close to $1 million just to Gavin Newsom, the governor, and his wife, and it's like, wow, we didn't clean any of the polls. Just think how much other stuff they were donating to other officials, and that we could have. And the fires were started by electrical wires being blown down because of the dry brush. So, it goes back to my whole argument of humans in charge of things mess things up big time. That's why I love the argument with the Roundup, though, because that started because I said don't trust governments. So it's like, Dan did the Roundup. So every time you say that, though, then I can come back with the education, because that's what I love to do, is the education. I would do the regenerative agriculture education. And so, so that is a ground roots thing. But to get
Dan,
the
you know
power,
why I bring that up, right? You know why I do it, right?
I don't care. It gives me opportunity to it gives me an opportunity to
I don't
educate
think that's
people.
true. I don't think that's true.
It'd be like you making jokes if it was cancer,
I don't think that's true.
Or babies, leukemia or something, which is another cancer. And you're joking about.
I mean, you're the one
something
invoking
killing
those. You're
people.
the one invoking those into the conversation, not me, Dan. So if you want to
Roundup's
shift the
just
goalpost, don't think you're not going to be
No.
called out for doing that.
Chemicals are just as bad, and actually worse.
You know,
And
everything
some
is made of
them-
chemicals, right, Dan? You know, like everything is the compound of different chemicals, correct?
Okay, so Roundup's a fine chemical. for
Oh
your
my gosh,
government
our
to-
body's made of chemicals. Oh no.
Water is a chemical.
Yes.
God.
Yes,
Good.
it is. And we cannot.
Learned that
My
from Bill
name's
Nye.
Dan. I'm going to educate people,
We
but then I'm going to get the
know.
term chemicals wrong.
Oh, I think
No,
Dan's doing
no,
great.
no.
So
Not
Aiden-
everything is chemicals.
Aiden
Some
is
things are
just
elements.
now he's saying all chemicals are
It's
fine.
chemical.
So good.
No,
That's
elements are
exactly
not
what I-
chemicals.
yeah.
Elements are
exactly
not
what I'm saying,
chemicals.
man.
They are not
That's
chemicals.
exactly
They
what I'm
act with
saying.
chemical property. Elements are not chemicals.
You know what? Why don't you inhale some pure oxygen and get back to me on that, Dustin?
That's not a chemical.
Well, how about you inhale some pure nitrogen while you're at it, huh? How about that,
Well,
buddy?
I mean, I don't want to poison myself with pure oxygen, and nitrogen would kill me too. So, but that is not. These are elements. They're not chemical. They react with chemical properties, right? You can make compounds out of elements, and that's what you consider a chemical.
Apparently,
can I ask
me making a comment about chemicals though makes me think that all chemicals are good. That's a good point, Dan. You got me. Go ahead,
Well,
DB.
I'm talking
can
about
I- can
cancer
I ask-
causes, and you say, "Oh, chemicals. Everything's chemicals."
Can
Go
I
ahead,
ask?
Stevie.
Can I ask Dustin of an example of an element?
What do you mean? An example?
I mean,
like hydrogen. Hydrogen's not a chemical.
It's a chemical element.
It's not a chemical.
Well, technically speaking, it is two atoms combined together, right? It's N2, isn't it?
No, hydrogen is a pure element.
Oh,
and
hydrogen.
You can't divide it.
H2. Yeah, that's
Now,
H2.
No, hydrogen H2. No, H2 is not hydrogen. No, no. You're talking about H2 is a heavy element. H2 has an odd number of protons. Or wait, it's neutrons. It's neutrons that make it a heavy element. Hydrogen 2 is a heavy element. Elements are not chemicals. They're not chemicals. I don't know how
Elements
many
aren't
times
chemicals.
they are not chemicals.
I
Okay,
agree
for the
with
love
that.
of
I
God.
agree with that. But if you were trying to make like I don't know, you might be able to make an argument that there's molecules of elements. Yeah.
What we
Deviant,
call
go ahead.
No, I just want elements.
No, listen. A chemical element is a pure substance of one type of an atom.
Yeah, like titanium, right?
Yeah. So it's still a chemical element.
Nuh-uh, Deviant. Chemicals are only bad stuff.
I don't see now. I got to look this up because I'm not sure. I never got a degree in science.
Come on, Dan, educate us about the horrible chemicals.
Element.
Even though you got the term chemical wrong.
Metal.
No, keep joking
Chemical.
about toxic things that are in the environment, the governments. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
And I can keep
Yeah,
educating.
yeah. Have you found your
The
latest way to
government's
morally grandstand, Dan? Have you found your latest way to go? Aiden Langdon's a bad person, everybody. I'm not going to convince anybody with this argument, just like I did with the last 20. But come on, guys, you got to believe me this time.
All right, so a chemical is any substance with a defined composition, meaning it is made up of specific elements and always has the same properties. Essentially, everything around us is considered a chemical, including naturally occurring substances like water and manufactured chemicals like chlorine used in cleaning products.
It's like when we use the word element in English, you could say, for instance, there is an element of humor in this
Element
show.
of truth.
An element of truth, even better.
Yeah.
Meaning that it's a part, but it's not the entire.
Well, then that means it's not a chemical of truth, then, does it?
Not a chemical of truth, no. But
That's
you're
right.
saying
It's
an
not a
element.
chemical of truth. It's an element of truth.
I think like elements all have to have like a shared property, I think. Let me look up. Definition of element.
Here's the definition of element.
So-
A part or aspect of something abstract, especially one that is essential or characteristic.
Yeah, so like in the loose sense, that's not scientific. It's a part or aspect of something abstract, especially one that is essential or characteristic. The death had all the elements of a great tabloid story.
Phantom X says a chemical element is a chemical substance that cannot be broken down into other substances by chemical reactions. The basic particle that constitutes a chemical element is the atom. Yes.
Elements
That's
are
my...
identified by the number of protons in their nucleus. Yeah, it's from Wikipedia.
Oh, see?
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
Yeah, I tried to fact check myself, but I'm too much of a scatterbrain for that to be successful.
Yeah, Phantom.
Well, Daniel, what did you?
Phantom X also says, I think you're confusing elements and chemicals with atoms and molecules.
Yeah,
Yes, I think I did.
I was thinking that way too.
I am going to bounce from this particular engagement.
Well, thank you for joining us.
No
All right,
problem.
Aiden, enjoy your bouncing. May God be with you in your bouncing.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Don't
Deviant, have a good one.
You too.
Gangster Ghost, have a good one. Dustin, much love.
Is Christian on the show now?
He just.
Dan,
I love you.
You guys love each other.
so yeah, have a good one, guys.
Yeah. Oh, Daniel, what did you pop in for?
I popped in here because I saw there's a bunch of streams on right now, and I looked through them all, and I said, I'll go on Gangster Ghosts.
Oh,
it was after I got back from church. Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah.
awesome. That's a
Awful.
testament to our lovable, wonderful overlord, Gangster Ghost.
I
Well, that
swear to
that is true.
everything that is holy, this app doesn't like me because of my opinion. I just switched services,
Yeah.
entire freaking service. Like, I seriously, just from T-Mobile to Verizon, this thing still kicks me out.
You seem to be coming in clear now, though.
Yeah, I found a Wi-Fi.
Oh, good.
Awesome. Awesome. Now, all we have to figure out is how do you get Dustin Buck to stand still in one place for a long period of time? That might be an issue.
Offer me enough money, I'll stand anywhere you want.
But I'm poor.
I'm just saying, it doesn't. It's not rocket science. I have a flagger for crying out loud.
Well, I mean, I know for myself, even if I was paid like an insane amount of money, you couldn't get me to stand or sit still without like moving around and fiddling with things. Like right now, I'm moving the cursor of the mouse around where you can choose whether or not you want to, how you want the orientation of the screen to be. Those buttons on the screen, I'm just circling them because otherwise I don't know what I would do. I would
You must have
probably.
had the most artistic folders in class, and still.
It was actually the one subject that I always got the best and highest grade in school. To be fair, though, it was the only one that I saw any use in or wasn't bored by, or uh, not to say that there isn't use in education, because I'm very much a proponent of education, but school was boring and the teachers were stupid.
Well, and
ordain you.
they actually have to, you know, because it's a farm education system, and I don't know about it in Europe, but America, Canada, it's a farm. So you kind of just have to throw the food out. My son, 11 years old, sixth grade, he's we just homeschool him through a public school system, and he's done in 2 hours max every day with all the homework, and he's above level 2 years, and no, he's 3 years and a year in different subjects. And it's just because and not to to criticize, because you've got 15, 20, 30 little animals running around, and so it doesn't help the poor teacher for actually corralling them and educating. And so yeah, it can
Maybe,
be boring.
maybe the issue is that they're actually not dealing with geese or lemmings, but they are actually dealing with children. Maybe that's the issue in the school. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, and
Um,
Kidding. It was
no.
it funny, but it was very boring because
So look, the idea that people have somehow lost their ability to learn is ridiculous. We can
yes,
teach a chimpanzee to do sign language, right? The idea is that the education system was always set up for failure because it was supposed to be made of a scalable principle. You can't scale education. There's a thing called individual attention. And if you're not giving individual attention to each and every student, you're neglecting them. I don't know in what world you're expected to teach upwards of 25 individual students anything from a book.
so
Well,
I think
oh,
that the the education system here is I don't know exactly how different, but from what I understand, it's pretty different from the one you have in the US. I can also say that since I mean I haven't it's far too many years since Aiden wasn't born when I was finished with my first 12 years. and I was about halfway to my degrees at the university when Aiden was born. I'm so sad Aiden isn't here because
But you're only
I
21.
know it's very strange.
Yeah, but he's only 12, so it's okay. That works out with
Oh,
math.
there. Thank you, Dan. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's everything's okay again. No, but it is different because what I saw as an issue growing up and being in school was the lack of uh, there was a bunch of talk about it, different individuals need in a classroom, and the school was supposed to provide uh, the students with the help they needed, and I think they have become much better at that today. But for instance, my class when I was in first to sixth grade uh, was a class full of hellions, basically, uh, and I struggled as I do, of course, with PTSD and ADHD, and being surrounded by constant, like, a bunch of other people. People are talking. I was the one in the class who was bullied, so of course attention was given to me there, and I fell behind in second grade. I fell behind in math specifically, so I was given there was this kind of extra help, like a teacher's aide. Basically, it was a grown-up woman, but teacher's aide. So I got to sit with her in a quiet room, just her and me. And in no time, I had no problems whatsoever to get the concepts and understand what I was supposed to learn. And whoops, and I had catched up with the others, and there was no problem. But then, once I was in line, in at the same level, or not ahead, when I was not in line, like, never mind, you understand what I'm trying to say, I hope.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was put back in class where I again had to struggle, and it was just, it was so obvious because this teacher's aide even told both the teacher and my parents how amazed she was, how easy it was for me to learn. She couldn't really understand how I could have been, like, getting behind as I had, but it made perfect sense in that situation. But we weren't given the opportunity to, like, it's not like you're gonna have a kid with ADHD. Not every kid is gonna be like that, and not everyone is going to have to. You could even have had, say, two or three of us, and this teacher's aide helping, or having a separate room. Uh, but I do think that if there's something that we need really, really, and I say we as a, not just Sweden, but all countries need to put money into the education system, because we're not getting the opportunity of an education. Not that everyone needs to be like, not everyone needs to go to the university, for instance. That's not at all what I'm saying. But
Yeah,
everyone
that's
needs
a different
a
type of
fair
teaching
chance.
too. Like a
Yeah,
professor is a different type of teacher than like an actual teacher. Like
yeah.
that takes a
Oh, yeah.
specific skill, and they don't get paid a whole lot.
No, they really don't. And so to really, children are like sponges when it comes to information and learning, and they are so curious, and they like to experiment, and we need to take what all this knowledge that we as a species have about our own development, we need to implement it, and we need to allow the school to cost instead of, I don't know, wasting it on nonsense. And yeah, that it's a bit of a utopia, but hey, you have to have something to aspire to.
I actually like the way that Donald Trump handled it in America with the voucher system, because I'm all about choice, and I know there's lots of teachers that will be like, oh, the public education system, it's going to have all of its resources taken away if you do the charters, but it never has seemed to work that way, because they get their own money, and then you have this extra money if you want to send your kid to like a different school, like a charter school. And there's like some kids that will learn better that way. Like you said, one-on-one is the best education system. I mean, it's just not what everyone can afford.
No, of course
But
not.
if you have the opportunity to have one-on-one instruction, that will guaranteed success.
So
Yeah, that's where the state of California doing something right. They are giving money to startups, and so the public run charter, and from a public school system, and getting state money, and it's just awesome. So we don't have to pay. They actually pay for curriculum and outings, ice skating, just like a normal public school would. So it's been really awesome. And then with Philip, we're able, as self-employed, his mom's able to oversee him on the studies. So that has been awesome. But yeah, I know Deviant, we were probably could have been special ed roommates. Mine was reading though, and that didn't really turn around until I was in after high school. So yeah, and then that's the other thing is that you look at, and especially being a thought of that I was a retarded kid and told I was. Some of the most, the Edison, I think they go down a list of guys that people thought were don't bring that. I think even Isaac Newton, or one of the really big guys back then. It's like, oh no, he's really shouldn't be in a school. Put him to a job. He's not. But some of the late
Yeah.
bloomers that it's just awesome just to watch.
Yeah, I know, because as you and I have talked about, Dan, or at least it's been mentioned, my brother has dyslexia and autism, and my mom I don't know if she would fully qualify for a diagnosis of autism. I I would say it would be very hard to diagnose her at this stage, but she definitely has dyslexia, and they are both very, very intelligent. But for my brother, for instance, his issue when there were tests in school, his problem was that he didn't have the time to finish because it took him too long to write the answers. And I mean, he wasn't diagnosed with dyslexia until 8th grade. My mom wasn't until she was a grown up. And as I said, they're both super smart people. And I think, as I said, I think that the school system today, at least when it comes to things like neurodiversity and dyslexia, that they have actually gotten better to give those students, not just say that, oh, we're gonna, of course, if a child is, we're gonna provide this, but the government has, to some extent at least, made sure that So we have an instance here. I don't know what it's called in the US, or if you have one, I think you do. It's like it's like a department of the government that's special for overseeing uh, education, not
Yeah.
overseeing like
Yeah, we have a
uh,
Department of Education.
oh, good, good.
Yeah.
That makes sure that the schools that are do follow the curriculum, that teachers are properly educated, and if there are complaints, they are to go in and make sure to put things right, or force them to put it right. So there needs to be the government needs to be involved to make sure about these things, because
Yeah, as
kids
long as
are
it's matched with funding. Like that's the thing. Like you don't want to add more onto the teacher's job without giving them more
no,
money.
no, exactly. It there has to be. That's why I said it's so important that governments give enough funding to the school system, because who goes to school? Well, it's the children. Who are
It's
the
your
children?
future.
Exactly. It's the
Future of your country.
future. Yeah. It's the boys and girls who's gonna, and pardon my French, wipe your ass when you're old. Do you want that to be someone who knows what they are doing, or don't you? Do you want your cardiologist to know what
Well,
they're doing, or
a
don't you?
future a future out of Wally is what we're looking forward
Yeah.
to.
Like
No,
the
my
US
only
version is the drive-by that's 24/7 in Las Vegas.
no, my only problem is, and I see, I don't know what the cure. Not like it's um, well, anyway, I'll just say it, and then is that teachers and the educators are the people that have an easy time learning. So that's not a diss against them, but
That's not necessarily the case.
Well, yeah, they're all college educated. I mean, I haven't seen bad teachers in that
Well,
aspect.
they had to be college educated for sure, but there are definitely teachers that had a hard time in schooling, and like that might
Mhm.
have actually been one of the reasons why they got into it, because
Yeah.
maybe they had a bad experience with a teacher. Like for example, I had a bad experience with a math teacher, where his name was Mr. uh, Lutz, I think, and no, it wasn't Mr. Lutz. Mr. Lutz is really good. I forget the name of the guy. That's how bad he was. But he talked with a lisp, and that wasn't the issue. The fact was he was so smart, and he did not know how to teach. He
Oh.
could do the math on the board, and he'd be like, "This is the quadratic formula," and we'd be like, "What do you mean by that?" And he'd be like, "It's the quadratic formula. It's the quadratic formula," and just like, "Oh my gosh, Mr. Berkeley, yeah." Mr. Berkeley, what the heck are you saying right now? Like, I don't understand you. And like, and so much of the class felt the same way, and at least half the class checked out. And so then everyone got held back. Like we couldn't move on. My highest education in math ended up being algebra 2.
So this is a question that I have for you guys who are American. You make a distinction between algebra and calculus,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not really sure what the difference.
Cosine, sines, log, like
Yeah.
that's the difference. Algebra doesn't have that stuff. Like
Oh, okay.
yeah. It's more like when
Okay.
you apply it to graphs, that's when it kind of becomes calculus.
Yeah, they
Okay.
tricked me. They called it like advanced math in high school. So yeah, that was like,
They always
okay.
throw in a little bit of calculus at the end of algebra 2 as well. They're just like,
That's
actually,
where
this is kind of part of this.
that's where I got lost, because then it's like, you mean I have to memorize that stuff to get the answer? So I was done. It's like as soon as I
You
had
got
to.
your graphic calculator.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no, we couldn't use those, and actually back in the day, they were just starting out in college. The Texas Instruments and
Mm-hmm. TI-83, baby. Those
yeah,
things were popular.
um,
TI-83 plus.
yeah. So that was like, oh my gosh, because like the algebra, that was cool because I could figure out things, and then it's funny. I go into landscaping where I need a lot of math, figuring out yards, cubic feet, all that good stuff. So
Weren't you allowed to use like a formula sheet?
Well, they'd
I
have
wasn't.
to have, right?
Yeah.
I mean, well, how else would you do it?
Memorize them on the
Yeah, well,
test.
you need a
How
sheet to at least
old are
memorize
you?
them.
Oh yeah. No. They would. But that's where my learning disability came in, because it's like I'd read the book and it's like I'd forget those, reading over the things. But that's what I'm saying. You had to memorize the formulas to then plug in numbers, and then like that thing you talked about, like
Quadratic
what?
formula.
Yeah, what? And it's like,
Well, that's why they came up with acronyms, right? So like you can include the first letter of every part of the rule. That would help you with your learning disability.
that's if you can memorize. They always do that. It's like, we're going to teach a subject, whether it's Bible or anything, and we'll do it after the word George or whatever. And it's like, what? I can't even remember George, let alone then each letter that, yeah, I flunked
I
those
remember
too.
PEMDAS. Do you guys remember PEMDAS? Please excuse my dear
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The rules for what algebra?
Yeah, it's the rules for it is algebra. It's for oh golly, what is the technical term for that? When you're adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, explanation.
PEDMOS. It's PEDMOS.
PEMDAS, or that's what I always called it, PEMDAS.
Whatever.
It's parentheses, exponent,
Which is actually
multiplication, PEMDAS, division, addition, subtraction.
which is kind of misleading because you can marry both addition and multiplication and division and subtraction.
I think you had to do multiplication, division first.
That's technically true, but it also there's exceptions
Order of
to the
operations.
rule.
Order of operations. I just remembered.
Order of operations, correct.
Yeah.
But like if you have that's barring parentheses, things like that. But whatever.
Yeah. Math has never been my strong suit. I'm bad at even like regular math, like just adding stuff up,
The answer is usually one of three, like 1, 2, or 3, or some combination of which.
Well, it's like if somebody asked me like, how old is somebody, and I'm like, oh, I know they were born in 1952, and why is it 2024 now? I gotta like break it down in my head. I'm like, okay, 24, and then 52 is like, okay, there's 8 left of that 10. So that's 8.
Just round it up to the nearest 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4 plus the 8, 48 plus the 24. And like, that's how I'd have to do it in my head. Like I had to break it down. And that's how, when I was working in human services, I taught a little math. And that's how I would do it with the folks that I worked with autism and IDD, is to break it down into smaller and smaller equations, or else you'll get overwhelmed,
Well, I think about it like it's money.
Yeah, money is a great way to look at it.
Yeah, like if I can fit it into decimals, it'll work for just about any money equation.
Yeah.
So yeah, and numbers usually break down that way, and then most of the time, you'll wind up with an improper fraction, and then you can turn that into a decimal number.
Yeah. I think we all kind of use fuzzy math a little bit, depending, just to approximate something. Right. That's the kind of like math that we apply in our everyday lives. I remember with algebra learning about ratios, and I had to help my mom with. It was like a take your kid to work day, and she had to put the sign up because she was a secretary for this business, HydroWorks, and it actually was useful for that because I could measure the amount and figure out what is the spacing for each letter, and I was like, well, when you can actually apply the math, that helps me remember it. Like, I think that was one of the things I was like missing in my math education. Is like, why do I even need to know this? Like,
well, they didn't teach you that, like, if you're dealing with exponents, usually the best way to deal with those is in degree, right? And you can route that off to pi.
Okay,
so that gives you.
I don't understand anything that you just said there. I mean, so with exponential numbers, like Give me an example here. Help me out.
So hold on a second. Exponential numbers, we're jumping subjects again.
I thought that's what you said.
No, that was what you were referring to, but I was going in a different direction.
Well, I used an example of ratios and how like that helped me do lettering
Right,
for my mom's
and
sign at work. But
ratios are related to degrees.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
how you get a pi map out of it.
Gotcha.
Or percentages, right?
Percentage, percentage, but then you got 360 degrees, right? And then you represent that by 100, and then you take the ratio and you subtract the degrees from it, and then you get a percentage.
Yeah.
Right.
That would help with like graphic design, I bet, to scale something correctly. But AI, they're just going to do
That's
it all for us.
basically the formula right there. That's basically the formula right there. That's your basic
formula right there.
Well, Daniel.
Yes.
Were you ever in a debate before?
Yeah. I've been in some debates. Yeah, I used to be more into that stuff when I was younger. That's for sure. I used to love debating people, especially on the internet.
So you were
the more
warrior?
the more emotions, the better. Yeah, trolling people, sucking out their emotional energy like a vampire. Yeah, so I used to be into a long time
bad,
ago.
Daniel, bad.
I used to be a bad man. Still am in a lot of ways. Lord's working on me.
that's the thing though, is like most of your wicked traits were meant for good, right? And you being in your human devices, left to your own devices, you wind up like corrupting your purpose.
Yeah. There's a really great Orthodox tradition of this teaching that for every like sin, there is a way, a virtue to defeat it.
Right. But you got to be careful with that though, okay? Because some Hasidic and Yiddish speaking Jews don't stick to that teaching. They substitute the gong pole.
The what?
The gong pole.
The gong pole.
Virtue versus karma. Gong pole. Qigong. Eastern Tibetan methods.
Well, karma just means deeds, really.
That depends on what religion.
Well, either way, they so say something like greed. Greed you could defeat with being generous. The other way of dealing with the vice of greed is to try to be greedy about the acquisition of the Holy Spirit. So that would also kind of be the same thing. Basically, being generous would be how you'd be greedy for the grace of the Holy Spirit. But you would give as if you don't know what your hand is doing. To not even do it knowingly.
P-Town did that to me.
What do you mean? He gave you money and he didn't even realize it, or
he won't? It's just one of those. Like I'm in line for the union, right? I finally got the call back. I got to get into like the apprenticeship program, and it's because P-Town paid for my insurance, my car insurance. I need car insurance in order to get into the program.
Yeah, well, see, that's crowns in heaven. That's how you get your rewards. That's how you're gonna get your mansion one day.
We'll see what happens. I personally think I'm gonna wind up in heaven naked with nothing but a barrel around me.
better there than the alternative.
Right. I'm just putting it like it is, brother. You say you're a bad man. You haven't met me.
Be kind to yourself, Dustin.
I'm being kind. I'm putting myself in heaven. I don't know how much more kind I could be. Cause that's a long shot right there, man. Like I belong in hell. I know I belong in hell. The things I've done to people, I belong in hell.
I don't think you do. I don't think you
Oh,
deserve to live.
I belong. I
You know,
belong in hell.
eternity is a long time.
And
I
also,
mean, people like Hitler, sure, but Dustin Buck, nah, nah. Or wait. I just realized something. Are you a mass murderer, Dustin? Are you a
I
genocidal
mean,
maniac? And we're not talking about
I'm
your
trying to
dreams and
be.
fantasies when we all have those.
I mean, technically, I'm a mass murderer every time I. That's a different issue altogether.
Well, yeah. I I wouldn't say you're
it's not murder, but
no.
it's not using what that was meant for properly. But I mean, I think the most important part is if you're sorry for it, it doesn't really matter what it is. Are you sorry for it? Do you apologize to God, knowing that's who you commit the sin to?
I mean, God doesn't obey the rules of time like we do. He experiences all of our sins at the same time.
You know, I'm not sure exactly how God's experience is. I don't like to pretend I do. But yeah. Yeah, I think what
if
matters
we,
is in your heart. Are you actually sorry for it? Are you proud of it still? Like if you're
oh
proud of
me,
hurting people, then yeah, you do kind of belong. You're not with God. You're out of His grace. You have to learn how to be legitimately sorry for it and to apologize to your Lord. But
you
that's
have
that's the
no
only thing.
idea the tears I've cried.
Oh, there you go. So that's what I mean. So if you're sorry for it, then God will forgive all. I mean, he'd forgive Hitler too. There's nothing that God can't forgive. He's God, as long as we're sorry. And we know that that's who we sinned against. It wasn't against a fellow man that was insulting to us or whatever, that had it coming. No, we did that to Jesus because we are all carrying the image of Christ. So when the least of these that you did to your king. And that's what he tells us.
Oh, well, I'm under a specific kind of inheritance.
What do you mean?
Um, my family is a long line of witches,
Okay.
right, on my mother's side. So I'm bound with purpose, as they would put it.
No, you're not. You're not your ancestors. You're not your parents. You're
No,
not
I'm
your
not.
grandparents.
And that's exactly, see, that's the thing though. Like, I'm scared because there's a thing called a generational curse, okay? And like, my life is, if there's any kind of evidence that there ever is, was, or will be a thing.
Well, truly, we've all been cursed. And if we're connected to Christ, that's who we're connected to, not to our ancestors anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, for me, and I mean, take it for what it is from whom it is. It's hard for me to square uh, someone being like eternally damned, not based upon who they are or what they do or what they bring into the world, or leave behind them when they go. That there should be something inherently damned, so to speak, about you, that God would take a baby and send it to hell because something their ancestors had done or are doing. That doesn't square with either
There's no
being
babies in
just
hell.
or
Sending a baby to hell is not the same as making it live through hell. Okay,
no,
hell on
I
earth is
would
a real
actually
thing.
yeah, I would actually say that it's worse to have to live through it, but that's also because I don't believe in heaven and hell. But I get that that's not the way that many Christians view it or feel about it at all. So, and I don't want to take away from that.
Deviant, do you believe in evil? Is that something you believe in?
I believe that there are people with evil intents and people who do evil acts, and some of them do it because it amuses them. For instance, many psychopaths act that way, like sadistic psychopaths.
Psychopaths look for a dopamine response because they don't
Yeah,
have that connection,
yeah,
right? They
and
have endorphins to a certain degree, but the receptors to dopamine are pretty well dead, and they
yeah,
can't get a certain
and so
personal satisfaction out of, or even
no, so and I know that, and I get that. I get that there is a neurological component to psychopathy that you're in no control over. But you're still in control of your actions. There are different ways of fulfilling yourself, fulfilling your wants and needs, and we all have to accept the fact that we cannot have everything. We cannot um, we cannot always be in a state of bliss. I mean, that's unreasonable, but that is what uh, these people want, and they justify it simply by it's what I want. They don't have empathy, uh, which again, to me, the concept of like heaven or hell, it when you start to pick at it and you look into the world, to the different people that are uh, it I don't think that if there is a God, I don't think that we as people will ever have the ability to understand or really know anything about this God. Is that the God that we are going to meet in a proposed afterlife? Okay, let's say that's the case. We can't really fathom and comprehend how that would be or how that would work, and that's to me one of the issues I see with all religions. To me, they are very blatantly man-made creations because they reflect the human condition. They don't reflect the godly condition. Is a very simplified way for me to put it. And this is a very deep
Wow.
topic.
Yeah. I disagree with a lot of that. So
Of
I
course,
think that
of course.
God reveals himself to us, and he has throughout time, but he revealed himself very specifically as Christ, and he showed us some of the properties of God, of who our God is and how much he loves us. And what what now the promises to come, yeah, it's true, it's unknowable, but we do know that God loves us. We know that he is unknowable, and yet he asks for us to get closer, which means it will be a never ending journey of getting closer to that love. So all we can look forward to is more and more happiness and more bliss as we get closer and closer to our Lord, but it'll never end. There will never be a day where it's like, oh, it's over now. What do we do now? Do we have to turn around and do it again? No, it's always going to be a perpetual moving forward to God. This is the Lord that we worship.
Sure, and I would say that that is true in the sense of it's a reasonable way to view it, and I would say it's true in the sense that it reflects this notion that I have, that if there is a god, or gods for that matter, however that might work, it sure has to be something that we as humans never really fully can figure out. And I do believe that there are things that maybe given enough time we will figure some of it out, but I actually think that there will be these um, oh, how do you say it, look, or let's say patches of uncertainty where we can't see what's there, we can't understand it, or we can't figure it out. But I also think that that's a great drive that we as a species have, that we want to understand, we want to learn, we want to figure things out, and our the oh, what's that word, the struggle, or the let's say the adversary is our it's not innate, but it is innate in some instances, but that we have to fight against, or rather we have to fight towards using the knowledge that we do acquire for the betterment and not the detriment. And that is the perhaps most difficult task for us as a species.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're talking about knowledge of like how things work, I mean, we use that to try to master the world, and we look at what we've done
oh yeah,
with it.
yeah.
It's awful when we try to become our own masters. But yeah, the wisdom of God is something completely alien to this world, and I think that shows more evidence of his existence. Also, the fact that there's prefigurements in other religions, like Zoroastrians, also predicted that God would come from a virgin birth. I mean, how did all these people have this idea in their mind? You know, God wasn't lying to any of us. Like we were our own obstacles to seeing the truth until eventually he did come to us.
So I'm curious, Daniel. How do you view, for instance, as you probably know, I must have mentioned it. I'm an Egyptologist and an archaeologist. I think I mentioned that. So for me, I instantly go to like ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
You're gonna get very sick of ancient Egypt if you keep hanging. No, I'm
I
kidding.
well, so when I was a former Rosicrucian, the consigliere Leslie McQuaid, she was an Egyptian archaeologist as well.
Oh,
So,
cool.
well, it was more than just Egypt. I mean, she really did a lot of work in Japan as well, but
Yeah.
it was a passion of hers. I mean, the Rosicrucians have Egyptian statues everywhere. I mean,
Yeah.
it's part of their magic working.
So how would you view the gods of a civilization like the ancient Egyptians from the perspective that you just touched upon? Because
Yeah.
I could very easily explain how the idea of this god with the virgin birth and so forth came into from I don't have deep knowledge, but what little I know, I see how that
Oh yeah,
happens.
even the Egyptians had some similar ideas, and that's what I mean with all these religions having these prefigurements of like God was talking to everybody. But when it comes to the pantheon of the Egyptians, it's very much a worship of the created order, because
Yes.
they didn't see God, so like they saw God in the creation, so that's what they were worshiping. Yeah. So I don't think that they were necessarily worshiping demons, although I'm sure demons did play a role in sometimes in some of those miracles, for sure. So like, uh, I think the intention behind it probably wasn't like, we're gonna worship the devil. Like I think human
No.
beings have always wanted to worship God, and we want to know more about him. you know, and we can't figure it out on our own. We try so hard, and the only thing we can do is wait for God to take pity on us and to reveal Himself to us.
So how is your personal view of um like are you Bible literalist? Are you a, I don't know what the other term is. I mean, all Christians are in agreement that the Bible is the inspired word of God, but
Correct.
so some interpret it more literally, whilst so the church that I was active in for many years here in Sweden, the Church of Sweden, was um, there were no when it comes to the Old Testament, uh, they are in agreement with the times, so to speak. I mean, it's not like young Earth or 6 day creation or anything of that sort. They recognize that it was written by people. That doesn't, in their view, take away that it was still inspired by God. Um,
Yeah, the only way to make sense of the Bible being inspired by God and being inerrant is to have the belief that the Holy Spirit has been guiding both the church and subsequently the Bible, which the church created, canonized anyway,
yeah.
the entire way through. So like we don't say at one point of history, like this is my argument that I have with the Sola Scriptura guys from Proverbs guys. They're like blah 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 blah. I'm like, are you trying to say that everyone before the 16th century was all the wrong kind of Christian apparently? Like they're all in hell now because and he's just like, your queen, your Mother Mary is this or that. And I'm just like, yeah, all right, I don't want to talk with you much longer, but yeah. Hey, Gangster Ghost.
Hey, Gangster Ghost. But how what's your take on the Exodus?
An Exodus.
Yeah. Do
From
you
Egypt?
see it as exactly as written in the Old Testament, or do you have
What are you referring to specifically in Exodus? Like the Ten
uh
Commandments or?
no, I oh sorry, I should have said the Exodus, like
Oh,
the whole story about Joseph, Joseph, not Moses, I mean, of course, and the not the yeah the Exodus, like 60,000
I remember
men.
what we were taught when I was a Rosicrucian, and I know now I yeah, there's some theories out there, but I go with what it says in the Bible. I see it as the inspired word of God. So like it doesn't to me need to be historically accurate. It just needs to be what I need to see, um, and supply to myself.
Okay, yeah, that I think is a healthy way for a believer to view it, and by that I mean uh, I I'm not one of those people who see religion as being like inherently evil in some way, or bad, or detrimental, or I fully, I wouldn't even say believe, I would say I fully accept, because I see it as a fact, that religion has a great importance and can have a very great positive impact on people. But I also see it as with, if I'm going to apply some hyperbolic language to it, I would say it's kind of like splitting the atom. Uh, it can be used for great power, but also for great destruction. On one hand, you have nuclear power plants. On the other hand, you have nuclear bombs. And we need to very carefully navigate how we use this incredible power that we have found and been able to master. And I view religions semi in the same way. Not fully. It's not a perfect analogy, but I think it can definitely be used to great detriment, not just to the individual, but to societies.
Islam has done a lot of bad, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Christianity too has been used in very wicked ways, if you use that terminology.
Yeah, they get a worse rap than they deserve, though, compared to the Muslims. I mean, yeah, and like if you look at just the Orthodox, we look very innocent. We're like innocent little lambs. We get slain all the time. We never hurt anybody. That's
Yeah,
the
I
true
think the
church. So.
Catholic Church has more blood on the papal see
Yeah.
than the Orthodox. But
Even like St. Patrick, like people love St. Patrick. What they would have known is like at the time the church was one, but like basically what would have become the Catholic Church did not like St. Patrick. They tried to get rid of him multiple times. They hated the fact that he was speaking Gaelic instead of Latin. And they was like, you need to be speaking Latin over there. And he's like, no, I want to any language that they speak. And that's how the Orthodox have always done it in the East. And so he was just like, well, it's all one church. So he had the backings from others, but in his own hometown in like Britain, no way. They did not like what he was doing. They were trying to get him out of the church.
yeah, and so that I I won't get into like comparing Christianity as a whole against Islam as a whole, because I wouldn't say it's like comparing apples and oranges. Definitely not. But first of all, I simply don't have the knowledge and the say how to the know how. But if you look simply at Christianity, and there are so many different sects and offshoots and denominations and what have you. And so when I read the Bible from like Genesis and going through it, I see a tool that could be used to it's like the psychopath's handbook, or the dictator's handbook, I should say. So how you apply it is very important, and I think there have been many times throughout history that people have seen this the power to control people using religion. And when I say religion, I absolutely don't just mean Christianity. I mean religion as a whole, because if you as a human being can control what other people's eternity, and say, if you don't do what I say, then your eternity is doomed. And how is a simple farmer in like Middle Age Europe or the first millennia BC, going to be able to discern whether or not this person is speaking the truth or if they're just trying to lead them by the nose for their own glorification. So I think a lot of people have suffered immensely because of people stepping into the place of God and leading people that way.
Yeah, I mean, it takes trust and discernment, I guess. But we also have to keep in mind that these same farmers that you're referring to, like, they weren't really forced to go to church. They wanted to go to church. They wanted to have the promises. Every man has a yearning in their heart for God, so they seek it out.
So that's not entirely true, though. If you look at the Nordic countries, for instance, as you know, we had the Norse mythology, and there were several attempts made to Christianize the Nordic countries. Denmark was the first one to fall. Next came Norway, and here in Sweden we
You say fall, I say rise, but okay.
Yeah, I realized that when I said that, I was like, "Ooh, that might have been a bit of a divisive word to choose."
The other one
I'm
fell
glad
to the
you're a good
Christians.
sport.
Everybody, we've been on here for
Oh my
6 hours and
goodness!
25 minutes.
Oh my goodness! It's okay,
Sorry.
Gangster Ghost. Never
Oh,
apologize.
dang you. Yeah, I'll make sure when I get word from Fire Charles about what day it would be, I'll make sure to
Yeah, sounds
email
good,
you and
man.
let you know.
Daniel, you're a pleasant to speak with. Is that how you say it? It's very pleasant to speak to you.
A pleasure to
And
speak to you, and it is mutually mutual. The
Thank
feeling
you.
is shared.
Addition
Thank you
to
for
our
coming
little
on, Daniel.
community, our little haven in the
Thank
internet.
you. I'll be back. See you guys.
Good. See you. Take care. Take
See
care,
ya.
Logan. I love you.
God be with you all.
Thank you. Love you too.
You'll be well.
Whatever.
Bye.
Thank
Sleep
you.
tight, little buddy. I will.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you. Is Soot
Yeah,
all right?
he has a cold and a bit of a fever going on, but he's all right. And he's been tucked in and he's sleeping now.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I'm happy to be able to take
All
care
right.
of him. I wouldn't have liked to be at home like 1,000 kilometers away and he'd be here sick. I'd feel bad. It feels good I'm here.
Tell him I said hi. I
I
hope he
will. I
feels better.
absolutely will. He told me to say hi to you and wish you well specifically. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.